Alrighty. Are we live? There it is. Oh, finally. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very exciting week. We have a lot of Fed speakers. We're even coming off of a very exciting rally, if you don't remember any of that. But now everybody's talking. Is there a little bit more to it? Is this the top? Do we have to come down? Everybody is taking a breather. You are going to hear from everybody in the Fed, and there was even news overseas with China. They were supposed to do stimulus. They cut their rates, but not as much as people were expecting, and now it's leaving them all kind of pretty much down. There was some good news out of individual China names, but overall, it was kind of a morning of no good news, not necessarily bad news, but now approaching the next steps with a little bit of caution. So, Chatadonia, it's going to be a wild one. Welcome to your Monday, Tuesday, or your Tuesday, Monday, depending on how you look at it. I'm glad that we're here. The long weekend is over. So, good morning. How are you, Chatadonia? What's going on, baby? Good morning. What's going on? Make a morning. What's up, Burger Inn? Oh, what's up, Get Some? What's up, S'mores? Dirty Bird. Good morning, Carissa Hines. Oh, Maria, 43 months. Oh, yee. Let's go, baby. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. CYB, Alaskan Assassin, Laker, J. Oh, good morning. What's up, Danny? Open Face Sandwich, Nate McAllister, Wavy, Caesar, John, Mark, Cam, Colin. Good morning. Happy Monday, Tuesday, Monday, Colin. Good morning. What's up, Red? What's up, Snake? What's up, Tyrene? Oh, Constant Auctions. Good morning. Oscar Ramirez, Surav, bright and early, Wavy, Gravy, Lucky Soldier. Good morning, baby. Ben Stone, TJ, Mr. J. Cole, Dominic, Ricky, Frank. Good morning, Chad. What's up, baby? Wake your ass up. Battleborn. Good morning, Ayush. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Inverse? What's up, Dan? Justin Franklin, Ben Stone, Candy Upton, Benny Silverio. Oh, good morning, O'Reilly Mac, baby. What's up? Good morning, Johnny Biz, Christian Tez, Vincent Donna. Oh, what about the Twitch, man? What's up, Real Fried Rice? Good morning, Sass. Good morning, Pierre, Payday Devo, Dr. Suede. Oh, Tibia Lifer, Charlie in the Tree, baby. Good morning. Smeely, Robo, Kofer. Oh, my gosh, Chatadonia. Good morning. Everything is down except NVIDIA. Well, good morning, NVIDIA. Did you say good morning, NVIDIA? Top Tick Tommy. Oh, love to see it. Well, Chatadonia, good morning. I hope you're ready for it. We're going to get a bunch of different headlines here. Obviously, we are waiting on the Fed speakers. I think you got two today. You got Powell tomorrow, then Powell the day after, and then we keep going from there. But let me get you some news. There's a lot of headlines, too. Neo's dropping a headline. There was like EF, or what was it, DFLI, AT&T. So you had a couple of morning headlines already, so keep that one in mind. But let's see. All right, stocks slip as investors face gut check on rally. Stocks tick lowered on Tuesday as the second quarter rally met resistance from economic headwinds and signs of a stretched positioning. U.S. U.S. contracts declined after. Did I just die? U.S. contracts declined after Wall Street was shut for a holiday Monday. In the pre-market, Nike fell on inventory concerns. U.S. listed China stocks tumbled on disappointment over stimulus measures. Miners and automakers led declines in Europe. Investors caught between fear of missing out and concerns that markets have run too far too fast are contending with overblown valuations and economic headwinds. Bullish positioning in U.S. equity futures has grown since last week, taking it to the most extended levels for the S&P and NASDAQ in data going back to 2010. The path of U.S. monetary policy is another wild card. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell will give his semi-annual report to Congress on Wednesday. Policymakers at the Fed kept interest rates unchanged at their last meeting, but warned of more tightening. Mike Rettel, global macro portfolio at Allianz, warned that the full economic impact of the Fed's aggressive rate increases has yet to come. He says it felt like people are worried, but they're not actually positioned that way. Rettel said the vast majority of the rate hikes in this cycle have not had any effect, but they will hit, and they hit hard. That sounded kind of scary. No? Okay. But that's where we're starting. KKR, they will buy as much as $44 billion of buy now, pay later loan receivables from PayPal in a deal that frees up payment giant to do more for share repurchases and part of a €3 billion loan commitment that allows private credit funds and account managed by KKR to purchase loans originated by PayPal in France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and the United Kingdom. A big revamp for MiFID2 could be coming. EU states are proposing a near total U-turn on the rules behind unbundling, meaning an investment firm would only have to inform clients whether they are paying for research or trading jointly and record the charges attributable to each. U.S. futures declined. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson stuck to his bearish view on stocks, citing fading fiscal support, less liquidity, and cooling inflation, while Berenberg said U.S. tech valuations are overstretched and sending a sell signal. Treasuries advanced and the dollar was steady as oil and gold edged lower. Private equity titans are caught up by the swift rise in rates, costing the companies they own billions in extra interest and threatening to push scores of them into default. The consequences could be crippling and the fallout widespread, not only for investors but workers and the global economy. ADNOC made a preliminary takeover approach for Covestro, people familiar said, as part of a push for the Persian Gulf oil producer to diversify. The German chemical producer is valued at €7.5 billion. Alibaba shakeup, the company replaced chief Daniel Zhang as it struggles to revive growth. Joseph Tai takes Zhang's position as chairman while Eddie Wu becomes CEO. The naming of Tsai and Wu, both co-founders close to Jack Ma, indicates no big strategy change, KGI Asia said. Carlos Ghosn sued Nissan and connected individuals for ousting him in 2018, claiming more than $1 billion for deep damage to his finances and reputation. Blackstone will acquire a minority stake in Indiana power firm NIPSCO from NI Source for $2 billion. Canaccord cut bonuses and deal-making activity plunged. Total pay declined 34%. UBS faces hurdles of millions of dollars in penalties over Credit Suisse's mishandling of Archegos. The Fed may fine them as much as $300 million. Lawmakers will press Ford and GM's chief executives to cut supply chain reliance on China, including Ford's plan for a battery plant using CATL technology, a person familiar said. The meeting in Detroit highlights domestic pressures a day after Joe Biden hailed progress in the patching up of frayed U.S.-China ties. He said the U.S. and China is on the right trail, said Anthony Blinken at meeting with Xi Jinping. And then chart of the day is loosening financial conditions risk more hawkish monetary policy, the Bloomberg Markets Live said. A key index shows financial stress has fallen to the lowest level since February, indicating that traders don't think rates have moved high enough to tame inflation. That suggests front-end yield curves may stay elevated or rise further as hopes for earlier rate cuts are paired. Today, 10 a.m., ECB Simcas, 11:30, 13-week and 26-week bond auctions, 11:45, Fed William and Fed Bar, 1 p.m., U.S. to sell $50 billion of 42-day CMBSs, 1:10, ECB de Guindos, and then U.S. lawmakers to meet auto CEOs in Detroit over China supply chains, and earnings include FedEx. I forgot about that one. More Americans are entering into auto loans that exceed the worth of their cars after vehicle values decline. Used car to loan value ratios increased to 125 for the first 3 months of this year from 104 for the same period in 2021. A TransUnion and J.D. Power report found a ratio of 125 means that a borrower's loan is worth 125% of the vehicle's value. China and Cuba are in advanced talks to build a military training facility that may see Beijing station troops on the island permanently and expand espionage activities. The Wall Street Journal reported the U.S. was in contact with Cuba about preventing the plans from going forward, it said. The Donald Trump classified document trial is set to start August 14th. Trump said he didn't turn over presidential records to the National Archives because he was busy and hadn't had enough time to remove personal items from boxes packed at the White House. He's going on trial already? Damn, son! Damn, son, where'd you find Bankman? What? Faster wage growth in the euro area may mean a slower decline in core inflation that currently forecasted, the ECB modest Mueller warned. UK price food inflation may have passed its peak, a Cantor survey showed. Grocery prices eased to 16.5 in the 4 weeks through June 11th, down 17.2 in the last month. The EU will table a $50 billion aid package today for Ukraine in the form of grants, loans, and guarantees. People familiar said an announcement is due ahead of the donor conference. Chinese lenders followed the central bank by lowering their benchmark rates, although a relatively modest reduction to the mortgage reference rate disappointed investors. The PBOC cut the 1- and 5-year loan rate by 10 basis points. People wanted 15 on the 5-year. The RBA weighted the risk of upside surprises to inflation from Australia's tight labor market and rising home prices in their surprise rate hike decision. Minutes of the June 6 meeting showed jobless rate needs to climb to about 4.5%, and economy grew below trend pace for inflation to return to target, said Deputy Governor Michelle Bullock. New Zealand announced an inquiry into the banking sector amid concerns that lenders are making excessive profits. It will be conducted by the antitrust watchdog Commerce Commission and be completed by August 2024. Hong Kong's inflation unexpectedly slowed to 2% in May from 2.1% in April. Taiwan's export orders fell more than expected, or less than expected, at 17.6% year-on-year. WTI fluctuated and Brent traded in the green. An uptick in purchases by Chinese mega refiner is helping shore up physical crude markets in Asia. The underlying market appears bearish according to Mizuho. Gold was little changed. Wheat, corn, and soybeans also retreated. China's CNPC lowered the country's crude demand forecast for 2023 by 2.1% to 740 million tons. Imports are set to surge to 540, close to the 2020 high. Purchases from Russia jumped to a record 9.7 in May, while those from Saudi Arabia dipped. In metals, a Chinese consortium led by cattle plants to spend $1.4 billion to build 2 lithium extraction plants with a combined capacity of 200,000 tons per year in Bolivia. Saudi's PIF is set to beat out rival bidders Mitsuo and the Qatar Investment Authority to acquire 10% stake in Vale's nickel and copper operations. Mall landlord Unbail Radamco Westfield is offering its hybrid bondholders a debt swap in an unusual solution to their refinancing dilemma. Woodside greenlit a $7 billion oil field off of Mexico, its first major fossil fuel investment since acquiring BHP Petroleum last year. Eli Lilly will pay about $2.4 billion to acquire Dice Therapeutics to gain oral treatments under development for immune diseases. The per share offer is $48, which is 42% higher than the closing price on Friday. 3 high-grade issuers are expected to tap primary markets today. Underwriters said weekly sales may top $15 billion. Berkshire Hathaway raised their stake in 5 of Japan's trading houses to an average of over 8.5 and plans to increase them further. Google is scouting companies in India to assemble Pixel smartphones as they borrow from Apple's playbook to diversify beyond China. In early talks with Foxconn unit Bharat FHI, Lava International, and Dixon Technologies. KKR overhauled their Asia-Pacific team in the early stages of allocating capital of their $15 billion regional fund. SoftBank is set to win big from AI revolution thanks to early investments. Masayoshi Son said in his first public appearance in 7 months, he told shareholders that he speaks with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman several times a week. China's AI evolution is at an inflection point that is enabling it to catch up with the U.S., with key beneficiaries including Baidu, Alibaba, and Bike, according to Morgan Stanley. Infosys Nadin Nakani will donate $38 million to his alma mater, the Indian Institute of Technology in Bombay, to foster research into emerging areas while supporting deep tech startups. That was related to AI for some reason. A rescue mission is underway in the North Atlantic for a private tour submersible that went missing near the wreck of the Titanic with 5 people aboard. The vessel has a life support system that could sustain them for 96 hours, according to operator OceanGate Expeditions. Those on board include Hamish Harding, founder of investment firm Action Group, Shahzada Dawood and his son Suleiman, members of the most prominent business families in Pakistan. Again, that's the Titanic rescue. Or they were looking at the Titanic thing and then it got lost. Estonia approved same-sex marriage, overcoming opposition led by far-right to make the Baltic nation the first former Soviet republic to legalize such partnerships. The country of over 1.3 million joins the bulk of Western Europe in adopting same-sex marriage laws since the turn of the century. New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers is inviting fans to invest in his online sports database company through a crowdsourcing campaign. Rodgers and his co-founder, actor Ryan Rotman, have raised over $4 million so far and are hoping the campaign strategy will add an additional $1.5 million. New York gained 6 places to enter the world's top 5 most expensive cities to live in luxury. A Julius Baer report said that the strengthening dollar and rebound from pandemic saw the city jump from 11th place last year. Singapore took the top spot, with Hong Kong, Shanghai, and London also populating the top 5. Jess Stolle often turned to Jeffrey Epstein for advice on his salary negotiations at JP Morgan and help with his daughter's education. According to emails, which are part of an ongoing lawsuit, the correspondence detailed the depth of the 2 men's personal and professional relationship, and also that Epstein facilitated a meeting between Stolle and Prince Andrew. And then on this day in history, The Romans defeated Attila the Hun at the Battle of Catalonian Fields in 451 CE. While Attila was already pillaging Europe, the conflict was sparked when the emperor's sister sent him a ring and asked for help to escape an arranged marriage. Attila took this as a betrothal and demanded that Western Empire as her dowry. When Rome refused, he marched to claim his bride and land. Attila the Hun, yeah. Today is Attila the Hun Day. But then they killed him today. That's the day the Romans beat Attila the Hun. So I don't know. I'll take it. It's kind of cool. Not bad, you Attila the Hun. Huh? No? Okay. Anyways, but I still got some pre-market movers for you. Have no fear here. Lego. ALLG rises 4% after the company announced an agreement to sell compliance credits generated via their public charging stations in Germany to Esso Deutschland. Arcelix ACLX falls 12% after the biotech company said that the U.S. FDA has placed a clinical hold on their drug for treatment of patients with relapse or refractory multiple myeloma. Avis Budget Group CAR rises 3% after Morgan Stanley raised the recommendation on the stock to overweight from equal weight, noting that the car rental company's proven track record of managing fleet risk and keeping a lid on cost. Cano Health leadership could change and get focused back to operations, according to Truist. Shares of the healthcare company are up 21% pre-market on Tuesday. Coherent COHR gains 5% pre-market on course to extend their rally to a sixth straight session, with JP Morgan attributing the semiconductor device company's recent advance to expectation that it'll benefit from the accelerated AI cycle. Dice Therapeutics rises 38% pre-market, trading to $46.99, following news that Eli Lilly will begin a tender offer to buy the company for $2.4 billion. Nike dips 2% after Morgan Stanley says inventory problems could weigh on margins in the fourth quarter, even as the bank predicts sportswear brand will have mostly inline results. Palantir shares are down 1.7 after the data analyst software company is downgraded to outperform from a strong buy at Raymond James. Philip Morris shares rise 1.6 after Citi upgraded the tobacco company to buy from neutral. The broker opened a 3-month positive catalyst watch on the stock and expected an acceleration in trading momentum following a lackluster first quarter. And then SoFi extends losses pre-market after the stock slumped 10% on Friday, and Piper Sandler, Oppenheimer, and Bank of America downgraded the online personal finance company following its stock surge. Meanwhile, filings show several SoFi insiders sold shares in the company. Shares are down 3.5% post-market or pre-market. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Not bad. Dang, it's already 19? Oh, we're a little slow today. But that's good. We forgot the post, so that might balance it out. But Chattadonia, we got your news. You got a couple of the plays. I think we have a couple more plays, and we got to hear from the chat. And then welcome to Tuesday, Monday. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Make sure you like that video and get ready for another trading day,
Overall,
baby.
in blue is the number of construction jobs, and in white, the number of housing construction jobs. They've been very, very strong. And now look at the yellow line. That's the heavy and civil engineering jobs that are getting put in place by the IRA, the Infrastructure Act that Joe Biden passed. And we're seeing the kind of hiring that's still going on that is going to boost the economy and keep it stronger, perhaps, than people think, which leads us to this, and this is just a follow on from that chart there. These are lumber futures. Notice how they've been coming down, and now they're going back up again. Inflation could be sticky. So Jay Powell has to deal with Democrats saying, look at all those jobs that have been created, don't get rid of them, and Republicans saying, look at inflation, you got to do something to bring that down. What does Jay Powell say about both of those things? We'll see if he has anything more than he offered in his last press conference last week.
Michael McKee, you've been talking with a lot of different economists. You have a great intel into basically the zeitgeist of that field. How much do people believe that a pause was a mistake, that they should have hiked last week?
Probably got about 50-50. A lot of people think that the Fed has probably gone far enough because the cumulative response to all of the interest rate increases that they have done has yet to hit the economy. And then there are others who think that if you were going to raise rates, just do it, because dragging it out isn't going to help. If the economy really needs that additional 1 or 2 rate increases, sooner would be better. But right now we've got the skip. We look ahead to July and what they do then.
Michael McKee, thank you so much, as always. Still with us, Chanel Desai and Matt Miskin. Chanel, from your vantage point, what are you looking for to confirm or, frankly, to rebut your feeling that there is this stickiness that the Fed's going to have to...
I guess, but they were supposed to pause, but they paused. So we'll see. Chattadonia, good morning. Oh, what's up, Brian? Hey, Josh, that's my last name, Matilda the Hon. And good morning, Sharif. Let's go. Wake your ass up. So we've already gone through the news, Chad. We've gone through a lot of the pre-market movers. I forgot to do the post. We could blame the holiday. I don't know what's up with all these holiday weeks, man, but it's a short week. If you didn't know, it's already Tuesday. But Chattadonia, you're here. You're right here. You're right now. You already got to hear a lot of things in the morning, a lot of news. They didn't talk too much plays already. They were talking more about Powell. But tell me, Chad, what is your first play of the day? You're here in the chat. Post it in the chat, and let's get it popping. You only got like 5 minutes or 8 minutes left. What do we got? What's the first play of the day? What do we have? Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Beto calls. Apple calls, NVIDIA calls, morning, good morning, ES short, XLV, buy the open, Tesla calls, China, riot share, CLSK, ASH Air, 818, Tesla put, Jamie Monster, AI calls, ChargePoint, Dice calls, Tesla, SPY 433, Tesla puts, SYK, NVIDIA calls, PayPal calls, SPY call, Doge, Roblox calls, SPY puts, Tesla calls, EWZ, Baba calls, Nike Lawn, Tesla short, AI calls, SQQQQ, Apple calls, SoFi puts, Palantir calls, AAL calls, PayPal calls, 70, Baba calls, Neo shares, Nikolai Lawn, short in the regionals, KO puts, Tesla calls, Boeing calls, Holden Lucid, eyeing FedEx puts, HLGN, selling STX today. Good morning, Chad. FSR, SoFi puts, starting an LLC for window washing. Let's go. Microsoft calls, TZA, SPY puts. What is the Chad? Habibi Long, GameStop to the mood, charging port shares, Cody calls, Palantir, coin, screaming 10%, SEK, Euroshort, SOXS, Tesla calls, Comcast, holding tight, ES Scalp, Space Long, watching Bowen, Intel, Lunar calls, Jamie Monster, Attila Logs does, adding to the long term, Nikolai Longs, Uber, Qualcomm calls, Canopy growth. What else we got? Let's get the final plays. The final plays. Apple calls, SPY calls, inputs. Ford and Circle K puts. Adobe calls to the long term. UPS short. Apple calls, love covering the calls. Josh Joe, Jesus calls. And the final play. Wait for it. Tesla short by Battleborn. Let's go, baby. Good morning. There it is. What time it is? Perfect timing. Perfect timing. So those are your plays. I got a couple of other ones. Mine aren't too deep. We don't have a random. I might make a random play. So I forgot to do the random play yesterday, too. It's Tuesday. I might add one, but I'm going to be watching a lot of China plays, JD, Baidu, Baba. Again, a lot of upgrades, a lot of disappointing stimulus news, and a lot of activity from last week. So going to be watching that. AT&T, T-Mobile, AT&T CFO this morning. He said something about deliveries and iPhones going down. So they had all the telecommunication companies had a drop there. So watch out for them. ACLX, bad biotech data. I think they're down like 20% right now. So going to see how that one plays. That one could be a big mover there. Then Dice, they got bought out, but I think it was at $42. So if it goes below there, you might be able to flip it. Otherwise, that one might be over. Then Nike, watch consumer staples, and then they got that downgrade there on inventory. And then Intel, out of all the chip makers, I think NVIDIA and Intel are the ones doing the best. And in general, Intel is now at that breakout point. So we will see. But Chattadonia, we got 1 minute left. How do you feel? How do you feel? Those are the plays. We've gone through all of it. Honestly, kind of chill. Again, everybody's still waiting for Powell. The news was overseas. Again, everything from Europe. Then big story there with China's stimulus. Nothing too crazy. And everybody now asking, do we go higher from here or do we calm down? And that's pretty much where we're at. Then you have FedEx earnings. The UPS strike is July 31st, I believe. That's the deadline to figure out anything. We're ready, baby. We're ready. So any pressing questions? You got like 20 seconds. You got 20 seconds, and then it's game time, baby. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. All right. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Renee, you need some prayers? Oh, you've been out the hot. Yeah, let's go. Pray for Renee. That's better than a question right there. We got you, Renee. Let's go. Let's go. And it's game time now. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody that has served this country. God bless you and thank you for your service. Even the families, God bless all of your guys' sacrifice, and I hope you know you're appreciated. And shout out to the veterans, baby, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local community, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the coaches, the nonprofits, anybody giving back and doing something for somebody else. I hope you know you're appreciated as well too, baby, and keep that up. But we love you, we thank you, shout out the vets, shout out everybody giving back. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah, let's go. Uh-oh, is he down? Horn down already? Oh, man, let's go, baby. The Jets have been sent. And the Jets have been sent in breaking news right now. The Department of Justice charges Hunter Biden with federal tax and weapons offenses. That is now being confirmed by CNN and the Associated Press. Right there. So 2 minutes before the bell. Yes, that's coming out right now. That is confirmed and breaking. Confirmed news and breaking about I almost called him Donald Trump. Hunter Biden with a federal tax and weapons offenses. Department of Justice. Hunter, I think he's going to be pleading guilty too, it says. Hunter Biden to plead guilty to federal charges. And then the breaking news, DOJ charges Hunter with federal tax and weapons offenses. Disney, I don't know, bro. I don't know if this is Disney. Disney's crazy, actually. Disney is crazy. I met a guy over the weekend. He got fired from Disney yesterday. Or 2 days ago. He was so mad. He was like, hey, somebody said something about Disney, and he was like, I just got laid off. I was part of the 7,000. He said Disney right now is like, he said if you've ever seen an episode of Succession, he said that's what it feels like at Disney right now. Hungry, key rate. That's bullish. But yeah, Disney, they got earnings in a little bit. Again, you have FedEx and UPS, and we only have 30 seconds. So, Chad, hit that thumbs up button. Call out any plays. If you got any questions, let me know. We'll try to source whatever we can, and let's have a good day. Let's have a good day. Call out anything if you see it. 20 seconds remaining. Up 100% pre-market. Good luck, good luck. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. There you go. Again, and then PayPal, them selling off that little thing was actually really good news. So keep that one in mind. EVLO. Important. Lots of ETFs had dividends. Almost all XLs and KRE. Very, very good to know. Nomura rejected by Supreme Court on lying conviction. So a couple headlines there. Again, Disney opened up pretty low. I don't know what's happening with them. If anything's happening right now, it's going to be chip makers or transports. Again, FedEx, UPS. FedEx has earnings. Again, China plays as well, too. Oh, yeah. Can I do that? Can I make a random play? So, again, we didn't do a random play, but, like, can Josh get a pick? I have one. I have a random play I want. TLT again. Bonds are all over the place. You're gonna have to see. So again, right now, like the bonds, they were down and then they were up. Again, there's even a pretty big gap between the 2-year and 10-year right now. And then SPY's down 0.4. We'll check the levels. Says NASDAQ's down 2. It won't log me in. Apple red to green. Let me see. PayPal pop. Again, PayPal had really, really big news. That's the thing that's good for them there. Okay, let me see. All right, I did a random play. So the random play was selected by Josh Answers. He comments on the watch list every day, Monday through Friday. He actually posts the watch list pretty decently, consistently. So I think we'd select him. And what he chose for the random play was a Alibaba December 165 call for 90 cents. That's the random play, not a recommendation. That's it. Alibaba basis. AT&T maintains full-year free cash flow forecast. Remember, they had guidance. Again, PayPal is at 67 right now. Again, Tesla's even up here. I need to check the levels. NVIDIA is doing good. So is Intel. And then SPY's at 43.88. So just remember all of these levels when we worked our way up. It's actually pretty decent support still at the higher end. Again, SPY been moving straight up here. Everything's still red. XOM's on the low. Let's check. Yeah, 0.5. So I think everything's right. ES is down the most. NASDAQ's coming up too. Apple's on the high. What's the Baba strike? I think it's a 160, 165. Again, not just a random play. And then I'd keep an eye out. Again, Baba's already at the low. NVIDIA's going up. Tesla is also moving. You said gold down. PayPal's going up there. Again, PayPal's actually doing really good. And then SPY. I mean, SPY's already recovered half. NASDAQ is about to go green. AMD's on the high now. Apple. Again, chip makers, not all of them were too hype or were too hot in the morning. So now they're getting a little bit more aggressive. RFK. There's Baba, Baidu. Baidu actually went up. Because, again, Morgan Stanley, they said they liked Baidu the most. And then all the other ones got clapped. AMD and chipmaker still going up there. Unity, JD's coming down. Apple climbing. Virgin Galactic up 25. Pinduoduo starting to climb right there. Tesla again. Tesla and Coinbase. Tesla's actually on fire. And then SPY's near the high. Tesla running. AI's up 5%. They're popping. I think Amazon. And then I just saw Neo and then Palantir's on the high too. Even McDonald's. Yeah, Amazon's going up. They're still down a quarter. Palantir's up 1% right now. Even Zoom is going up. Again, and then the bonds are just ripping. How many do I have? Okay. I want to get rid of 4. Oh, damn. I got scammed in that process. I do want to buy something, but I kind of just got scammed there. So we'll have to see. Buying AbiVi. I was actually just looking at AbiVi too. We will see. I guess I could always get back into the bill if I end up not buying it right now. We'll see. Buying, but I sold out of bill. I just sold some bill cash to get some movement. Let me see. How much can I do? And then we're going up. Tesla's still moving up there. That's round 2. Palantir. I'm trying to see this. All right, let's hit it. I got scammed, though, in taking out the cash. It already bounced on me. But I'm down with it. Some of you are going to banish me when I tell you this. So don't banish me. I made a long-term play. Very excited. It's small, though. It's small, though, this time. Again, the problem I have with it is, although I wish we could, I wanted to use that capital to build a bigger position. This is kind of an old position. Let me see. Oh, Tesla, that'd be crazy, huh? Deflation. We'll talk deflation. I mean, I think that's the number one thing you'd be worried about, but we really haven't seen it too much yet. Kind of old. I'm surprised. Usually you guys know exactly what I bought right when I buy it. So usually right when I buy something, everybody in the chat, you already know exactly what it is. Again, it already moved up. I think we could get it lower, so I left a little bit of change on there. But we'll see. We will see. But Chad, do not trade this. This is not a recommendation. Oh, actually, did it not even send it to your long-term alerts yet? You should have got them. Yeah, there they are. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed Disney. It is Disney. I grabbed 51 shares on the big account. And then 4 shares on the small account. Yeah, Disney. That's what I said. Some of you may banish me, but it's okay. I think it could go down a little bit lower there, but, I mean, on the year, it's pretty low. And then, again, next quarter, we should be getting their dividend. My man, secession vibes. Yeah, I like the secession vibes. And then we were talking about it on Friday. I mean, I wanted it literally, so I was just going to buy it here, and then it popped by the time I sold out of my bill. So they just scammed me on it. Really, without the divvy. The divvy's coming. That's why I'm assuming it, but if not, then I'll get clapped. But either way, I mean, it's still Disney. But yeah, it's definitely it's a new old position. We didn't buy Disney for a while. Market cap stock wise, how much is it going to be worth? We don't know. That's the only problem. That's why I said I've been waiting for it, and that's where we kind of wanted the details, but I think it's down like 10% now since. So again, even from the last like divvy thing, so really price, hopefully another 10% too will alleviate pain, but I think we're going to try to lead into it. That's it. Is oil still down? It was a little bit. Again, Disney's already coming straight down. So again, that bill scam got me on extra 50 cents. And then Nvidia's at 433. Then Carvana's going up. Alibaba, they're just getting murdered right now, down 4. Baidu's doing a little bit better. But then JD and Pinduoduo, they got murked too. Swedish krona falls to record low against the euro. The previous price on the old Disney shares was like 140. So that was when they paid a dividend. That was in like 2019. So again, we bought one share of Disney like way back in the day. So it's not as if it's not like Disney's a new position. It's new for the big account, but the small account, we bought that one Disney share in 2020. Now like 145. So hopefully it balances out. Again, I would have liked to add to something else, but we've talked Disney a while here, so unless I wanted to get, I think the only thing cheaper now is Walgreens and 3M. So might as well throw in a little bit of growth and divvy. I bought Disney because Frozen was dope. Sister's account. I haven't been able to access it, but I did the math. It would have been up like 30-something%, unfortunately. But that's, I guess, the live look lesson. If you don't, stay with it. NVIDIA, Microsoft. Again, Microsoft coming down a little bit. NVIDIA trying to climb into the high. A lot of the China names have already been knocked right around here, so keep that in mind. Netflix is back on the high. MP Dub. I forgot about MP Dub. She ignoring it? Nah, she's kind of like me. She's just like, okay, I'll do it. And then she just never does it. And then I don't talk to her for like another 2 weeks, and then I see her again. And then she'll be like, did you watch this show? I'm like, what? No, I'm not still holding Kroger. We flipped that out. Overstock. I don't know if they're buying BBBY, but they are the stalking horse bidder. Are we going up a little bit here? Qualcomm new lows. SPY again right at VWAP. Amazon went green a little bit ago. Now you have CRM and Google. CRM's up 0.3. Again, Microsoft was still red. Google's up 0.5 right now. Meta's even in the green. Even Netflix at 11? Whoa. Or what's the high? Was it 1140? Yeah, okay. I thought it was 1040. Baba getting hammered. No, not an MPAA either. Disney. SMCI on the high. I'm in Cabo enjoying the fruits of my short term. Enjoy it, baby. Get a good tan. I hope you feel blessed. And what time is it over there? Yeah, you sleep in, dog. Sleep in. Netflix 440. Yeah, Netflix. That I don't know. I think 460 is the 52-week high. I forgot what it did last week. Coca-Cola, decent sized candle. So there's a value play for you. But Coke just got a big pop. Walmart as well too. on Texas Roadhouse. I haven't looked into their whole debt situation. I like their bread, though. They're very good bread. The Netflix One Piece? No, I have not. Yeah, SBF, they dropped like 5 charges on SBF, and some people are thinking that he'll be able to get a plea bargain for the rest of the charges, and then Donald Trump's trial will start faster than SBF's. Fun fact. Calls on the bread. Yeah, bro, that Texas Roadhouse bread is fire. NVIDIA candle. Again, Coca-Cola, Walmart, a couple of value plays. They just started going up there. Again, actually, only thing green right now is discretionary, staples, and tech is barely green. Energy's down 1.7. Material and real estate down 1.4. Utilities down 0.8. So there's a lot of things getting clapped right there. And then SPY right at VWAP. Uber on the high ticker. Roblo at 42. Amazon still going. Yeah, Uber's coming up, but still in the red. Where's B&B? B&B's red. They were green in the morning. And then SPY's still catching volume. Disney's at the low. CRM was melting up earlier. They're still doing it. And Amazon. And now MasterCard. So again, we see other days. MasterCard, Visa, PayPal, Square. They kind of just all do their thing. Googly, Tesla. Again, SPY still at VWAP. Couple of tech names on the high right now. I have not checked volume yet. Unity up 2. Volume's only 5.9 million. I mean, we just opened. It's only been like 18 million, but it seems kind of low. And then Tesla. Shopify's on the high. DV. Yeah, Shopify's up 2. Now Google again. Again, Meta's actually not even that active. Meta's like break even right here. Yeah, Roblo keeps going. Roblo and then Uber is about to go green. Roblo's up by 0.8 right now. Uber down 0.5. Banks bright red. United on the low. Regional's down 1.3. Yeah, XLF's down 0.8. NVIDIA, Tesla, Melly. Why Disney? I know it's not it's not the political climate for Disney, but the price is just low. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? It's just this is a price thing. That's all it comes to. It's a price, potential dividend. You know, we started with 1 deposit, and then that's it. Or I guess a deposit and a half. Roblo volume non-existent. MO's on the low. Duolingo on the high. Intel did flip, which is interesting. And now Uber, another candle. SPY's trying to go green. Again, NASDAQ just flipped green by 0.10. Dow's down 0.5. A lot of energy. Materials, utilities down, and then SPY still down by 0.28. DeSantis won't let Disney succeed. That's a ceiling on them. I mean, how long was DeSantis there? Like in Florida? Dice, oh, damn, that thing's $4 above the price. So that's the one that Eli Lilly bought out. Started with deposits, now we hit. Started with 1 deposit, now the whole long team hit. Yeah, DeSantis has served Florida since 2012 in the 6th district on the House of U.S. Representatives. And then since 2019, he's been the 46th governor. So Disney's had a run there with him. So I don't think he'll be the thing that kills him. Unfortunately. Yeah, honestly, I don't even think DeSantis is the problem with Disney. I think they have a lot of things in terms of blowing money on the streaming. I like Bob Iger, though. I'm a big fan of Mr. Iger. Disney is the only thing holding back Disney. Dude, NVIDIA still. MasterCard keeps going. It's weird, though. Some of the other chip makers are on the low now. So, like Micron and Qualcomm and then Intel. Unity went from up 3 to red. Open door. Tesla, Microsoft. Man, what time is it? It's still, bro, it's only been 30 minutes. That's crazy. You did your first gold refining? Turned 18K gold into 24 karat gold? Whoa. I mean, you stick it in the fire, right? How do you do that? That's actually wicked. I've never done anything close to that. I've seen it. I think I've seen the jeweler do stuff, but I don't know if that was purification. Yeah, it's only been 22 minutes. Honestly, I mean, right now, and the only thing green is discretionaries by 0.67. So it's a pretty down day. You've got it a decent bid here at the cash open, but this little pressure here to start, you know, do we go down or not? It's kind of weighing here. I mean, this is like the lowest level we've been at so far since breaking the 4,300s. Or breaking 40. Actually, no, you didn't even go below 4,300. So right now we're barely right below 4,400 by 5 points. Schedule for the week. Just Powell. It's just all, check the Fed website. You'll see all of this scheduling. But really just Jerome Powell, Bank of England. They're going to do a rate hike. That could have some effect. China stimulus already disappointed. And then really just Jerome Powell and the fun bunch. I remember see the long term. I think the latest, it's on the YouTube channel, on the members post. I actually need to update it now that I've added Disney. I could do that right now for you. And then let's see if we come down and watch it. The bonds hit a high because, again, bonds are running early in the morning. The gap between the two has been a little bit weird. Yeah, Latin America. Remember, we were just talking emerging markets on one of the watch lists. It was ever since then, because that's where the word was going around pretty much, is like we're getting bullish as, like, again, U.S. stocks hit a bull market. People are feeling good about the rate hike or lack thereof, but everybody was starting to look at emerging markets next. They're saying, well, hey, if there wasn't a recession, things aren't that bad. If things are doing good in the States, they're like, well, next thing is going to be overseas, and now emerging markets have a lot more to go. If you were on low income, what would be your stocks to buy? I would be buying the exact same things I'm buying now. Maybe honestly, maybe I would speculate a little less if I had, you know what I'm saying? So it's like if I only had the small account and I didn't have the big one, and that account I did speculate less on. I would gamble less. I would find more quality, but I would be buying the same place. I'd be buying Disney. I'd be buying everything I already have. Is the real estate course for Cali same? No updates to it. It should be. There might be some more like recent changes, so that it might be a little dated, but that is the cheat sheet for Cali. Yeah, Amazon's looking really good. So SPY's coming down now. You're below VWAP. This is like the second lowest you've been. You are below 4,400 now. First time since Thursday. Again, we broke through it on Thursday. So next level, 43.88. Then next one, 43.72. Then back to 43.50, but still a lot of cushion. Get this for you. You believe in buying protective puts? Just all depends. You know, that's sadly, I mean, you used to be able to answer that question a lot easier because prices were so low. Biden supports his son Hunter as he rebuilds his life, says White House aide. It's a rebuild story. Now we're talking. All you judgmental pricks. He needed to rebuild his life this whole time. Yeah. Now what? Just like that. What? He's a good kid. He's a good kid. Just different life circumstances. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that's just what happened. Not everybody gets pushed to that lifestyle of 15 hookers and then videotaping it. What? I didn't say that. I did. I swear I didn't. What? I'm just getting you the long term right now, so hold on. I'm sorry. Hunter's 50 years old. Well, listen, man, we all go at our own pace, okay? We all go at our own pace, man. You're 50 years old. Shut the fuck up. Allegedly. What? Shout out Jason. What's up, Jason? God bless you. Jason, I'm about to post the long term, Jason. So shout out to Jason. And shout out to Jason's friend who bought him. We love you, Mitchell. But you guys got to get the long term, okay? So I'm about to post it here. I could drag and drop images from my computer. I hope this works. Does it work? CEIX on the high. Again, SPY here still near the lows. Where do you post? I would like try to post it on my Instagram, and then we got the website, and then again 3 years later, a lot of things happen. We just don't update it as much, and then if we go on like a 7-month process of not buying a play, so my latest place I've actively posted it has been on the YouTube segment. Does this work? It doesn't even show the tickers. This is stupid. Hold on. It didn't work. Why is copper? Probably with everything going on with emerging markets. SPY's about to go lower. Fubo on the low. You see, I had to take it. It didn't have the tickers. Yeah, everything is there. I mean, again, we opened up lower. You had a cash bid, and then now it's just starting to turn around here. But we're finally breaking below 4,300 or 4,400. So this is your next level, 4,387. So this is the lowest since Thursday. You got to click the picture to make it. Oh, so you guys saw it? Did that picture work? I thought I just got the wrong photo. I thought I need to make it like smaller. No news here today. Again, the only thing, if there was any news, it was disappointing China data. That would probably be the only thing I could say was on the list. Yes, new low. Yeah, bonds are even breaking out here too, but stocks have moved a little bit more, it looks like. Yeah. So right now stocks are down 0.5. NASDAQ is matched up more with the 10-year. All right, I'm going to post the thing. Tell me if you see it. I don't know. Because it's still like, the preview is weird of it. Oh, there it is. All right. Silver back to 23. Where was it at the other day? There was something with silver. I think they were up when gold was going down. Okay. Reload zone. See gold 1941. That's still holding. Bonds are catching first red here now as we're at the bottom. The Tesla didn't even come down. There's AbbVie now on the high. And then check it. Tell me if you guys can see it. So if you go on, so if you just go on the channel here, and then there should be community tab. Yeah, if you come there, yeah, it shows up. I think. Does it? Yeah, but you should be able to see the long term. There's a bunch of photos. Post confirm. All right, we're good to go. We good to go. A lot of things on C-Web on the low. What is that? And then that looked like Oracle, but it's CRCL. Dow Jones free fall. Dow Jones is down a lot. I mean, there's only two things green right now. Consumer discretionary is up by 0.3, and then staples are break even. Everything else is doing very, very bad. Again, energy and real estate and materials are down almost 2%. Energy is right below 2% right now. Devon Energy on the low. Space on the high. They're up 10% again. I think they went crazy on Friday. Again, Tesla was not dropping at all. They've held up there. Uber came down. Bonds, they had that little candle, but they're still elevated as we are near the lows. THS, Treehouse Foods. Why'd you buy Disney? Came down a little lower again. I wanted like $88 was like the price. That was their latest low. But Disney, we've talked about it. We've been saying, if anything, that would be one we'd buy this year as they plan to release their dividends. So it's ahead of their quarter. I mean, earnings are in like a month and a half, 2 months, but I believe this will be the quarter they announce their dividends. So just getting ahead of it. You think it's good at 90? Well, I think it's better at 90 than at any other price, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like, there's a lot of names, just like, we've watched a lot of things that we bought on the lows. It's like I like them at those prices, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the best price. But it's just looking at it comparatively, it's better than paying some of the higher prices that you've seen on some of these names. So yeah, I could confirm better than 90 than 140, 100%. That's kind of how I feel about it. So I think it could go lower, and I think they have a lot of things, and we'll see where the dividend's at. They still have premium, but I mean, this is like 2013 prices, so I'm kind of down. But no divvy until they announce it. I get behind it, especially if they bring back the divvy. I really want the divvy. That's the main thing, but it's finally came down a lot. It's not like, it's Disney. We all know the name we're talking about. And I mean, I'll just be real with you, like everything, it's kind of my hedge on society. So that's fine. We're just like, you guys are like, it's too woke, it's too this, it's too that. But it's like, hey, if the woke fails, then great. It's great for the world. But if it doesn't, then at least I'll own the shares. And then when Disney owns your life, we have a hedge. So that's, what I'm saying? You just balance it out. Balance it out with what that's it. Like, I don't smoke cigarettes, but I own Altria. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if society it goes that way, it'll suck, but at least long term we'll get it. The Naira is getting clobbered. Again, they even, I think they cut interest rates today. Win-win, yeah, exactly. Amen. What happens if Disney does what Netflix is doing? I mean, the stock will go up, but they're kind of, that's the thing that sucks. I like Disney before they started competing with Netflix. So I think it's like before they got into the whole Disney Plus thing, and even though it's made them money and it's been decent, I like them as a just straight movie and park play rather than streaming. So the password sharing stuff could do it, but they won't do that till later because they need people. That's their thing. They're trying to do it all. They're trying to get into that space. Why build? Yeah, it's because Netflix had the deal of a lifetime from them. You gotta realize that they there was a period where Netflix, nobody was buying that licensing content but Netflix. So Netflix robbed them, got these 10-year licensing agreements, and that's what built all of the Netflix streaming. So they just didn't want to throw all of their movie stuff to waste. They didn't want to license anymore, so they spent all that money to create it. AT&T says they're developing a generative AI tool for employees. AT&T generative AI for employees. Generative AI. So that's just like a chat bot for their employees. AI tech support, yes. VMware on the high. And then Bond still holding, but SPY's trying to bounce here. ATMU on the high. It looks like UMMU. Baba, it's the AI. I mean, again, literally, there was a huge Morgan Stanley report, and it came out last night, and they said everything I've told you about AI in China. And then they were saying Baidu is the number one way to get linked with China AI and all the developments. And Baba was linked in it too, but then Baba and all of them are down right now because of the lack of stimulus. So a lot of those China names got bid up on on stimulus hopes, and then it came in today and it was weak. But other than that, I think AI and then China. AI China play, like I told you guys that last week. I was just saying, if AI is going to be real, it's not going to fucking be a chatbot. It's going to be changing the manufacturing industrial landscape of emerging markets. So that's what I believe in China. I think China is getting really good with that. So in a weird way, China AI play is what I'm looking for. Seduce SPY, pretty aggressive here off the bottom. Did you ever post? Yeah. We posted it on the member section. So if you go here, you go to the channel, just like the stock market live, and then you go to community, and then you should see the post. Should have all of the positions, then you'll be good to go. Sound back towards highs, 370. I forgot about that one. We still have that. But some of the smaller AI plays, they haven't gotten like excited yet. Bonds are coming up too. Long term looking like a mountain. Amen. I'm excited about it. It's very humbling. And then like we said though, you know, it's here today. We'll see where it is. So just stick to the plan. You know, you'll watch the movements and it looks nice. Sometimes it looks sad, but you know, we've gone through a big period so far. And I think this is, it's like one of the fastest paces of long-term gains since like 2021. So that's why I just be cautious and, you know, be prepared for fluctuation. Coming in high. Yeah, sounds up there. Again, new high on the bonds right now. I mean, I want to say like Tesla and Nvidia are your things doing the best. There's only, again, consumer discretionary, only thing green. The total margin, there's no margin on that account. So the big account, I have literally zero margin because it's the second account. The small account has margin turned on, but I don't really use. I think right now I have like maybe $50 of margin. So it shouldn't, but there shouldn't be any margin on it. Yeah, so this one should have, this one has margin, the other one doesn't. German yield 10-year falls 11 basis points, set for biggest drop since April. Do you fear margin? No. But it's good to not have it. I mean, you know, in the saying, like if you look at your long term and all of that is like, that's all cash positions. That's stuff you own. So like that's all your money. There's no real risk, dollar for dollar. We don't have to really worry about it, but it's just all cash, Habibi, all cash transaction. And then sound again, bonds keep creeping up here. SoundHound's still moving up there. NVIDIA is still holding. Again, a couple names green. Mostly every industry is in the red right now. But we are still coming now towards the lows. You are below 4,300 now, or below 4,400, 4,387. This is the level, and we are breaking it once again. I don't have any China plays in the long term, no. I have Baba's shares that I'm flipping. That's about it. Is PayPal sounds going up, SPY new low, and then another high here on the bonds. If you were the Flash, what stock would you get? I would get McDonald's. If I could go back in time, McDonald's is like the OG, obvious, or Berkshire Hathaway. But besides going back in that time, I would have bought what I bought when I was a kid. Amazon, Facebook, Google, Meta, all of those guys. That's all you needed. Maybe Tesla. 4,400 and we flush. Well, let's see here now. Again, you're starting to break this level pretty big. Your first time in the last couple days. And just remember, last week you had no red days. Remember, we were on 7. Friday was your only red day. Other than that, it was green every single day. So right now, next level will be 4,350. Or I think 43.72 is where you fill the gap. NVIDIA with a red candle as well, too. Lord, forgive me. I shorted NVIDIA. 50 shares. 50 shares. 50 shares. 429. I shorted 50 shares in NVIDIA. Lord, protect me. I know. Or 299. Yep, it's scary. May the force be with you. Welcome back, Josh. Welcome. Nice to meet you. I'm good. Good to be home. Good to be home. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, Tuesday. But I need to go to the bathroom. So I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I hope you know you're blessed. And I will be right back. Okay? I'll be right back.
Do the bulls chase
Follow me on
next? It's our way
Instagram
of
at
kind
the
of
Trading
finding out
Fraternity.
what the next
Amen.
catalyst is if the bull market's for real. Joining us now is Ethan Devitt, Moneta Chief Investment Officer. I understand we're down a little bit today, but what do the bulls chase next?
Next, I think they leave the shores of the US and start looking at emerging markets, at developed markets, all those areas that have been so unloved and have essentially underperformed the US for one of the longest streaks now since records began. Because if we look outside the US, we're looking at perhaps a weakening US dollar now if the Fed pauses and is slower going forward. We're not seeing any sign of pausing elsewhere, apart from China that's going the other direction. So if the dollar is looking weaker, even better time to be outside.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ethan, I'm assuming it depends where in EM, right? If you're exposed to China, do you want to avoid those markets right now?
China is the one kind of problem spot in EM right now. It's the one question our clients ask us about all the time. There are various political reasons one might not want to be in China. Obviously, its emergence from COVID has been very disappointing. We've seen them drop their rates there just to stimulate some growth. So China would perhaps be the one problem area, but there's still a burgeoning consumer in China, and all those countries around that are going to be supplying into that. So I do see some real interest in that. And also the fact that Europe has been somewhat overlooked for the best part of a decade now in terms of where the multinational companies making solid products that are key to the consumer, they've been overlooked. So I actually see that the bull will start to turn their attention there. Bulls are early movers, though, and the mainstream kind of middle of the road investor, I see them perhaps playing catch up.
Well, I have a couple things to break down with that, but one is just the consumer point, because it feels like the U.S. consumer in some ways is very different than other consumers. One, we cut a lot of checks to people during COVID. Two, you had the refi craze and the housing market. If you have 30-year fix under 3% and you were able to refi, you have a lot of money extra a month in ways that other countries aren't going to have. So can we make the case the U.S. consumer here is going to be different?
Definitely the U.S. consumer is more resilient, I believe, because of those factors you pointed out. Other countries also got stimulus payments during COVID, but they're perhaps dealing with more persistent inflation today, higher energy prices, and that they clearly don't have as much perhaps discretionary expenditure. But I do think the consumer all around is generally quite buoyant, more buoyant than we've expected. We've seen that recession can be kicked down the road.
The recession can. All right, you're going lower. Again, this is the first time breaking in a while. I mean, the attitude last week was green, 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 green. And then all of a sudden now we are not green. So I think this is your biggest down day in a while, at least from last week. I don't even think you dropped anywhere near this. So you got one more gap to fill, 43.72. You're back to where we did, again, Thursday, Friday alone, you did almost 100 points. So we've given up about 3/4 of that now as we are making our way downtown. Okay, man, downtown. 6 months ago when bonds pumped and rates dumped, that was bullish. Does the market want to see rates continued up? Well, no. I mean, it's that what you're seeing is the effery with the bond market and Powell. So again, in the beginning of the year, it was bullish when the bond yields were climbing or when they were coming down because everybody thought there was going to be a no landing. So everybody was pricing in Powell was going to not raise rates and then eventually cut, and then all of the SVB and then the economic stuff came in, but then it was SVB that started altering rate cut odds once again. So there's just a lot going on there, but right now I just think you can't go too high or too low without upsetting equities more or less. Palantir, pop and drop. Apple's a little lower. Legend, LEGN. Legend Biotech, this thing's on the high. Abivai's on the high. SPY is going lower. Palantir pop. No, Palantir came down. Boeing, Affirm. Again, you even had the Paris Air Show. I thought Boeing would do a little better. Legend does sound familiar. LEGN. I think it was a runner last week. I want to say it was one of those 200 percenters. Yeah, or I guess that was a couple weeks ago. It went crazy, but SPY's slowly melting down now. Again, 4374 now. You are about to fill the gap here, 4372, and then you're just back to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday now. That's actually crazy. Again, when you look at the chart, Thursday, Friday produced most of the gains, but it was like Monday ramp, and then breaking out of Tuesday range, but now you're right back here. HNW. Yeah, Euro close. We'll find out. Because it wasn't like there was too much bad news overnight. It was just the lack of China stimulus, more or less. But you're still going lower again now. We're starting to fill all the gaps. NVIDIA. NVIDIA's actually not dropping that much. It's a flush. Well, let's see. Where's oil, too? 4371. So you've now filled last Thursday's gap. Even oil, damn. Oil's back down to 70. Yeah, so everything's getting clapped. Again, I think the only thing green right now is discretionaries. Nope. Staples, they were. Staples are best on the day, but they're still down 0.81 or 0.18. Bound. SMMT is on the high. Disney's still at the low. Tractor Supply, TSCO on the low. 1.2. Caterpillar's down 1.5. HD, they were green, and then they flip red. Walmart 2. Target 1.26. Legend, again, LEGN. It's a biotech play. We've seen it run a couple of times. It's not up too much, but when a lot of things on the red ticker, that's one of the only ones. Getty, decent pop. Remember they had a fake activist offer a couple weeks ago. And then Regen's on the high as well, too. A little bounce on the S&P. Oh, yeah, I forgot about. Dude, the housing data. Dude, the real estate data came in this morning. 21% month over month or year over year on housing starts. It's actually insane. Or where was it? It was, month over month building permits are 5%. And then housing starts month over month are 21%. No, extremely hot. I'm shocked. Dude, real estate is not that's like one of the biggest month-over-month prints, I believe, since 2015 or even 2014. So that means that month-over-month housing print was bigger. It was bigger than any month in 2020, 21, and 22. So nothing, you haven't even seen housing starts like that since any of this recent bubble in real estate has started. It's going to hurt when they can't sell them because interest rates are so high. Well, that's kind of the problem because that's I told you about it earlier, but a lot of people are bringing it up now. The builders don't have the interest rate problem. So the average new build has an interest rate of like 5% versus like 7.5% for a normal mortgage. So the builders can offer their own loans, and they're able to offer them at a substantial discount. So it's like if you're worried about interest rates, go get a new home because they'll give you a discount on the interest rate. But then you pay a higher premium for the property. But it's been working out. Yeah, decent volume again. That little, you had 3 minutes and not going down. You could have held here, but you're hitting another low. 4371. So 4371, 4375 was the high of Tuesday. And then I think you get like support 4360, but realistically 4358. So again, it's almost like 10, 20 points here to the next level. And so far, all you've done is sell. We have Euro close in an hour. So, still very early in the day, only 1 hour in. I don't think volume's even that active. 14 million, it's decent. Why Disney buy? I think it's a good price, and it's a good household name. Microsoft down 1.5. I think Apple was selling earlier, but they're in the green. Yeah, everything's red. I mean, it's weird because like all of last week was about how bullish things are, and then you have this long weekend, and then you wake up, everyone's like, can it last? But everything is selling off today. It's not there's no safe haven. I mean, bonds are the only thing catching a bid, but we're gonna find out if this actually if this is gonna hold, because it's not. The other days it's been like, oh, is that a rotation? Oh, this that, but today it's like everything is down, and then your energy, materials, real estate are just getting hammered. So 4369 low of the day. You're trying to bounce a little bit off of it. Again, bonds still climbing up here, 2 to 10. I think the bad China stimulus is part of it, and then again, everybody just anticipating what Jerome Powell is going to say. So because you have to be realistic about it. You have Jerome Powell twice today, but what is he going to say? Do you know? I feel like you should know. That's why I think it's obvious why we're we're hitting the air brakes a little bit, because again, you have Jerome Powell and a bunch of Fed speakers, but with your knowledge, with your education so far, what do you think Powell is going to say? You know what I'm saying? So, and then how do you think that will affect markets? It's not today. It's tomorrow, excuse me. Tomorrow and then Thursday. Lucid's on the low. Baidu's on the low. Data dependent. Yeah, exactly. He's going to say data dependent, and he's probably going to drive home they're going to try to drive home the concept that they're going to raise rates again, and playing this little game of what he did last time. So that being, I mean, pretty much if they were that hawkish last time, we're expecting hawkish speakers, and then we're going to see, though, because if he's the same amount of hawkishness, though, I think the bonds and stocks will keep doing what we've just been dealing with already. I bought Disney shares for the long term. I did. Yes, it's in front of the Senate and House committees. I think he might be tempted to throw some blue tie attitude. Well, we'll see. I mean, again, we'll see if the Jackson Hole Powell comes out, but I don't know. I don't think we're ever going to see Jackson Hole Powell until something big happens and we need it, if that makes any sense. Meta, big red. Baba's even at the low. I think even Disney just took a low too. Yeah. Jackson Hole Powell that's last year when he was really aggressive. Like pretty much the bond market was refusing to listen to Powell. Then he came on during his speech, and it was his most hawkish speech ever, and it dropped the market substantially ever after that speech. So ever since then, we haven't seen Jerome Powell take on this attitude where he is scared of financial conditions or trying to talk them down. So I don't know if he'll be that bearish as people are expecting, but that's what we are kind of in. We're anticipating pushback this week with Powell, given that the FOMC just happened. Let's see. Yeah, the NVIDIA short, we're up $2 on that. AMD. Even Tesla came down. Micron and Intel. Jackson Hole was 2022. So Jackson Hole is less than a year ago. I mean, again, the yield curve inverted less than a year ago. We're 11 months. Then again, SPY still at the low. Microsoft hitting another low. Again, NVIDIA is still in the green, but a lot of the other chip makers are down. Now Oracle hitting the red, and then Chevron, again, energy is just one of the worst here today. Ozempic maker sues spas and clinics selling custom-made versions. Novo sued several medical spas and weight loss clinics and wellness clinics, saying they illegally were selling custom-made versions of Ozempic and other company medicines to people trying to shed pounds. Okay, NVIDIA bounced a little bit. Again, even the SPY here too, and that's like your first little drop here on some of those names, or on the bonds. Jackson, what? Jackson, how? We are going to see, though. So this is Powell in front of Congress. He probably won't go full Jackson hole. And then again, I mean, we haven't seen Powell do that in a very long time. But we're going to see. It's just however he talks, if he brings out the hawkishness or not, that will do a lot. So Tesla a little bit off the bottom. Abivi's going up too. Tesla and NVIDIA look like they're going hand in hand. Today I think we get Fed Bullard and Fed Williams, I believe. And then bonds taking some big candles here, at least on the 10-year. So that's your first one. First little bounce here and first red candles on the bonds. PayPal. Novo's down on that. And Abivi's been... Actually, damn, Abivi's still red. I thought they were going green by now. And there is our Disney. Thank you, Disney. Am I going to cover my NVIDIA? Not yet. I'll give it a little bit of time. We had $2 a share there. Now I'm up $1. Baba bounce. That one will be big again. I like Baba here. Just how all of them have been playing. Boeing's on the low. I just grabbed NVIDIA shorts on the shares. Oh, wow. About to hit 7. That's actually crazy if wheat goes there. So watch out. SPY coming down a little bit lower. Again, you got a couple of those China names moving. Got out of the short? No. I'm looking at China names now. Manu's on the low. They're running Microsoft, Palantir. Again, SPY and bonds moving around a little bit. Arch Coal on the high. Okay. Could work. Tell me, AVTR on the high. Making spot puts free. Indeed. Again, I think Powell will be our biggest driver, all the Fed speakers. So I think you're going to get a lot of opportunities to make things both free and play a lot of back and forth. Just remember, there's going to be, just watch out for Powell hawkishness, but then there's going to be one asshole on the Fed. Even though their dot plots are all higher, there's going to be one bullish asshole. So Powell should be tomorrow at, what's it called? Should be at like 10 a.m. tomorrow, I think. Just right in the morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. So even like 30 minutes right after the bell. Bostic. It'll be one of them. Just it'll probably be Waller or one of the voting members. So just remember, just don't forget about that little, where that was like end of the year last year. It was like remember that Bostic pump? Or that was the beginning of this year, where you had the Bostic pump and the Bostic dump. Just, it's very real. So just keep in mind, I mean, you're going to get a lot of the flip-flop in terms of the speakers. And then SPY hasn't hit a low there. Again, bonds are moving. AbiVi is now gone green. Everything is still in the red. Staples are doing the best, but they're still down 0.12 right now. Oh my, isn't that crazy? Bro, I forgot. Bostic on Friday. You guys don't forget that. Bostic got in trouble again for trading bonds. In fact, everything is red says a lot. I don't think it does. I think this is finally our first day. Again, remember yesterday or last week was a record over the years. We have not seen 7 days in a row of green since 2021. Verizon's on the high. That's weird because AT&T or Verizon was down with the AT&T news in the morning. Again, SPY's still holding here. Couple names went a little bit lower, but then some names trying to bounce. So you don't think China not cutting? Oh, no, I think it does. That's what we've been saying. It's been more disappointing than not. But, yeah, I do think that's part of it. But I don't think that's your main effect. And I don't think it's like I think there's a lot weighing on it. I think it's the momentum of last week kind of coming to an end, preparing for a schedule filled with hawkish narratives being said by the Fed, and then now throw the cherry on top of everything else that's happened with Europe and China and all of that. That one's in the video. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You'll lose money. I grabbed 200 shares of JD, China play. They're lower than Baba, lower than Baidu. They had good news yesterday. It didn't hit, but I'm kind of down to take them as some of the China plays we've been talking about. Again, we got out of Baidu, so I'm still holding the old Baba. And then if I believe this is going to be another Jackson hole, then shouldn't we be loading up on the shorts? I don't believe that. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that the market is preparing for, hawkish rhetoric or an explanation of Powell's decision at the last meeting. So that is naturally going to be hawkish. However, I don't know if my opinion is that I don't think we will ever see a hawkish Jackson hole or a hawkish Powell again that compares to Jackson Hole because he hasn't really done it since then. So I don't believe that. That's not my base case. I'm just getting ready for the anticipation of all the things he is going to say. The Baba split, we don't know, but it should be, I think, towards the end of the year, or at least before the end of the year. We'll see. Yeah, wheat is at a very, very big price. What if we end up getting a more hawkish Powell outside of Jackson Hole? If he's more than if we do, the market's coming down. That's very simple. If Powell, if he does turn out to be like Jackson Hole, if he does, what's it called? If he does like become, we care about financial conditions, rawr, you know what I'm saying? Then that's where it's like, that's where you have a negative effect. But I think Powell's just going to say data dependent both ways, and that's it. I mean, you saw it. There was one question from the last one that makes me feel like Powell doesn't want to go to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, Powell is not trying to, I don't think he gives a shit anymore. And it was the question when Michael McKee asked him, okay, let's say everything stayed exactly the same as it was right now. What would you do? And he said he wouldn't even answer that question. So I don't know, like, because that's a question you could have been hawkish. That's a question you could have been dovish. And I think that's what we might get with all of his speeches here, where he's going to try to keep his optionality and not try to rat himself out with all of that. Report before. No, I'm waiting for the driver. Just wait for the war play or the Black Sea grain deal. Again, we should have held that one, but that's, again, the nature of the game here. But no, other than that, I'm not looking at anything except for the event to drive it. VCIG squeezing. A couple things are bouncing here. I mean, what time is it now? 7:44. But that's your first little bounce here. Again, it started with the bonds coming down. Bonds didn't go lower, but they just they held. Hurricane plays. People have been talking about it for a while. I think there'll be some effect. I just don't know how long it'll last. Long base tropical cyclone watches and warnings are no longer included in the advisory. Pac W dying. Yo, why is N phase down 6? Yeah, Pac W is dying. Good call out on that. Yeah, even Zion. Dude, regionals are getting murdered. Whoa. Yeah, no, regionals are like getting murdered. There's like, that's like 2 or 3, 4% movers. Pac W right now into the low. We are bouncing off of this though. The ticker symbol for wheat is WEAT. It's an ETF. Other than that, there's no wheat plays that exist. You could only play the ETF, and then /ZW is the futures. Let's see. I think it's all of the regionals. I mean, it looks like something's happening with Pac W, but again, MCB and a couple of others, Zion, even regionals are down almost 2% as an index. Play is on the high. XPEV. Didn't Neo get something? Neo's actually the only China play that's not as murdered. JD. Silver's almost down $1. I mean, silver did hold up pretty good, but then that could be China related with, again, commodities and metals. But even then, silver was outpacing. Netflix has actually held up very good. And then Amazon was earlier. Apple has barely gone green like recently. And then Microsoft's knocked Carvana and DocuSign on the low. And then bonds are starting to come up here. Fed speaking, I mean, we should have a couple today. But then tomorrow you're going to be getting a lot more. Let's see. Yeah, I got Fed Williams and Fed Barr. They're talking culture, though. Culture and leadership at 11:35. And then that'll be it. And then Biden is talking artificial intelligence today, after hours. He has a scheduled meeting that says Biden on artificial intelligence. Where did we bounce off? Again, wheat has been moving there. So you bounce off 43.67. So literally like 10 points off of the prior level. Did he buy Amazon? Who? How we feeling? Tesla, juggernaut, bonds climbing back up. Merck, Target on the low, 131. Again, consumer stocks had a weird flip-flop in the morning, and they were up, and then they came down there with everything else starting to drop. KKR to buy 44 billion of buy now. Was it 44 billion? It was 4, but yeah. That's why I think PayPal's up. Again, that was some decently good news for them. Baden.
Hey, artificial intelligence. Great. We're going to make a factory. We're for the factory. We're for the AI. It's going to be good. Hey, seriously. Come on. Are you guys being so stuck up about it, huh? Just relax. Just enjoy the moment.
China stocks, because they cut their interest rates by 0.10 instead of 0.15. So they lowered interest rates, but people thought they would have lowered the interest rates that would have affected the mortgages more and some other things. They thought it would be bigger, but then it just wasn't. NVEE. What is this? NVS Global up 14%. Looks like it barely trades and then just rallying up. And then SPY still holding it. Oh, whoa, NVE, there it is. Oh, shit. We just had that one up there, but that's a huge pop now. Trading volume surges. They had a 7-year contract the other day. Bro, what is that? Nobody trades this thing. They rose 12%. The Russell 3000 back office support. That's went up 12% in the past week compared with 34% compared to peers. Yeah, we were just looking at that. Again, they got a contract the other day, but they just had that pop and lock. Low ticker's getting active again. I mean, in the last, 20 minutes or so, we've been bouncing. Got a couple of names higher, but mostly everything's still red. Just a couple of tech names in the green. That NVEE is wild. Yeah, the low ticker, pretty active. Again, a couple on the high, but still. Seems like we're just following the broader momentum. Again, it's just been selling off from the morning. Option prices are jacked. I don't even think we're even pricing in that much. I think that's the irony right now. Is again, just now post Powell and everything else. I just don't even think you're pricing in the same amount of volatility. The real question is if bond volatility returns, and we kind of have seen that. And then SPY again, 4374. Well, we've been talking this move index. Yeah, bond vol is even going lower until this thing. So this is actually bullish, believe it or not. That's actually wild. 616. So we need to see how this updates today. But now, yeah, bond volatility is getting back to literally when we peaked in February. PayPal pushing. Again, NVEE. No news on that, but we just started watching that go crazy. PayPal is trying to get up. Unity's on the low. NVIDIA is a little bit lower. And then China names, they drop before everybody else. They're just kind of holding here. Yeah, Enphase, I don't know why they're down 6%. It's crazy. NVE is exploring possible sale, says Reuters. Are they halted? They're already up 7%, though. That's what sucks. That's the news. All right, I bought 50 of NVEE. We'll see. It's already up 6 though. But those plays did hit last week, so we'll give it a try. 113. 1113. Three. Consolidation. I think we're just getting ready for Powell. Oil, I think it was off the China stuff. Oil, not only did China's stimulus disappoint, but China also, I'm pretty sure they lowered their demand, their consumption outlook as well. I think by like 2 million barrels a day or something like that. Powell is tomorrow and Wednesday. VCIG, again, NVEE, they came down a little bit. Bonds are about to hit a high. SPY went down a little bit, but then kind of wicking. It's trying to get a little bit of support. And then SPY holding again. Again, bonds are going. The 2-year plays are up now post-Powell, which is a little bit interesting. VCIG now 100. NVIDIA red. NVIDIA is dancing. We're up almost $2 a share on it, or up a little bit more, but we'll see. Again, bonds are starting to move here now. So this is check the 10-year, but I'm pretty sure this is the breakout point from Powell. Let's see. Where was Powell? Powell was last Wednesday. Damn, so the 10-year, no way. No, this was Powell. That was 2 Wednesdays ago. Okay, so 10 years up. So they should be leading. And then this is our Powell. And then the 2 year is going to climb up to it. Yeah, so bonds are breaking out right now. Again, SPY kind of just doing the dance here towards the lows. Again, you're getting more activity in bond land than anything right now. And then still holding high ticker getting some, but mainly low ticker Zella on the low. Why you so? I didn't. When am I? I don't know. I mean, I'm happy with $2. I mean, if I get like $4 in a day, I'll probably walk away with it. Otherwise, I'm kind of down to just swing it for a little bit. All depends. I mean, they're the only ones that are in the green right now. But we will see. The rate on the 10-year, I think it's below 4 right now, 4.25. And then you had a lot of different rate changes in the land of Europe. You have 3.7 now. So I guess we were just at 4. I guess above 4 is pre-SVB. PayPal strong. They are working their way up there again. Another new high on the bonds. Nvidia's there. PayPal is working its way up. EQNR. So it's again a lot of back and forth here in terms of clean energy plays or not. I've seen a couple up and then some down and just clobbered like Enphase. Lemonade, small caps getting pummeled. Yeah, it's kind of like that day we were talking rotation, and then people were bringing that up. I think the next day the Russell just got murdered. Then you never saw it catch a bid. Back to the 106. Am I bullish on Powell's speech? Pretty agnostic. I mean, I think, sadly, it's either there's a low probability Powell breaks out a black swan. If he does, that'll be the only thing that matters. Other than that, my money is on the random Fed speaker. So what I'm telling you is that I think in this whole week we're going to have like 7 speeches or something like that. I think the biggest move is going to come from a random Fed speaker who's just like, yeah, we like it. U.S. Treasury to auction $70 billion in 4-week bills. Jeez. So what? Bonds might come down on that. People have been talking about it. They were saying how what's it called? That the fact that Powell is so hawkish, it was like a blessing in disguise for the bonds while everyone's trying to raise this much liquidity. So again, bond, literally, you're getting your pop here, and this announcement, $70 billion of 4-week bonds. Yeah, that's a lot of money. It's a big offering there. Bonds are kind of cooling down here, and then we'll see what stocks are able to do with that. PayPal is climbing. It's about to hit $68 again. Or Yellen slipping up again. I think they got the money, or I think they could do it, but I mean, they're just they got to raise it quick. They got to raise it quick. But yeah, that's your first. Again, bonds literally right as that announcement came in, bonds stopped. SPY got a little bounce here. We're making it up towards VWAP. If it was already green and leading, it's probably doing the same thing. And then I don't know about anything that was struggling if they turned around. Yeah, you got a little bounce there on energy and oil. Again, regionals and financials were selling off. They kind of got a bounce there in the last couple of minutes. Oh, shit. Is it not even... Damn, we still got 30 minutes till Euro close? That's actually crazy. Yeah, PayPal back to 68. $97.32 again. See if the bonds might get a reload off that. If they don't, though, I think that'll change the dynamic a pretty decent amount. Baidu red. I think all the China names should be except for like Neo. Bills Mafia. What's up, baby? Yeah, Baidu 145. Powell, I think he's going to be 30 minutes after the bell. So it should be 10 a.m. Eastern or 7 a.m. Pacific time. So 30 after the bell both days. And then even before and after, you will get other Fed speakers as well. And then you're still holding up there. Again, 4 minutes since that bond headline. See if it go down. Stratus System, SSYS. Yo, weren't they part of a buyout too? Yo, SSYS, they're getting volume here, and it's doing this little melt up. I would watch that one. And then just remember, they have old buyout news they were related to. Germany Intel deal confirmation. A lot of chip makers are actually kind of moving up here. Okay, I closed NVIDIA. I took like $2 a share, $2.25. But yeah, a lot of those chips are catching a bid now. Did we talk to Tiger Global? No. What was it? The company includes DDD proposes, does not provide a basis to enter into discussions with 3D Systems. So that's related to they bought a company then? They weren't the one getting acquired. And then SPY's still below VWAP. Stock sell. I mean, I just played the NVIDIA. I got out of it. I think it was a nice play. But not forcing it. SSYS bought DM. You haven't gotten the dividend. The dividend pays out in a month. So ex-dividend is a month before you should receive the actual dividend. So you shouldn't be getting the dividend till like July 13th or something. No running. Air Lease places 2 Airbuses with Cyprus Airways. I think it's another order. Again, there's NVIDIA. Well, PayPal 68. Look at that. Look at young PayPal. Pack W. How do you feel about Walgreens? I like it. I bought some more this year. But I do think it's a deep value play. I think you got to balance it out with the rest of your names. I think there's a lot of other names you could get at certain prices or that are at a discount, but it just depends. Do you want growth or value right now? What was the other one? Nuvi, NVS Global. Tesla's still holding up. Baidu is at the bottom. Average, it's posted on the member thing. I don't know. I'll have to double check. But I'm down on it. I'm down 5% on it, I think. So my average is higher than where it's trading at. Ulta Balance BBIO. You've watched that one run a couple of times. That one's 5%. How much raised? $70 billion at the bond auction. I think it was supposed to be $40 billion. And then we just got the 70 billion. Literally, right when that 70 billion number came out, though, we started bouncing because 70 billion kind of clapped the bonds a little bit. So I'd watch for that effect, and then again, just wait even for the euro close. PayPal. I'm surprised PayPal again. Remember, just the other day, right before this run up, it went below the level after holding 64. But I'll take it. We're up like 8% on the long term now with PayPal if it could hold, and then we'll see. We'll see where he goes. BBIO positive updated results from phase 2. That's why they're up 5% right now. Great call out on that. I've watched this stream's highlight of the mornings. Let's go, babe. You got the long term, though. That's why you asking about Walgreens. So, amen. Amen. My cost average on Disney, well, we have 2. So, I never added it to the big account. And then, where's the Walgreens for my guy? Walgreens average is $34.60. Yeah, I'm down 6%. But Disney in the big account, because I never bought it in the big account till today, our average is $90.64. And then in the small account, our average is $101 because in 2020 we bought one share for $1.40 or $145. But about $90 is our average, $90.60. On Goldman, Goldman I think sucks, but they're able to hold. Baidu's on the low, PayPal's going up again. BBio into the high. Yash, I miss you too, baby. I hope you're doing good. Shout out to long term. De-risking from China, no different than decouple, says ambassador. Chinese ambassador to UK Zhang Ziguang speaks at London event. VCIG. That one's still going. Whew. 155%. I think it was crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what is VCIG? Of selling PayPal too early. Nah. PayPal was a weird one. I mean, it didn't. That one was like for a recovery play. It moved pretty annoying. I mean, we held it for a decent amount of time. But even then, long term, you're never going to sell. Amen. Amen. At least 10 years minimum. 10 years minimum. VCIG again, still going. And then PayPal's about to break out here to the high, which is still pretty wild to think about. VCIG has an AI segment. Even if you're down, do not sell. No. It's just, I mean, again, you guys can laugh at it, but we know who's going to get rich off of it. Just act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. That's all it is. That's it. Make up your decision. Stop living in the respawn culture. Once you make your mind up, you can't change your mind for 10 years. So you buy something, you can't make a decision to sell for 10 years minimum. That's it. You do that, your life will change. I promise you. Today. Your life will change today if you start making decisions as if you couldn't change them for 10 years. You'll be a whole new person. If I'm up and I want to sell something to buy property, is that valid? Hell yeah, it's valid. That makes a lot of sense. That's total, and then your finances will be linked to what's going on in your life rather than what's going on in the economy. That's the beauty of it. When things were down, it was telling you to buy. When things are up, it's telling you to go buy a property. So that's the beauty of all of it. But it's just, if you got a life purpose, we could definitely get behind that. I've had some horrible buys. Should I rebalance that or not care? I don't. I mean, VCIG, bro, it's another 70% since keeping it up on the screen. And then GitLab just got a new peer perform at Wolf. I agree. Many people cannot think past today and most past tomorrow. Well, amen. That's why we're here today. That's why I will remind you every day. I mean, it's not an easy task. most people, most average Americans overlook it and they won't. But, if I can remind you on a daily basis and show you that it's possible and inspire, I would love to. But I wouldn't rebalance. If you had horrible buys, the thing I'd look at them. I'd let it sit in your portfolio as a reminder and then just stop buying them. I mean, there's names I haven't bought in years just because, I made a bad purchase. I have to make up my mind, do I add to it or not, but I can't sell it. So I'll just let it sit there and then rebalance. And then guess what? Like even with our long term this year, part of the returns were some of those dead names coming back up. So you'd be surprised, but just stick to the rules. Act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. Bro, VCIG is going crazy. Whoa. That thing's getting clapped. NVEE, that one's destroyed. Shout out Big Commerce, baby. Amen. Amen. I remember you snapping JP near the bottom. We did. We got a lot of good ones. Would you hold Nvidia even after the rally? Yeah. If I bought it there, yeah. Why would I? Again, long term is just different than trading. I just don't know. I don't know why it's so hard to conceptualize, but it's so different. So does that make sense? Like, again, I've held shit in my long term that has ran for 15 years, and I didn't even sell it unless I was going to trim a little to buy a house. But it's like, it's just different, So it's like if I had NVIDIA, like I already flipped out my NVIDIA trade shares. I flipped out from the beginning. I flipped out the AMD, the shares from earnings. Like we already flipped it, but the long-term shares are just completely different. If I added NVIDIA in my long-term and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to trade this, for the next 10 years, then no, I wouldn't be selling out of it. I trim positions that run outside of expectations, then reallocate. So my view is that I plant my seeds, I give them 10 years, and then after 10 years, then I see what the harvest is before trimming, cutting, doing anything. So that's just, I don't know. The way I look at it, the money plant requires 10 years to grow. That's in my research of planting money and growing money. And I give it 10 years. And then after 10 years, I see what the harvest is, and then I separate them. And then I could decide, okay, this is good, this is bad, this is what I want, this is the real tree, this one isn't. And that's the approach. U.S. comp index. I think you're getting some non-comp bins for 3 months at 2.6 trillion. VCIG halted. That one was crazy. NVE. This one sucked. This one got clapped. So they're already below. Sorry, lost like 6%. JD still holding up, but then Baba and China Place still near the low of the day. AMLO to visit Argentina as part of South America trip. Ronald hitting 3. I'm glad I didn't short it for the second time, but I think it's crazy. Ronald is that powerful. Just remember the best portfolio performance was from people who were dead. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Remember that? We went over, there was a stat. It was like in 2021 or something. There was a stat looking at like 401ks, and the best returns were from the dead people because they literally just bought the stock and then died. And then that just given the lag between their death and the assets and everything, and just if you never touched it, you did better by being dead. Believe it or not. You finally started listening to Proverbs this weekend. Great book. It's deep. You have to go slow. Let it sink in. Amen. Amen. Don't let the stigma keep you away from that book. And I think if you take it at your own pace and if you're one who is attuned to wisdom, I think it'll show you a lot. So it's better to be dead. Well, it's better to invest like you're dead, meaning set up your plans automatically and then just don't look at it and don't touch it. Again, a dead guy can't sell out when NVIDIA goes up 100%. You see what I'm saying? A dead guy can only get 1,000%. Because the guy, if he's dead, he's not like, oh, it's overvalued. He's like, no, I'm dead. So that's the only difference there, is that when you look at it all, it's just like if you could put money in an account, forget about it, and never touch it, you're probably going to do better off than a lot of other strategies. Yeah, he's like, no, I'm dead. Yeah, that's how that conversation works. The key is forget about it. Yes. No, for real though. That's it. I mean, again, if people, sadly, some people would have been way better off. That's why I said there's people who needed to sell their long term last year, which I understand. But there are some people, if you just didn't look at the account, you would have been better off today than 8 months ago, 6 months ago, whatever it would have been. But that's just, the idea is let it sit there and forget about it if you can. I would add Lululemon. I just wouldn't add it at this price. So I like the company. I think they're a great company. I think their performance has been stellar. However, I'm not in the business right now, at least in this environment. I'm not here to pay premium. If there was more hype, I would. You know what I'm saying? If there was more people falling over each other, stock market is 20% above all-time highs, I'll FOMO everything. You know what I'm saying? But right now, in this environment, I'm just not. So I wouldn't. That's a name that charges a hefty premium. I'd rather buy Disney. I'd rather buy PayPal. I'd rather buy 3M. But then if it comes down, I'll buy it. Lululemon at a cheaper price would be great. It's like, here's the best way to describe it. Have you ever bought a piece of Lululemon clothes for yourself? Even if you're a man, they got some good menswear. But have you ever bought a pair of Lululemons like by yourself? Like, have you ever bought in a pair of like $150 yoga shorts? Have you done that? Have you bought? You haven't done that on yourself? Okay, great. So why not? Why didn't you buy the $150 shorts? Is there a reason that you didn't buy it? Was there something about the $200 sweater that made you not want to buy it? Oh. So it's too expensive. Yeah. So exactly. But if you ever see Lululemon on clearance, that shit's a deal. You ever see, bro, they have that, right? They got Lululemon outlets, and then they have Lululemon clearance rack, and then that shit goes down to $20, then you buy it. So the same way I feel about their clothes is how I feel about their stock. You buy it on the clearance rack. You buy it when it's heavily discounted at the outlet. Don't buy it at full price. And there you go. I rest my case. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all day. Like the video. Yeah, if you are in California, you could just walk in and walk out with everything, and they'll get fired if they stop you. So that's another strategy, but we don't condone it. That metaphor blew my rhyme. Yeah, I'm top tick on the trades. I'm bottom tick on the long term. Stop playing with me. Call it what you know what I'm saying? Call it what you want. But I'm just saying, when whatever Josh comes in for the long term, we like whatever he been doing, we like him. The trades, though, that's top tick Josh for sure. When it's a trade, top tick Josh is like, let me overpay by 3%, sir. Long term Josh is like, I could offer you 3 200%ers. All in a quarter. Is that something you'd be interested in? Save 10%. Amen. I've heard short LVMH. That was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. It was ever since they started having the slowdown on their earnings. So that's where the whole like luxury good trade is going to the grave came about. That was a couple of weeks ago. FedEx on the low. Again, they have earnings coming up. Don't forget about UPS and even SPY. VCIG is unhalted. That was that crazy runner earlier. VCIG is unhalted. Bro, that's crazy. It's not even Euro close yet. So we still got 7 minutes till year. It's still mad early. So it's a pretty big move. You're down 0.83 on the SPY, 0.9 on the Dow, 0.6 on the NASDAQ. It's actually crazy. So then we got 25 million. It's decently large in terms of volume on the day, but we still have the whole day. We're not even halfway through this. VCIG about to be halted, limit down. That was a big flip-flop. I don't know why MPW is still holding 9 still. So they've dropped like a third of their dividend amount since the release, which is pretty impressive. I think a couple of other names. I think Altria even dropped more on ex-dividend. Yeah, look at Altria ex-dividend and then go look at MPW. It always does this on ex-divvy, huh? Where was it? 614. VCIG is going insane. Altria ticker is MO. I don't know why Enphase is down. Because it's not like all of them are down like that. Bro, VCIG is going insane. But I don't know what's going on with Enphase. Let me double check. But Enphase was very, very big. It's down the most in 8 weeks. They expand solar developments in Brazil. And then I think that's it. And then solar energy shares underperformed in 2023 as valuations dip. Excuse me. Yeah, Euro close will be big, but VCIG, that's your hype runner of the day. SMCI on the low. Tesla, Unity's on the low. Nvidia's coming back. I just got the hiccups. I don't know why I just got the hiccups. Abivi's still on the high. The permit data was housing permits. It was 21% month over month. I don't know if you guys realize how disgusting that is. I'm telling you, that's it. Dude, the 1970 real estate shit is here. I don't know. I don't think I agree with Lending Tips. Lending Tips thinks this is the final run up and then it dies. But if you go look at my video from the 1970 like real estate, it's playing out exactly as such. And right now, the real estate's too strong. That's it. It just, again, I was not expecting to see a 21% month-over-month increase in housing starts. Again, that pace hasn't been seen in a decade almost. Again, housing permits jumping 20% in a month. It's only happened a handful of times in the last couple of years, or again, last couple of decades. Is that good or bad? Well, it's both. It's both. So it's like it's good for real estate and it's good for prices and protecting the wealth of, Americans who already have homes, but it's very negative for inflation because then that means your rent prices, housing prices, they're not going to calm down, and that just means you're going to have even way more inflation, and that's just not good. And then what it means about the economy and the wealth effects, that just all negative inflationary effects if real estate not only stays up, but now continues to go up. Again, that's kind of been the thing. People were expecting real estate to come down, and it did. It dropped from the highs, but it never went lower. It just stopped going up as much, and then now it's coming back. It's just not. So whatever the last 1 year of real estate declines, and it brought things down, it just wasn't enough to bring it down before the second wave is coming back up. People buying homes means they're going to have to cut back on vacations and spending. It will, but I need to tell you something that happened in real estate, though. It's the sad reality of it that I also think that people are missing out on. You know what I'm saying? There's something that happened with real estate beyond just interest rates and everything else. You got to really think about it. What happened? There was one big thing that happened in real estate that could make sense why the market is picking back up again. Anybody know? It starts with T. Pause. Not the pause. Because it was running a little bit before there. But not the pause. Starts with the T. Not taxes. Not the Treasury. All right, somebody's there. You go. You got it. The T word is time. Just all time. And what I mean by that is that you have to really think about it. It's already been half of a year. So even if you were looking at the real estate market in October, it's been almost 8 to 12 months. Right? So what does that mean? Everybody who is looking for a house, you're like, okay, real estate prices, interest rates are going to go down. You wait 6 months, 8 months, 9 months. What's going to happen? Everybody still needs to get a house. So you have to realize is with time going on, though, that's what kind of gets these waves of people coming in and out. So the rents did come down a little bit. I like the rents. It's crazy, actually. I was mad. I saw it. I could rent my dream home for a third of the price I would buy it. You know that? I saw my dream home the other day for rent, and I wanted this house. And I compared if I wanted to buy the house and put in a mortgage versus the rental. The rent is 30% of the mortgage price. I was like, wow, that's nice. But the point is, though, is just like if you need a place to live, you spend 6 months, 8 months. Like you're either going to rent or you're going to buy. But you've had 8 months of time now. If you were just waiting for real estate you can't wait that long. Again, if you needed to move, you have a job, or eventually you just got to start making moves. You can't just sit there forever in your living situation because you're either paying for one already or you got to move and adjust with whatever you need. Does that mean rents will catch up more? Well, it should be cheaper to rent than buy. That's how it used to be. At one point, it was cheaper to buy than rent. So that should happen. I think prices, either rents need to stay here and housing comes down, or they're both going to keep moving together in fashion, jumping back and forth. Euro close. Yeah, for last minute or so. Let's see where this takes us. NVIDIA pop at Euro close. Same with Netflix. That VCIG thing's holding. NPWR. M goal on the high. The Messi stuck. 3-month and 6-month bonds coming in. A lot of that high. 5.17 on the 6-month high. Or on the 6-month bill. 3-month 5.13. Whatever happened to the rent is too damn high party. It still is, but I mean, a year has gone on. It's been almost another year of real estate. Again, it was a year real estate should have crashed when everybody was saying it. And now it's been another 8 months since the lows of October. But you kind of, again, just whatever you were seeing in real estate, the fact is the momentum to the downside is now flipping to momentum to the upside. That's the simplest way to look at it, which is mind-boggling for a lot of people. But in my mind, that's it. The 70s real estate theory, I think, is fully there. We'll see. We'll talk to Lending Tips. We'll give him a call. He's very, very bearish on it. Lending Tips thinks that's the final run-up in real estate before the great collapse. Bid to cover on 6-month 2.6. Let's say I agree with Lending Tips on this. Yeah, I was starting to, but I don't know if it doesn't pretty much, and if we go another 6 months, maybe another 12 months without a real job loss to like actually fundamentally bring down real estate, I think it's going to play out like the 70s. I don't think the house prices, that's it. Yeah, because the Bears had their shot. That's what I'm like, dude, that was it. Again, people were getting bearish for the first time on in real estate for a while. The slowdown in real estate lasted over a year, but if it's already ticking back up and then doing it with this velocity, it's just like it looks like the 70s. It looks like the 70s. 1970 prices were $20,000 for a home. Trust me, man, you don't want to have this discussion. I'm armed and dangerous, okay? I have a concealed history permit. I'm just letting you know. I have all real estate data from 1930 and beyond. I've studied. I have videos. I'm just telling you right now, sir. Okay, you could bring up the 1970 wage debate, but I am armed, sir. I am armed. I have data sets. I have comparison. I'm just letting you know. Don't play. I'm saying. I feel you. The 1970 rent was $20 a month. That's false, sir. It was $121.25. Ask ChatGPT, bro. Don't ask me. Ask your fucking AI. Rent was $125, but you have to compare. Rent back then was 24% of income. So even today, if your rent is $1,100, it's still about 2% higher than back then. Again, I'm not going to get in. I'm just saying I'm armed and dangerous, sir, but do not let the 1970s fool you. Okay, just do not let it fool you. Thank you. Who do I ask if I trust you more than ChatGPT? Well, just you verify what I say. And you could get the data and all of that, and that's it. That's the best you could do. I mean, I'm not always 1,000% correct. And again, even when we talked about that last thing in the 70s, comparing data that old, everything's going to tell you whatever story you want to see, But the number one thing I went into that deep dive on the data, it was because of everything going on. I wanted to find an answer as to why things can keep going up, and it seems like just a lot of the 70s stuff. It may not have been what we thought. And just in the sense of last time the money supply moved like this, we saw a generational effect on real estate. I'm kind of mad I sold that other house, though. Remember I told you, and then LT was like, you're not going to get that. I think I would have got like 200,000 more. Should we still be buying as much real estate as we can? If it's a good deal, yes. Any real estate to 70% LTV, buy it without even thinking. That is fine. If it's near, if you're like trying to ask yourself, okay, I don't have that good of a margin, should I buy it and flip it? Those are the ones where you have to be asking yourself. But yeah, if you're making money on the buy, I mean, I haven't slowed down. I mean, the only thing I've done is I've sold a couple of properties a little bit more conservatively than just because I wanted to sell them fast. But that's about it. But if you can, then you're good to go. This is a stock market channel, not real estate. It's also a channel for positive people that contribute. So we'll take care of you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. So make sure you add your contribution, because complaining is not a contribution. Actually, we prefer creators towards complainers. So we have taken care of that. Thank you. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Do you sell to investors or you not? Sometimes if they let us know, but usually I sell to retail or like people who want it, like to live in it. And that I only know that because they tell me. We will have Fed Williams. I think they're actually going live right now.
Oh, yeah, get ready. Yeah. What's up? I'm fucking back, guys. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're going to slow down the interest rates. We're gonna turn up the economy. Yeah, hey, Hunter's a good kid. He's getting his life together 57 years later. That's what we do. Me and Hunter love this song. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Inflation. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on, build back better for me. Right there. Build back better. Build back better. Build back better. Yeah, build. We're gonna build it so smooth. We're gonna build it. Build back better than anyone can. Back better. Build back better. Yeah, build back better. Yeah, build back better. I love it.
It's a smooth beat, man. I'm just saying, it's a smooth beat. I can't. You know, if you can't ride to that, that's... Oh, no, some of y'all need more rhythm. That's beautiful. Build back better. It's a great hook, too. Bio on the high, I think that's the second one. There's Bio, Legend, and another B-Bio, I think, was up, too. Plus 25 team morale. You guys like that? I think that woke you guys up. RCL win. But we're chilling again. Euro close, kind of a dud. And then again, we're waiting for Fed Williams and Fed Barr. Michael Barr, I think, or the vice chair of supervision. But then it's gonna be on culture and leadership, so you may not even get anything too crazy. Build back better hits harder than pump it up. Wow.
Yeah, build back better.
Made your day with it. That's good. And then Rob, are you being weird, Robin? Are you okay? Are you being weird about it too? Well, I think most people liked it, unless you have a very weird hatred towards Bidonius. I could understand. You're celebrating Hunter going to jail today, but other than that, I understand. Some people get triggered. Just sent in the deposit check on our second property. Closing date in 4 weeks. Thank you for everything. Oh, bro, I got that email. I saw it, bro. That thing is dope. Orna. Congratulations. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, your attitude needs to build it back better, huh?
I don't know if he's going to jail, but they said he's guilty. He's pleading guilty, and the Department of Justice is going after him. Hits you. Well, nah, man. Just fix your attitude. Don't take it out on me, because I'll take it out on you. You know what I'm saying? So, amen. He's not facing jail time. That's why he pled. Oh, well, that's good. I think he's rebuilding. He has to build his life back together.
Yeah, build it. Is that what we're doing? Yeah.
T-Mobile CFO, second phone subscribers gain of 700,000. That's really good. Again, AT&T dropped this morning on saying their second quarter subscribers are going down. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I don't know if they had AI news. AT&T did, but I don't know about the T-Mobile. This is RTX CEO. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm going to the bathroom. We're coming off Euro close. Not much movement yet. SPY staying kind of pinned. Bond slowed down. Everything is in the red. And we get Jerome Powell tomorrow. I'll be right back.
Production. Yep. And they have many challenges besides engines. They still have. Yep. They have a number of shortages out there, but we work very closely, literally day to day with them in terms of making sure that they have engines on dock when they need them.
There is a huge amount of demand, as you've already pointed out. Is that demand sustainable? Are we seeing some of these orders maybe representing over-ordering at this present in order to secure delivery slots some way down the road?
Well, Indigo's a great example, right? 500 aircraft, right? On top of the aircraft they already have on order. Yep. Those aircraft will not be delivered until 2030 to 2035. Right now, if you want a new A320, you can talk to Guillaume at Airbus, and he would tell you, I'll give you that aircraft in 2030. So I'm sure part of this is securing production slots for the next decade, but growth is real. I mean, we're still seeing 4.5% revenue passenger mile growth year after year. And Airbus came out with a study last week and said 44,000 new aircraft in the next 20 years, and half of today's fleet of 28,000 gets retired. If you do the math, that means you're going to double the size of the fleet in 20 years. That's a lot of aircraft.
You got some work to do.
We all do.
You bring up Indigo. Indigo is a good example that I think of what people are talking about when it comes to your company right now. India's a tough operating environment for the GTF. Does that put you behind in terms of the competition supply engines, or do you think by the time we get to the delivery of those aircraft, you'll have the advantage, you'll have, which is the new GTF engine coming through, and as a result of which this is a non-issue?
So the issues that we're having today, which is the same as the competition, in these very harsh operating environments, call it India, the Middle East, China, where you have heavy particulate emissions in the air, with the increased operating temperatures to get the fuel efficiencies, we are seeing problems with deterioration in the turbine blades, because all of these particles get sucked into the turbine and they close up the cooling holes. We'll fix that with the Advantage engine. We'll put more cooling and solve this. The Advantage comes into service late 24, early 25. So by what we're talking about in 2030, that should be well behind us. I think what's important is you think about the GTF, and I know there have been a lot of headlines about reliability. Two points I would make. One is we know how to fix the problems that we have out there. 75% of our operators operate in benign environments and are not seeing these issues. But if you're in India or if you're in China or the Middle East, and again,
but Airbus is selling a lot of planes there right now.
They are, and it's an issue. And so again, we're going to solve it. The other problem, of course, is
airline talk sounds just as boring as the AI stuff. They just start talking engines and turbines, and no, that's RTX. That's the CEO of Raytheon. That's the CEO. What's his name? Hayes? Gregory Hayes? Why don't telephone stocks ever go up? They don't really have the what's it called? The growth. The Uber Eats one? No, I have not. I will double check. I was waiting. Didn't you send me some? Was that you who sent me that one earlier? I was getting ready for that. I like the Uber ones, man. Anybody doing Uber, DoorDash, and making videos? Bro, you got it. And then get some short form on there, too. I'm telling you, those, like, I watch them all. It's so weird. I love it. I love it. Is Fed Williams worth listening to? Yes and no. It just, I mean, we should listen to all of them because we don't know what they're going to say. But Fed Williams is, he's the Fed president of New York. And New York is pretty much seen as like the number 2. So in a weird way, he kind of echoes a lot of what Powell plays or what Powell says.
Williams is president and CEO of the New York Fed. In addition to being our fearless leader, he is the vice chair and permanent voting member.
I think it only has audio on the left.
Michael Barr took office as the vice chair for supervision in July of just last year.
Honestly, I
He's
give it
been
a
at the forefront of our supervisory
5 out of 10.
response
It
during
actually
recent
moves the market.
supervisory events.
This is going to be on
In addition to holding academic
culture and leadership.
roles, Vice Chair Barr previously served as Assistant Treasury Secretary for Financial Institutions from 2009 to 2010. Our moderator for today's discussion is Jillian Tett. Jillian is the chair of the editorial
We have different feds. It's like
and
regional
editor at
offices.
large
So
in
there
the
is
US
only one
for the
Fed,
Financial
but they
Times.
just have locations
Please join
in
me
different
welcoming
economic
President
regions. That's why you have the
Vice Chair
different
Barr,
Feds.
And Ms. Tett. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
No, this one audio thing is fucked.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
Look at those
And
doors.
It is an enormous honor and pleasure to be here today because, as you've just heard, my day job is that I co-chair the editorial board of the FT. I've written for years about finance and looked at when finance has gone wrong and when it's gone right for many, many years. But before I became a journalist, I was actually trained as a cultural anthropologist. And before 2008, I used to say that I was basically an undercover anthropologist. I was sort of in the closet as an anthropologist because it was just a bit embarrassing to tell grown-up financial people that I had a PhD not in astrophysics, but in the study of human behavior and culture. Before 2008, that really didn't command a lot of respect. But the financial crisis showed everybody, even Alan Greenspan, that culture matters and models can't predict everything. And since then, I've written a lot about it, but the reason why I'm so delighted to be here today is that the central bankers have also, I would say, seen the light and realized that culture matters. And top of that list is the New York Fed, which has been holding a series of really fascinating workshops and seminars and research projects to look at what went wrong in the past with banking cultures, what can you do to improve them, and what does that mean both for central bankers, regulators, and bankers, and one might say journalists as well. So, very, very interesting theme, which I've been tracking for many years, and I've been delighted to take part in some really interesting conversations. So can you tell us, President Williams, first of all, when you look at what you're trying to do today with the New York Fed, how is this work going, and has it actually made much difference yet?
Well, first of all, I think this is a long game, right? We really have to think not only about bringing the best thought leadership, the best thinking, the best understanding, as you said. And as you mentioned, it's inherently multidisciplinary. Bringing experts from across many different fields, helping inform how we think about culture affects the performance of entities, how it affects incentives, how it affects decision making, how it affects things such as misconduct, but also things that are more positive. So I think that one of the things we have achieved over the past 9 years, and
we should talk about the conduct of Raphael Bostic.
That thought leadership, that understanding, both within the financial services industry, but much broader, together with the regulatory community here in the U.S. and around the world. So I think one goal that we've had, is you've already said that, is to get people to actually participate in these conversations, really understand the issues, bringing these different perspectives. What we've also seen, which I think is very important, is that in other parts of the world, we've seen different regulatory authorities really take this on and incorporate some of this thinking and some of these approaches into their practices, sometimes just as part of a supervisory approach or maybe as a supplement to that, but really understanding that culture truly is everything. When we think about the supervision of banks, we think about the safety and soundness of those banks. We think about the financial stability of the financial system, and you understand that culture is affecting every decision that's made. Culture is affecting the risks that are taken or the risks that are avoided. So I think we have made progress. This, again, like culture, this is not something that changes overnight. This is something that lasts for many, many years, and actually, importantly, lasts beyond the individuals who are participating, because I think it influences thinking of future generations as well.
Well, before I turn to Vice Governor Barr, I mean, when you look at New York, you have Wall Street, very dense cluster of big financial institutions, many of which have messed up in the past. Are you now telling them that they have to take culture seriously and actually implement a set of steps and processes for improving that? Or what are you actually doing in practical terms with them?
Well, I think I'll let Vice Chair Barr actually jump in. I think, really, to me, since culture is really at the heart of all of these issues that we're talking about, again, risk management. We're talking about or you actually have a culture that brings diverse and different perspectives into the discussions. Is the board of directors actively involved in overseeing the decisions and making sure the culture is supportive of that? We've seen a lot of examples where that has not happened and where that's gone wrong, and unfortunately those continue to happen. But we also know, and I'll just at this point maybe throw the mic over to you, is one of the things we learned from our conferences and our webinars, culture is not just about avoiding bad behavior. It's actually about incentivizing and supporting and fostering behavior that helps the organization or the firm be successful on a sustained basis, and really can help, if you will, the bottom line. So getting away maybe from thinking about just what are the things you don't do, but also think about what are the things that you do in order to support a very strong, vibrant culture and a successful organization that avoids some of these problems.
Right. Well, how far is this kind of work, which has been mostly done at the New York Fed, how far is that being populated across the wider federal structures? And does it influence what you're doing?
Well, let me just first say a thank you to you for moderating, and a thank you to John for organizing this conference, and also John's predecessors, because I think this is a terrific forum.
Bro, I just realized it. He's a Kirby clone.
In one of the early roundtables when there were just a couple dozen people around the table. So
he looked like him. He talked like him.
In this field. I think that the topic that we're talking about, and John references, is absolutely central to what we do as supervisors of the financial system. We might not call it culture per se, but it's integrated into the work that we do. So just a couple examples, and building on what John said, we have expectations, for example, that a firm have an effective challenge process for risk. Well, what does it mean to have an effective challenge process for risk? You need a culture that supports the ability of that function to actually have make a meaningful difference on the risk appetite and risk performance within the appetite of the firm. we expect that boards of directors are overseeing setting risk parameters for a firm, that boards of directors are overseeing management's adherence to that set of risk parameters, that firms are operating within their financial capacity, that is, they're taking on that risk within a set of liquidity and capital constraints, and within a set of managerial capacities to manage that risk. So those are all elements of, they're not the same as, but they're all elements of culture. They're all inputs to and outputs from culture. We expect that firms are going to behave not only in a way that's consistent with the law, but that's consistent with the ability to achieve their mission objectives. That is also a cultural phenomenon. So we don't, other jurisdictions sort of explicitly call out culture as a thing. We don't yet do that. But we are, in effect, supervising the culture of a bank through these measures.
Right, right. I mean, other jurisdictions include the British, who have taken a very specific approach to that. I'm going to come back to that later on. But I'm curious, because you joined the Fed last summer when it seemed to many people as if banking supervision was almost becoming a bit boring.
I really hope she asks a good question.
It suddenly wasn't.
She has the voice
And
like
we
she
had
would
this little
ask a
thing called
pressing
Silicon Valley
question, so I
Bank
hope she does.
Explode, or rather collapse, along with a number of other regional banks. More recently, we've had endless, mesmerizing, horrifying revelations about JP Morgan and its dealings with Epstein, and we have plenty of other things bubbling too. Why are these problems persisting so much, given that you both told me you've now embraced the joys of studying culture and trying to persuade the institutions that you supervise to do so too?
I think it's a super challenging question. You know, one of the things that we saw at Silicon Valley Bank, you can broadly think of as a set of cultural failings. So what do I mean by that? The kinds of things that supervisors saw included the bank had interest rate risk management problems. And one of, not the only, but one of the responses that the firm had to that interest rate risk problem was to change their model to make that interest rate risk seem less than it was. They had problems with liquidity risk. And again, not the only response, but one of the responses was to change the liquidity risk model to make it seem like that liquidity risk was lower. The bank had a set of hedges on its interest rate risks that the bank decided to take off in the summer of 2022 spring and summer, because the hedges were costing them short-term profitability, even though they were protecting them from medium and longer-term risk. The incentive compensation of the managers of the firm, as set by the board of directors, only included profitability measures. There was no, which is contrary to our guidance and supervision, they did not include measures of risk management. So these are all, in a sense, examples of cultural failing. Mm-hmm. They're, of course, also supervisory. They violated supervisory guidance. But they are examples of a firm that is not taking on board the importance of risk management as essential to its culture.
Right.
The senior officials said about their growth in response to supervisory concerns, well, risk management always lags growth. That is a cultural choice of the values, the norms that are going to govern behavior at the firm.
Right. And in the case, sorry.
I think this is a good time to make a point that's come up a lot in our various conferences is, Michael, you made a really important point. This is all culture, right? I mean, and in a way, I think we've moved beyond, is this culture or is this compensation? Is this culture or is this incentives? I know economists love to talk about incentives. I think what we realize is they're always, the incentives, the compensation, the risk management, they're all part of the culture. And I think that's an important change, and maybe from what you were talking about 15 years ago, where they were seen as distinct issues, when we're clearly they're not, and that's what we're grappling with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I certainly commend you for having, embraced these issues. As a journalist, I'm paid to be cynical, but I am, certainly giving you, good marks for at least talking about this and trying to implement it.
She sounds cynical. That's why I want. Be cynical.
Silicon Valley Bank for a moment, and then I'm going to widen it out. We had a really interesting conversation earlier about the issue of psychological safety and accountability, and how you get groups of people to essentially surface problems and mistakes in group settings that don't just name and shame people and give them all PTSD, but actually enable them to fix problems and recognize that it's structural, not individual. So if you think about this in relation to Silicon Valley Bank, given that you did, author an enormous report on it, was the issue that everybody had drunk the Kool-Aid and were just being unbelievably dumb? Was it the issue that they were collectively also greedy, they would do anything to make sure they got the bonuses? Or was the issue that actually one or two people at the top were doing some very stupid things, and people at the bottom were too scared to actually blow the whistle, or they didn't actually have a culture which would enable people to actually blow the whistle? Or do you just don't know yet?
I think that's a super important question and a challenging question to answer with any definitiveness. I would say there's some evidence from the review that at least one person raised concerns about the risks that they were taking. And that person
hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I think it's kind of good. It's not bad. Fake news, we see it. We see it, but it's like lagging. It's really weird. Let me see if I have another one. I know, that was weird.
Not understanding.
Right.
Or if his bonus depends on not understanding, more specifically,
there it is.
This context, or these days a woman to understand. But
good job. Market's coming down a little bit.
One of the themes that's come
QBTS.
out of a lot of the discussions you've
I'm gonna go to the bathroom
here
too, so watch out. That'll give me a sec, but not much has been said.
To imagine scenarios which may not be in line with their profit incentives or with their lived experience. How do you get people to have a lot more imagination in terms of how they look at the future?
Well, I think, you think about it, again, I go back to it's avoiding bad things, but also thinking about what are opportunities or good things or good outcomes are. I think that one of the key things is to understand that we're in a rapidly changing world. A lot of things opportunities are created. You need to be forward-looking, need to think outside the box, if you will, if you think planning strategy. I also think the boards, the board of directors plays a very important role of all this. We tend not to talk about them as much as I think we should. They do have an important role to make sure that senior management is actually not only doing their job every day, but also doing that kind of thinking and bringing that into the room. I do go back to the psychological safety issue that you really want to reward and to encourage and foster in every verb you can think of in your thesaurus around people who either not only challenge on a negative way, but challenge in a way of like, well, what happens if this happens and what do we do then?
Right. I agree, and I think that one of the things that we've been talking about at the Fed is the idea of encouraging what you can think of as kind of a reverse stress test. So instead of thinking of a stressful scenario and then seeing how it would play through on, say, the balance sheet of a firm, you look at a bank and you say, well, what would it take to break this institution? What are the different ways this institution could die? Or a piece of it, a significant piece of it. And so you're creating a scenario that says, like, what would need to be true if X? And then you can look at those underlying dynamics. You obviously can then use that as a tool for looking at ways that the firm itself might need to be more resilient. And you can use it as an exercise to help, to your point, free up the brain to think about things that are not inside the normal historical pattern. We're all taught to look at the way, the human brain is an amazing pattern recognition device, an incredible pattern recognition device. So we can look at an institution and say, or look at a set of phenomena in the world and say, well, we can imagine the following kind of pattern playing out. But we really have to work harder at the kinds of things where the patterns we haven't seen before. So, again, to go back to Silicon Valley Bank, a fast run prior to Silicon Valley Bank, you might say you'd get a modest outflow over a period of 10 days or 2 weeks that led you to worry more deeply about an institution. Or you think about Credit Suisse, which had its own set of issues. Credit Suisse essentially had a consistent, in effect, bank run in their wealth management unit for over many, 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 many months. Silicon Valley Bank lost $42 billion in an afternoon, and they were lined up to lose another $100 billion in deposits the next morning. So, several hours losing 85% of your deposit base. That's not a pattern people had seen before. And so I think beginning to help us as supervisors understand the ability to look around the corner. One of the things when I first got to the Fed in July, I started to go around to do town halls with virtual and physical, but mostly virtual, with supervisors. And I said, I really hope that you'll have 3 things that you keep in mind as a supervisor. One is you need to be agile, because the financial sector is changing all the time. 2 is you need to be tough. And that's hard to do when the economy is doing well and banks are making a lot of money. It's hard to push back. Being a supervisor is a very tough job, particularly in good economic times, to be able to push back forcefully against a bank. And the 3rd thing I said is don't be a jerk. Because the work that we have to do together is really hard, and we need to do it together. So I think those kinds of approaches, agility, toughness, but also collaboration, can help supervisors think in new ways about these kinds of problems and push on them.
Well, I think the concept of reverse stress test is extremely interesting because that's not what's been done in the past at all. It's been much more formulaic. You have a driving manual and you go forward to see if you're traveling at X speed, are you going to crash or not, kind of thing, rather than try and work out in advance what might possibly cause you to write off the car. I'm curious, does the Fed as a whole ever do a reverse stress test?
I'm sorry.
Does the Fed as a whole ever do a reverse stress test?
We're beginning to do that kind of thinking. I'd say we're pretty nascent in it. We're starting to look at different kinds of tools we could use in the supervisory process, and reverse stress testing is one of those tools. We have also, begun to look more at, at ourselves and think about our own culture as an institution. One of the things that not only our SVB report, but also the report in the global financial crisis and reports earlier than that found is that we tend to have a culture that makes it difficult for the institution to act quickly with respect to supervision. We try and build consensus. We want to make sure that our evidentiary record is strong. We're an institution that focuses on due process, which is a really important value. But we're not an institution that moves quickly on supervisory issues. We're great in a crisis at moving fast, but on supervisory issues as an institution, we work more slowly. So one of the things we're trying to think about is, are there ways to change that culture, to change the incentives for supervisory staff, and to enhance
we really
the tools
good if you getting murdered,
to supervisors,
but if you
to
just
take
getting
those
robbed,
steps
we
when they
not.
need to.
Nah, we ain't.
So, for example,
so it's more forward looking.
Putting in place, let's say you see a real governance issue at a bank.
Yeah.
Which governance is another word for culture. You see a real governance issue at a bank.
And government is another word for culture,
man. On that governance
culture.
issue, let's also put in place a mitigant right away if the problem's serious enough. Additional capital, for example, so that we're providing an incentive to the firm to act quickly on that issue, and we're putting in place a mitigant given that their risk culture is not up to snuff in the meanwhile.
Right. And just on that point quickly, before I come to John, have you done a sort of internal structural review of what went wrong with SVB along the lines of what we just heard in the last panel in relation to the Fed supervisory functions? Because, we just heard earlier, that doctors and nuclear scientists or, pilots, military pilots, in different guises get together at 8 o'clock every morning or whatever else and have a quick recap of what went wrong the day before. Or similarly, have these joint discussions, group discussions, trying to avoid naming and shaming or blaming individuals, but talking more about the structural processes that cause something to go wrong. And I'm curious, is that something that you've done at the Fed in relation to the Silicon Valley banking saga?
Yes, very.
Or John
very,
as well, maybe you've done that too, but I think probably Michael, sorry, you.
Yeah, no, very much. I mean, that's the first thing, the Monday morning after that terrible weekend, Chair Powell and I sat down together, and we both had the same idea over the weekend, which is we really need to do a searching review of what went wrong here. And so that's what we did. We had a very rigorous process that was led by Kevin Styro, who used to be the head of supervision here in New York, and a team of 20 or so individuals from around the Federal Reserve System. And we asked them to look at what went wrong with supervision at SVB. And they produced, I think, a really searching report. It's 114 pages they did in six weeks with just a killer team. And that report is really, as many people said, unflinching about where we went wrong and what we need to do to fix it. That report, together with other inputs, we had a work we've done on the future of supervision internally. We had a blue sky visioning process to bring in alternative ideas. And those three inputs are now leading to the next phase, which is over the next 6 months, we're going to do a project that looks system-wide at areas where we can enhance our supervisory culture, our practices, our behaviors, our tools, and also where we need to change regulation of the affected firms. And that's going to go in tandem over the next 6 months. So we're extremely focused on this question.
Right, that's fascinating. President Williams, I'm curious, we've talked a lot about Silicon Valley Bank and the lessons from that. There are other issues bubbling as well, like obviously the JP Morgan Epstein story. Are there any lessons you think that people could or should be learning from that at the moment about what's gone wrong, what could go right in the future?
I think it's many of the same actual lessons that we've just talked about, that around the importance of culture. And I guess I have one thing I would add to this. We talked about, the desire to have a consensus and move cautiously and or move carefully. But I think the other thing is there is a natural tendency on what's seen as qualitative issues, and you mentioned governance, we've talked about culture, to view those through a slightly different lens than quantitative issues. Like you think about capital, liquidity requirements, those are regularly reported, those stress tests, there's a lot of spreadsheets and an enormous amount of work in numbers, and you know what the number you need to hit. And I think we're still, as an organization, organizations around the world, still developing that comfort around the more qualitative aspects about governance, around and culture and expectations for that. Now that's been changing over time. I'm not, we've seen that happen because a lot of the issues you run into with banks aren't necessarily the quantitative issues. They're more operational risk or risk management or things like that. So I think that when I think about some of these issues, we need to be nimble or agile and all those words also around things that are, maybe some people would call them fuzzier or harder to quantify. And I think it gets to exactly what Michael said, is if you have issues around governance issues or culture issues and you see those, you should just assume that they're manifesting themselves in other places. We've seen this with other institutions in the past where it's rare that it's an idiosyncratic one problem at an institution, that if they're having this issue in this part of the bank, it's probably showing up in different ways. And I guess the going in assumption should be that correlation coefficient is close to 1, not close to 0. And I think that's, to me, one of the lessons that we've learned over the past 10 years or so.
I mean, I think that's exactly right, John. If you ignore that, then you end up playing kind of whack-a-mole. Firm has a problem, they fix that particular problem, they have a next problem, they fix a problem, but the underlying problem is there's a root cause of all of that, and we ask them to do root cause analysis. And the reason we ask them to do that is precisely as John said. It's likely that if they have this kind of mess up in one area, they're going to mess up in another area. You want to get firms in a position to be able to have a strong risk management culture where they can do their own risk assessment and have it consistently produce the information they need to correct, and then actually to correct that set of problems. And once a bank has that kind of risk management culture, if they discover a problem at another part of the institution, they will have discovered it themselves, and they'll have a process for escalating that to the appropriate level, and then putting the resources required to fix that problem.
So a question for both of you. I mean, do you see much or any sign on the ground that after these shocking sagas around Silicon Valley Bank, Credit Suisse, and the others, there's actually change happening right now inside banks? I mean, do you have any confidence that we're going to have, that you're going to have a slightly quieter summer?
Well,
that's different.
Let me just say it's.
Are they actually doing
my
anything
job
now?
To worry about things.
But
And by
what about this summer,
disposition,
dog?
I am not comfortable with really anything.
But in terms of your
You
level
look
of
very
discomfort,
comfortable
is it
up there.
higher
I'm
or
not going to
lower than it
lie.
was 3 months ago?
So
I get what you're saying, but you look chilling,
we made a lot of
dog.
progress in the banking system.
You
and
know what I'm
overall
saying?
the system, I think,
You
is
ain't even
quite
straining
sound.
for posture.
But it doesn't mean that there aren't
Like,
issues that we have to pay attention to. There are, and we are. And
I don't know.
obviously, many banks in the wake of
I get paid to worry,
Silicon
dog.
Valley
I'm
Bank
just
and then First
super
Republic
worried,
and Signature Bank failures went into a much more defensive position. So defensive in lots of ways, but building up their liquidity position so that they had
UNH, XLV, and healthcare's on the high too.
Of any difficulty is an example of that. And many banks in the country operate just fine. Most banks have a good risk management culture. Most banks operate within a set of risk parameters set by their board. Most banks have good interest rate and liquidity management. So we are looking for.
Hey, you might get your first breakout here.
I wouldn't want people
You're getting into the first flush zone.
Overgeneralize.
Still below all the levels, though.
Right.
Again, 43.87 next point up.
I have an example in my mind very much is, it's late June, so I'm very focused on the end of LIBOR at the end of June.
Yes.
But one of the lessons to me from that.
Why is that tie so long?
Going back to after the financial
I finally looked over at the screen. That's a long ass tie.
Misconduct issues.
Oh yeah, continue the misconduct story. Where's Rafael Baste?
And that gets to culture, it gets to the incentives, it gets to a lot of things. But when you think about it, we also had a structurally flawed financial.
Bro, find the bottom of the tie. I'll give you $1.
With U.S. dollar, LIBOR, and other reference.
You get the bottom of the tie in the shot. I give you $1.
To address the behavior, the misconduct, and those issues. Those have to be addressed. But you also want to make sure that the foundation of our financial system is really strong and actually, not, I won't say immune, but far less kind of subject to those kind of issues. And, over the past, roughly 10 years, we've been getting off of LIBOR, moving on to a robust reference rate. So to me, there's a lesson in that too, is think about how do we build the foundations of a financial system where, not only culturally, but
you're breaking above VWAP. You're still not at the level, but this is a good sign.
So, we have 10 more days.
43.87, so like 437 SPY.
But I do think it is a success. I mean, it's a sign that we can say,
MSTR and Bitcoin too.
We clearly, they undermined confidence in the financial system. Clearly, they were flawed, but with a lot of work and effort, we can actually resolve those issues. So I think that's another reminder of
I can't say anything about his hair,
because
if it was curly, it kind of looks like mine.
Also building
mine's a little weaker up top,
foundation
so
to our financial system.
Fuck yeah, New York Fed.
Will also reduce some of these risks.
They're doing good out there.
Do you think you need to change
banking
the kind
system's
of people
resilient.
who hire supervisors?
Honestly, until they lose their hairlines, I
the
think banks are solid.
Hire as bankers. I mean, should there be more psychologists or anthropologists or sociologists on your staff?
You forgot economists.
Yeah. And economists, yeah.
We have enough economists.
I kind of think you have plenty of economists. I don't think you're over-indexed already.
Right. John, let's stipulate that we have enough economists and lawyers.
Well, that leaves anthropologists, sociologists.
Yeah. I'm curious, do you think it's time to actually bring in behavioral science analysis from other disciplines, or put a few sort of medical doctors or aviation safety people on your staff?
No, you all are laughing, but no, she's serious. And I do think that there's.
He's like, yeah, straight up.
I do think
she's like, what if we get bird trainers on the Fed?
Jillian was at a
What if we bring people in the Fed to bring outside experience? We get a Falcon trainer, and then we hear what they have to say about monetary policy.
Scientists
and another person who is educated in AV and bird flu to be able to assist.
And security. Scientists who are expert in the tiles.
He's like, y'all think she's kidding? They're not. She's serious.
Experts who look at nuclear safety, experts who look at the way in which disease is transmitted across society, epidemiologists. So I do think having that interdisciplinary frame is absolutely critical to getting outside, our own head. I don't mean that individual. I mean, structurally as part of the system. So I do think interdisciplinary approaches make a lot of sense.
Big drop.
I would say, as an academic, putting my academic hat on, the most important work that I ever worked on as an academic, I did when I collaborated with a behavioral economist and a psychologist, looking at ways that regulation and economics and psychology come together to form a full picture of the way in which financial institutions ought to be regulated. I think having those interdisciplinary perspectives is really critical. And I would love to see us move to a system where we bring in much more of that interdisciplinary expertise to look at risk in the system. I think it would be really helpful.
Well, and one thing we've seen is, especially with our webinars during the pandemic, when we switched from these in-person meetings to the webinars, we brought in a lot of these experts from around the world, whether from NASA, from aerospace, from health sciences and everything. But I think one of the things that we all should remind ourselves is we're not unique in these issues. Right. Whether it's culture,
you're getting back to the level. 43.87 now. This is a big spot.
Here,
So if we break above here, I mean, the bulls got a fighting chance on the day. We've been playing that back and forth. If not, if you reject here, it's going to be a long day of dancing. Tesla's breaking out too, but SPY's getting above the level now.
We tend to convince ourselves
see what happens.
That the problems
see what
that
happens
we're
with the
facing
culture.
and the things we're dealing with are really unique to us as an organization. I think the banks kind of probably feel the same way. It's very unique to financial services, but I do think these are much broader. We learn a lot from bringing the other people in the conversation, and I've noticed, at least in our webinars that I've participated in, that the people in financial services and the people in the regulatory community, I think it has been eye-opening to all of us, them and us, to see that. Like, well, it's, NASA deals with the same issues we do, and they've come up with some, very interesting ways to try to address them.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is one of the unexpected benefits of Zoom culture, is bringing in
CRM keeps CRM's all day. So even in the morning too, but CRM's doing round 2 now at the highs. And then so is Meta. Bonds are still near the high, no relationship here for now. And then we're just back up to this level again. This is either going to be support or resistance. And then Bitcoin's been running too.
Singapore or anywhere else?
We could read some really interesting columns by Gillian Tett.
Well, I'm based in New York, so.
I do think there's a ton we can learn from other jurisdictions. And again, part of that is about getting outside our own heads, even if the particular substance of what another jurisdiction is doing.
Cigna's on the high again. SPY's still holding up.
Fit with
Coin's up 0.7. Again, Bitcoin's running more
you can learn a ton.
than CVS and Tesla.
Has been quite
Owl T, FDA news.
Forward-looking in a couple ways that I think are worth
Owlet,
looking at. One
59%.
Is the way in
Owl
which
T.
The UK looks at senior managers and holds them accountable. And a second
medical
is the way
pulse
in which the
oximetry
UK
device babysat.
What is known in the capital framework as Pillar 2 approaches, meaning firm-specific capital and liquidity buffers designed
that was in the
to
morning.
manage for that firm's particular risk. Australia's been.
And then they had delisting notice a couple days ago.
Quite interesting work.
So they have to get to $1.
The Netherlands is very much at the forefront of looking at using behavioral
Tesla's
insights
still going.
to explicitly look at culture per se.
Culture.
And others as well.
And
so I
the
think
SPY,
there's
Tesla
a ton
too, Meta.
that we can learn from other jurisdictions. We included one sentence on this in the SVB report that apparently got a lot of play in the preparation for this conference about the need to learn from other jurisdictions in this space.
Right. You've got about a minute, President Williams, to tell us what you think about learning from the Brits.
Well, I was...
or not. Or the Australians or the Dutch or anyone else.
Or Ireland.
Or the Canadians have.
And the Canadians as well, right. I think what we're seeing again over the past 9 years as we've been doing this work is more jurisdictions, experimenting or doing pilots or developing programs. And I think that's a very healthy development because that way we can actually see, how does this help? What are the benefits of this? Or how does this actually play out? We all can learn from each other. It's also breaking down, if you will, the silos between culture and, supervision, because they really, as we've talked about, these are all the same things we're talking.
Tesla's really, going crazy.
Focused on.
So Tesla's up 3%, but it's breaking out now. 2 big candles here. That's like the first big tech cap name I'm seeing. Again, Tesla's painting the high ticker, Delta on the high too, and MGM and Win.
Working, what isn't working? What can we import? Even if we don't call it culture, we can import it into our thinking about this.
Right. Well, we are sadly out of time. It just remains for me to say a very big thank you to both of you. I think we'll all be watching with great interest what transpires in the next 3 to 6 months and hoping that you do indeed have a quieter summer. And I'll just end by saying to both of you, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if that's ominous or not, but we'll take it. I kind of wish it was longer because I needed to go to the bathroom. But we'll take it. They didn't say anything that would have made the market move. However, the market went up during all of this. So we weren't doing much, like literally first half of that. There wasn't even any real statements that came in. So again, this whole week, the main theme is going to be the Fed speakers. But those two people, Vice Chair Barr and then Vice President or President of New York Fed, Mr. Williams, he didn't really say anything. So we didn't really get much movement. Bonds were already up. Like I said here, there was really minimal bond movement, but That last like 15, 20 minutes there, market kind of just went above the level on its own thing. So couple of different movers here we called out throughout all of it, but happy Tuesday, Monday. We're dealing with the China news or maybe lack thereof. We're getting ready for Powell in the Fed. Everyone's saying the rally needs to cool down or it doesn't, but we're still really high up. We're coming off the best week in years. So welcome to the middle of the day. I mean, it's 12:30 right now. So we still have like, what, 3.5 hours left? We've gone through 3.5 hours. So good morning, Chattadonia. There is your market. The NASDAQ is down a quarter. SPY down almost a half. NASDAQ almost a third. And the Russell is down 0.6 as well. Yeah, welcome to the culture market. They had a lot of culture. A lot of culture. He said the government's culture. Everything's culture. Culture. Yeah, bonds came up. Do I have Meta? Not any trade positions on Meta. All we have is our long-term Meta shares is up like 200% or something like that. But it's a smaller play, but that's not it's not a trade. And then I don't really have any options on Meta. No, I got those old UPSs. They're clapped. And then that's it. The CRM from last week, I mean, the stock's moving up, but not enough. That play's dead too. So much culture. Everything's culture. So you want to hire the bird director for the Fed? I'm just saying, if you cross experiences, it's very effective. What's happening in the summer? CRM, new high, 214.50. No Rivian plays. I made JD. I think that's the only play that I'm actually holding here today that I'm still holding. JD. I grabbed that, I think. So, yeah, I flipped out into NVIDIA, and then I got new V2, NVEE. That was buyout news or pursue exploring sale news. I'm down $1 on that one. That one, I was down way more earlier. But then JD and NVE are the only ones. NVIDIA's on the high, or is that Meta? Nope, NVIDIA's going up. I closed out of NVIDIA already, so that's good. But NVIDIA's going back up. Meta, CRM. I picked up Disney for the long term, actually. So we grabbed Disney about 60, 70 cents higher from here. Earlier in the day. Yeah, Tesla and Meta are still going. Now Microsoft. I think you might get everybody playing on board now. The bio ticker is NVEE. So they went up a lot. Like even up now, it's up 6%. It was up more. I bought it at like 111.30 on 50 shares. There was just a statement. Again, I remember last Friday or last Thursday, we got like 2 or 3 of those exploring. Remember Ball and the other one? So they moved up a lot. We had similar news. I tried to play it after it came down a little bit, but then it kept dropping, and now it's just holding. But it's already kind of holding again, so we'll see. But that trade doesn't really even trade a lot. Even when we were looking at it before, it didn't have that many orders coming in. My price target for Tesla, I don't really have one. I added Disney to the long term. Yes, I think it's controversial, but it's not as controversial as buying Target. No, okay, I'm sorry. I liked it though. I like Disney. You know, I still like Frozen. I don't know, call it what you want. I didn't think, when I first met Elsa, I didn't know it would be that political. But I still like, let it go. No, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Oh, upgraded my desk setup this week. Now I can stay culty and stay worky. Let's go, baby. That workflow, baby. Logic for Disney. 2013 prices. Dividend come back in 3 months. Minimum or maximum, maybe. I don't know about the time frame. That is my only variable. But if you want the simple one, we could go deeper. Yeah, honestly, Olaf is a G. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. That's a great logic for me to purchase. I'm fine with that. I could stop that conversation right there. I don't know if you feel me on that, but just, for some of you, I understand, and I hope I love you, and I know you're searching answers or looking for answers. So, it's a cheap price. The dividend is going to be coming back. I do think there's downside, but, just like any play, I wouldn't read into it too much. You've watched it. If it's a household name and it goes back to a very, very old level in terms of price nominally, I'd like to take advantage of it, especially if it's something we've had in the past too and talked about. So that's the simple answer right there. Dividends coming back. Stock price is at 2013 prices, and Olaf is dope. What new free cash flow would you have to bring back? I've not thought about that. You know what I'm saying? I did not sit back. That's not what I thought about when I watched Frozen. You know what I'm saying? I had a lot of other questions. I wondered about Elsa and her magic abilities, how she got them, how she's going to work together with her sister, how Olaf is going to take this. I was thinking if there's going to be an Olaf spinoff and that could have monetary effects and whatnot. But even then, I'm saying, like, what's Olaf going to do with life when he, anyways, mortgage rates are crazy out there in their kingdom. But I didn't think about any of that. I did not think about any of that. What I'm saying is Disney is not, it's not a fundamental play in the sense of I'm not looking at value. I'm not looking at anything. I'm straight name brand 2013 prices. Call it a day. At the end of the day, I'm going to own a household name in the portfolio. I could get behind that, and then hopefully, I mean, it would suck if they didn't bring the dividend after communicating they would, but I highly doubt that they won't. But the fundamentals, the growth, the PE, none of that is coming into the equation of this. This is like age-old, long-term 101. You know what I'm saying? Just straight up, it's a name you all know about. It'll be here in 10 years. Thankfully, the price, the risk to reward, you're not in a price where it's like, again, it just, compared to 140, it's a lot better here than 9. I still think it could go down a lot more. But at the very least, like I'm saying, this was the price of like 2013. It was their high, granted, but I like the midpoint, and then it's just the name. I bought Disney because Frozen was dope. It's good. I like Beyond Meat too, but them even then too, I don't know if I'd want more than where I have now. And like that's the difference. Like comparing, you could take the same logic, and the difference is Disney has been around longer than most of us have been alive in here, except my old people. But it's like for real, Beyond Meat is still relatively new. So I do like the Beyond Meat burgers. I do like the Whopper now too. That's Impossible. But yeah, Disney is household name, man. The Mick plant, I haven't had it. Beyond Cancer. Yeah, I haven't had it in a while, but we bought one share. Literally, we bought one share of Beyond 3-4 years ago, and we bought one share of what's it called? Yeah, Disney. Yeah, never mind. I don't think anybody is older than Disney in here. So I would love their dividend. And again, I know it's not like I don't know what Lending Tips is gonna say if I told him I bought Disney. But I know some people just it's that's the sad part, because we all get brainwashed. I feel like Disney today is the same Disney of 5, 10, 15 years ago. But the sad part is just like, there's a lot of politics behind even making investments nowadays. Because you say you want to buy something, I know a lot of people see the content Disney produces. You see a name like Target, Budweiser, you're thinking about what is going on in the news and how people are reacting to stuff. But market's popping up here too now. You're getting back up to opening levels, but I'm just seeing, the prices, and I see them as the same exact companies 5-10 years ago for the most part. You know what I'm saying? But I understand it, but unfortunately, I'm leaving out a lot of the what's it called? We're just looking at the straight price of what it is and the name that it is. So, you will have to deal with other challenges to make certain investments more or less. Should back up. I don't know. PayPal's hitting a high. No, we'll call Lending Tips and we'll ask it. To my point, we'll see what he says. I don't think Lending Tips, he's gonna I don't think he likes Disney. But then again, I'm like, don't you watch Moana? Like, isn't Moana Disney? I don't know. Moana hits, bro. So they don't feel me. I still like Frozen. PayPal is going up. PayPal's about to go to 69. That's crazy. Does the proliferation of content online and the change in cultural values change the value of Disney's brand and back catalog? Yes and no. I mean, I think what you're saying is a very accurate conception of everything. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what we should be looking at. But I just think Disney, they own the catalog, and that's what we were saying earlier with like Netflix. That's why they made the pivot to everything they're doing. They're trying to protect their back catalog. That's why they're keeping all of the licensing for them, and they want to monetize it and all of that. So we'll see whatever happens with, culture and other stuff. I can't believe we're talking culture. You know what I'm saying? And online changes, but I do think they're going to be at the forefront of it. I mean, again, the internet was a very, very disruptive place all the way up until 2016. The internet was very, very disruptive. Why I say it's not is because ever since advertisers came in and they had the great advertiser apocalypse, that changed what you saw. Internet became mainstream essentially. So what I'm trying to say is that if the world stays mainstream, I think Disney is going to dominate. Again, it's either I dominate or Disney dominates. So that's it. It's either the independent and the truth, and you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's Disney and the mainstream. They control the ad dollars. They'll control what you see. Even if culture shifts, I wouldn't be surprised if Disney is on the forefront of it. And, I mean, here's the best part now. You guys don't get it? Guess what we got now? Even better for our long term. I love it. I love it. It's the beautiful, beautiful aspect of it. Again, I think they are a cultural leader, but in SPY's coming up, bro. SPY's about to break out right now. Again, NVIDIA, PayPal, Meta, I think even Google, they were running up earlier, but a lot of things are coming up. Trent Krim from The Independent. But come on. There's something about the long term now with Disney. I don't know. I hope you guys could like it. It's actually, it's the first time we've kind of done it, more or less. But I'm glad that we did it. I don't know if y'all feel me on it, and that's why I'm glad it's cheaper when we bought Disney. But there's something about it. Just look at the composition of the long term. So again, we're talking about changes with Disney. We're talking about them being a cultural leader, right? You know what I'm saying? And again, the media and everything that they're doing, right? It's fucking Disney. But what do you think it is? There's one more part about it. It's average. It's on a growth stock that will become a dividend. But there's another part to it. Not Apple partner. It just depends on what you bought with if you were really following along the long term or not. And then SPY's working its way up here again. NVO's on the high, and healthcare. I like the prices, but no, it is lagging behind everything else. That's not it though. Wow, it should stand out. What else do you have in the long term? Come on. It's related to culture. It's related to media. So if Disney's not going to control the culture, who is? Yeah, Netflix. So in a weird way, we just added to our Netflix, but with the diversification of Disney, but now at a cheaper price. So again, we're already up 80% on Netflix. The position is around the same size. So now, we got $5,000 in Netflix. Now we have $5,000 or $4,700 in Disney. But now we got both. So it's kind of like it's either Disney. If Disney doesn't end up dominating, I don't think Netflix and Disney fail. You know what I like? So now think about that, though. If you ever, people are like, oh, Netflix is going to fail. Well, great. We have Disney. Okay, Disney's going to fail. It's too woke. Okay, then I don't think both of them will. So we'll see how it is. But now at that point, we do kind of have a little bit of all of the media names, more or less. So it kind of balances too. And the best part is everything else is up. We bought Netflix when it's cheap. Now Disney is a little bit lower. The more you talk about Disney, the more I buy. Well, we're just talking about it today. We grabbed it here today. My first pickup in years. Again, I bought one share back in the day when we first started it, and then that's it. We bought PayPal. I like Square and PayPal. You can do the same thing if you'd like, but I usually don't do that. It's like CVS and Walgreens too. Same philosophy. I bought 50 shares. Honestly, I'm mad we didn't get more PayPal now. That was one I was waiting on a little bit too, but we have added a couple of, these are your cheaper growth names now. And then 3M and Walgreens are still down. Intel, yeah. The subs, there was an update. It was going to come from like the European like green energy fund, I think. Netflix doesn't own the same kind of kid-friendly media. Yeah. I mean, I like Disney, but I just never liked the price, and then I didn't like it when they had the dividend, and then now they had all those problems, and then now you got Bob Iger. He's coming back. They got a lot of drama, but overall, it's just at the name brand should help out. It's just I'm not going to be mad saying I have Disney in my portfolio. Unity, isn't Unity is, what do they own? I found out they own something. But Unity could be actually decent, but again, that one's going to be a more riskier growth name. What did I find out about them? Oh, I found out something else too. Are you ready for this? So I found out over the weekend, I talked to one of the guys. I invested in a private equity. Like I took a private stake in a company, right? And I forgot what we were talking about. I think it's because they returned me like an investment, and they're doing like another round. And like I was just telling them how fast it was, and I was like, "Wow, like good job, you guys." And it's I was like, "Man, it's so crazy to think how fast things have or how fast things have gone." And I was like, even since I was like, "Well, it was just in March, like banks were failing, right?" And come to find out, I find out that this company that I invested in, their money was tied up in SVB. This guy proceeds, he was like, "Oh yeah, bro, we were so scared those couple of days. We almost lost everything." I was like, "What?" I was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "Bro, you didn't know?" I was like, "No, I did not know." So apparently this company I invested in, they had over $15 million in SVB during that day, and they couldn't access the money for those 2 or 3 days. And then right when the government came in and cleared up everything, that's it. They were good to go. So the government saved their ass. Yeah. No, the government saved all this whole time. Yeah. I was like, wow, that's amazing. I was like, so you were very happy by that, huh? He was like, yeah, and so are you, because you would have lost your investment. I said, what? I said, daddy government? Is there time to back out? No, I like their company a lot. They just did one of their like credit lines. They got a credit line from SVB. That's why they kept their money there. So they got like really good credit line and investment terms from SVB, and so that's why they banked with them. But it was just awful, bro. Awful. Yeah, I just found that out though, like 2 days ago. PayPal's still, PayPal's about to go 69. Even CRM's going. That's been moving all day. Again, that's the second leg. Even like 30 minutes ago, it was going crazier. We're up 10% now on PayPal. I wanted more. I thought 10% would have been good. I didn't think it would go PayPal. Well, good for you, PayPal. Good for you. Yeah, PayPal again, CRM. SPY's even at the high. That's crazy. PayPal 69 and 71. We'll see. What do you think, Divi? I think Disney's dividend will probably be at like 2% when it comes out. Maybe 3%. It's going to be a small dividend, but then hopefully that dividend just people are asking like where are they going to get the money. Like, trust me, dividend, like Disney is a good company when they pay the dividend, because then they can't spend the money. So, but I don't know what the yield will be at, but I think it'll be around like 2 to 3%. And I think it'll just be good in terms of what it could mean for future cost control or cost disciplines. Oh, NV's coming back up. Again, PayPal's about to hit 69. Even SPY's about to break out. I think NASDAQ's about to go green here too. I'm lost. What's the issue with Disney? Their streaming stuff in parks have dropped, and then they've had a lot of shakeups and changes and costs associated with these changes ever since Bob Iger left a couple years ago, and they try to go after this like streaming pivot. So just the slower growth story, kind of failed transition in some elements, but that's about it. And then it's just overall Disney. And some folks think they're the devil. Yeah, that could go a long way too. Then they got like a little battle with the state of Florida. I forgot about that one too. Marvel totally peaked. Yeah. I mean, I'll just tell you this though. If like, the other day someone's like, Josh, what do you do? What do you do if you can't fall asleep, Josh? Like, do you have trouble sleeping? Like, bro, just put on one of those like 4-hour superhero movies, and that'll do the trick, bro. That'll do the trick. I'm not gonna lie to you. Those movies make me hella sleepy. Isn't Disney's price to earnings of 40 kind of high? Oh, now you want to talk about price to earning. Oh, okay. Yalla, habibi. Yalla, we talk price to earn. Oh, it's price to earnings moment now, huh? Okay, yalla, 40 PE. Oh, yeah, 40 Disney too high. Oh, Airbnb way too high. But Nvidia, good deal, habibi, good deal. They don't care, PE. They don't care. They don't even care of physical activity. Why would they care of price to earnings, habibi? They don't care about the multiplication, habibi. No. Yeah, it's a high PE, but yeah. They hyped how much growth can they have from this point on. I don't think they're supposed to just. I think they should save money on Disney Plus. That's it. Lorcana will pump Disney. What's that? Is that a movie? Does TD ever buy the shares on expiring puts, assuming you don't have enough? Well, if it's in the money, they'll give you the margin to buy it. So if you're in the money, there's equity on that play. Even if you don't have enough, like usually they'll let you do it. But if it's like too close, then you can't. But you should be able to. Everything ripping. It's a weird day because that wasn't the story in the morning. I mean, we're still below the gap level. We gapped down. We sold off for the first like hour to the dot. And then we just started bouncing up here recently. But this was like right as the speech was wrapping up with the Fed speakers, but they didn't say anything. What caused the 20% increase in real estate value? My assumption is that it's what happened with the BTFP and rates dropping due to SVB. And then no immediate recession, 6 to 8 months going on since the end of last year when prices were lower and interest rates were higher. And that's it. And as people are feeling optimistic, not to mention just the underlying economy just chugged on. Could be a reload. I mean, Friday was kind of a reload. And then we were coming off of the best week in years. Years, son, years. Dollar goes down, emerging markets, commodities. You need it. You need the dollar to break out of a range, though. That's unfortunately the problem. That's what Uncle said. This is what I've been telling you. Where keep an eye, and then again, the currencies like the naira and the yuan, I'd watch, but you need the dollar. It's the same thing with the bonds. I mean, I'm telling you, right? I'll tell you, I could say this with a lot of confidence. This is the answer. It is bonds and the dollar breaking out of this range. I hope you guys see it. That's it. That's the only thing that has not moved there. So the dollar, like, and you're saying if the dollar goes up or down, it'll affect this and that, but you need the dollar to really break out or the dollar to get really weak. And why? Because the point is, any currency or bond moves that we see now, we saw a lot worse 6 months, 8 months ago. So you got to think about it. The dollar 8 months ago, every other currency in the world was going insane. So right now, even if the dollar gets stronger or weaker, if the pound, the euro, the Swiss franc, the yen, and every single currency is not hitting a 50-year low, we're fine. That's the only thing that we have, like, more or less. So it's just really like what I'm looking for, though, is like the dollar to really break out, to start seeing that correlation, to like really watch it hit heavier, either up or down. We need it to break out. But it's like I'm saying, I think right now the Fed is firmly aware they need to keep the dollar and bonds in between these levels, because if they don't, that's where I think problems happen. Again, I think if yields go above 4.5%, 5% on the 2-year or 10-year, then people freak out. If they go lower than 3%, 2.5%, 2.7%, people freak out. Same thing with the dollar. If the dollar starts breaking out above 29.50-ish, people are going to freak out. The rest of the currencies in the world will change. The dollar breaks below 27, gets to like 26.50, then that's a different dollar scenario that we've seen since 2020 and 2021 all happened. So I think it's about keeping this stable. Everything else will move in the meantime, and it doesn't even matter until we get that other move there in bonds or dollar and or. I haven't seen the naira yet. I was looking at the yuan, though. I saw the naira, though. That's it. The naira and the yuan, everything's in check. That's what I'm saying. It's not checkmate, but I think both of those are, all we need is like one more thing that makes more sense with just like bonds, and you need that clarity. But the naira and the yuan, or I think I need yuan at 7.29. Yeah, 689. It's chilling a little bit, but still aggressive. Yeah, and then China, we need 7.25. But we're getting there. The naira is already there, though. That's already at the point of I'm waiting to see what shockwave emerges. Boeing, I don't know. There's the Paris air show and a lot of good news. It could be because like Airbus got a lot of orders. I don't know. I didn't really hear too much about Boeing, but that could be the only thing. I've not looked at the Brazilian real, no. New York Air National Guard assisting search for Titanic sub. That's crazy. We're looking for a Titanic sub. So it's not the Titanic, but we're looking for something that was looking for the Titanic. I have heard about that story. It's pretty wild. There's a lot of it's like the richest family, or it's like one of the like royal families of Pakistan who is on that ship right now. So it's like a tour, and they go tour the wreckage of the Titanic, and then they got trapped. I thought it got lost. I thought they don't even know where it is, and it just lost communications. They paid $200 on there. Second time it's been lost. I think they have 96 hours of oxygen. It's safer to go to space than visit the Titanic. Shit, man, just get a Apple virtual reality headset and call it a day. Less with them panicking. What if they don't even know they're lost? What if they just turned it off to get like a better view, and then they pop up and they're like, oh, we're fine, guys. I'm an optimist. I don't know. I'm an optimist. One guy did the Virgin space ride. Oh, what? Dang, so he went to space and came back, and then the Titanic got him? That's actually crazy. Your Optimus Prime. Oh, man. Tesla's actually running. It just wicked into the high. SPY's coming down here a little bit. Still super early. It's actually 10 a.m. Got some time. Texas grid urges consumers to limit power as demand soars. Oh, Tejas. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Another headline on the PayPal KKR thing. And then again, SPY near the high. I will BRB.
Chat into the spot Bitcoin ETF ring. If launched, it would be the first of its kind in the U.S.
Plus, we hear from former FTX U.S. President Brett Harrison. He'll talk about his new firm, Architect, as well as involvement with his former firm and the recent crypto pushback from the SEC.
And from the lack of regulatory clarity to the latest crackdown, we'll dig into a new Bloomberg Intelligence survey taking the temperature of the industry. So all of that is ahead. But first, let's take the temperature of these digital asset markets. The best way to do that on your Bloomberg terminal, CRYP Go. And what you will find is it is a bit of a mixed picture when it comes to these digital currencies today. You do have the two largest moving to the upside. Bitcoin up 2.5%. We are trading around $27,400. So trying to sustain that boost it got after the filing of BlackRock's spot ETF. We'll see ultimately where that goes and have more on that in just a second. Ether, meanwhile, up about 1% at 1748. But then you have some of the other digital currencies moving to the downside, including XRP, which of course is still mired in a lot of uncertainty regarding the Ripple versus SEC lawsuit. It's down about 2.5%, and Cardano also down about 1.1% on the day, Matt.
Let's focus in, though, on the big guy. Bitcoin gets a shot of optimism after BlackRock files for a spot Bitcoin ETF in the U.S. Of course, the SEC has resisted allowing such funds in the past. But the question this time is whether it'll be different with a bid from the world's biggest asset manager. Joining us to talk more about this is Bloomberg's Sonali Basak. Sonali?
Matt, first of all, huge vote of confidence when you look at BlackRock and its ability to try to do this after dozens of companies have come forward and tried to create a Bitcoin ETF with no avail from the SEC and an approval for the process. We know Grayscale has sued in this regard, trying to get their conversion of GBTC into an ETF. So what's different when it comes to BlackRock? One thing is a surveillance sharing agreement when it comes to NASDAQ and the ability to really monitor what's going on with this ETF in real time. Another thing that is really interesting is the custodians themselves, because not only do you have Bank of New York Mellon that you're looking at as one of the custodians here when you think about the cash holdings, but Coinbase as well when it comes to the Bitcoin holdings. So you have another vote of confidence, not just in Bitcoin, but in Coinbase also, Matt, really just days after you saw the SEC sue Coinbase for another matter when it comes to the crypto world and the listing of certain assets. So this would be large for Bitcoin, given how many people are on the sidelines that would want a spot Bitcoin ETF to gain exposure with the confidence of the likes of BNY Mellon and BlackRock behind it. Will the SEC have more faith in a giant like BlackRock? When you look at what Bloomberg Intelligence is estimating, they expect kind of a 50-50 chance of approval by the end of the year, and even more so when you think beyond this year alone.
And then what would the implications for prices actually be, Sonali, should we see this happen, which, of course, is no guarantee?
Yeah, no guarantee at all, given the stance the SEC has had so far when it comes to Bitcoin ETFs. But again, BlackRock is another game in town. So do they change the equation here? With how many advisor assets are on the sidelines here, you would imagine that it could really encourage a lot more people to get in with a trusted, really, retirement provider and ETF provider here like BlackRock. There's a sense that it will encourage more more people to come in. But with the uncertainty, you don't see that massive price movement right now. And again, we're still talking about Bitcoin here. We're not talking about all these other types of crypto assets that are still out there that are drawing more scrutiny from the SEC. Of course, I know I'm sure.
Yes. Bitcoin ETF. That's been talked about for years. UNH and healthcare still, but it's 10 a.m. Chattadonia. It's actually not too bad. We started off a little bit slower, sold off, gap down, sold off, had this bounce. You heard from Fed people today. They ain't saying anything that moved the market. Some disappointing China news. SPB's dying. Spectrum Brands. Oh, great call out on that. SPB dying. Yo, I'm trying to get the news. I just entered the wrong ticker. SPB on the low. They authorized purchase of $1 billion of common stock. They complete sale of hardware and home improvement business for $4.3 billion. Was that $12.59? So I think they closed the sale of it, and it could be people disappointed on the $1 billion of buybacks. After paying down debt and funding ASR, to use a portion of the transaction to invest in long-term operating performance and free cash flow generating capacity. Spectrum Brand. So I think they completed the sale of a deal for $4 billion, and then they said that they're going to buy back $1 billion of common stock, but that could be a little disappointing for them. Yeah, SPB. Again, they're getting murdered right now. That's a very, very big draw. It's already dropped, I think, 3 or 4% from the top. It's down 2 right now, but they were up earlier. Okay, I keep watching. It could bounce on that. Powell speaks tomorrow at 7 a.m., 30 minutes after the bell, Wednesday and Thursday. So both tomorrow and the day after that, same exact time. You'll get pre-written statements probably in the morning too. So before Powell even comes on tomorrow, there's a very good chance that the market gets his statement and responds to the pre-written statement, and we'll have an idea of his attitude ahead of it. It might even come out today, believe it or not. Raul, 450s. Tesla's still going again. SPB, they just came out there with that update. Mo's on the low. Disney, the ticker SPB. A lot of Powell, yes. A lot of Powell in the mic. Oh, we are. Okay, now give me a second here, sir. Okay, now tell me, Mr. Powell, Jerome. Hey, now, do you sell furniture? No. Let me get this. Can I purchase the microwave without the receipt? Okay, exactly. Now, can I purchase your furniture with your interest rate? No. Now, why is your name Jerome? Who named you? No. Okay, I'm not. No, I'm. Hear me out. So start with the first. Okay, then should we make Jerome change his name? No, exactly. That's not constitutional. So then why do you go by Jay? Who's Jay? Are you smoking the reefer? Is that what's happening? Are you, before you get to your federal meeting, are you smoking a little bit of reefer? I know it's illegal, but still. Jay, man. Power hour. I've reclaimed my time. Thank you. PayPal at 69. Burlington's on the high. Sound about to hit 4. Sound. Oh, yeah, we're up on Sound. We're at 390. I'll do something. AI, come on. PFE. Yeah, SPB still at the low again. PayPal, that's pretty crazy. But that they do have the good news. They are outperforming Square and the other ones. Tesla 270. Space up another 22. Yeah. And then where's SoFi? They got clapped. The downgrades and the sales are actually not down that much. And then Boeing keeps getting clapped here too. Good SPY back to opening levels. You had that little bounce. SPB getting 2 big candles again. Bonds are finally going down. So actually ever since we topped out there, so it's like what? From right here, bonds and stocks went up and now they're both going down. But still a decent gap. SPY is kind of matched up with bonds, and then NASDAQ and Dow are both under and outperforming. PayPal. SoFi is weird. So SoFi got a bunch of upgrades, then it ran up, and then all of the people just downgraded it right as it went up. That was like a SoFi in the last like 48 hours has had like an onslaught of like analyst downgrades on it. So again, a lot of them were riding it on the way up too, but that was it. And then there was also the report of the insiders. There was like a bunch of insider sales on the run up as well too. NV Spectrum. SPY's coming a little lower again. It looks like it's matching up with bonds here a little bit, but we're finally watching the bonds move. Bonds barely even broke out of here or moved during the little speech when the market did. Spectrum quickly extends the decline, 1.5. Where's Billiam? Billiam's a good guy. I think you could get in on the new issues if you want to buy bonds. You could go to TD Ameritrade, because I think we had the, what's it called today? You had like 42-week bills or whatever. Let's check. Trade bonds and CDs. U.S. Treasuries, 5.2. So dope. New issues, Treasury auction. Yeah, you could get in on it. Otherwise, you'll have to wait a couple of weeks. So if you want a 4-week bond from the auction announcement, you have till, I think you have till today or the next couple of days. You get 4-week bond or 8-week bond. Up to you. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla 270.60 now. Dollar General on the high too. And then even the SPY turning back up here. See what the bonds do. But Tesla's up 3.8. Tesla's literally carrying everything, I feel like. And then only thing in the green is consumer discretionary. And then healthcare did go green. Everything else still red. Energy's down 2.6. 4,450. 4.3. This is actually right below 4,400. So if we break out to the high of the day and hit a new high, you'll be back above 4,400. So all of this right now, we are still trading below 4,400 on the SPX. QQQ, huge pop. Tesla's still going, man. HD's on the high. Nvidia shareholder meeting June 22nd. I did not know that. Value plays stopped really moving there. Some were doing more than not, but again, consumer discretionary is number one. I think Tesla's included in that. I don't know. Yeah, retail is up 0.3. Automobiles, yeah, it's all Tesla. So that's it. Consumer discretionary is just because of Tesla. Is Pinduoduo not available to trade? It says opening positions are not being accepted. It could be if it's hard to borrow, but sometimes with ADRs. I've seen that if it's hard to borrow and there's no shares, but it's weird. Let's see, Pinduoduo. Yeah, they're down a lot. Again, I grabbed JD. It let me buy JD today. Tesla stonking. Haven't heard that in a while. PayPal 69. Tesla's going. I think anything with momentum is literally continuing into a high right now. Some of the banks are doing better. Remember, regionals are selling off pretty hard. They're down 1.2. Again, PayPal above $69 now. Tesla, wow. So why was we're still down. We're below the gap down. I mean, the Nasdaq's not as bad. I think it was just a disappointing start to the week, or, trying to pick up momentum after a very big momentum week. You had negative China news, and then everybody talking about, does the momentum continue or not, and then preparing for all of the Fed speak that we are going to be getting this week. I haven't heard Tesla and Stonk in a while, bro. So I'm like, man, that's kind of impressive. PayPal 69.60. There's Tesla again. And then now NVIDIA. So again, I closed out of that NVIDIA play earlier. I'm happy I did. What's the 52-week high? Maybe we'll short like 44.45. ADR is American Depository Receipt. So it's a foreign share. It's honestly crazy how it works. Because ADRs are pretty much, it's a company that you can buy and trade, but they just own foreign equity. So like Alibaba, when you buy like Alibaba ADR shares, you're not buying the actual Chinese shares. You're buying a Cayman Islands holding company that owns Asian shares of Alibaba. So you own the holding company that owns the foreign equity. That's what an ADR is. Palo Alto climbing. They've been doing good since the S&P edition. Yes, you own the receipt. Well, that's why there's ADR. There's the depository receipts, notes. There's all of that, but in essence, you're owning a holding company. Well, it is kind of sketchy. Some people don't really like it. There's a fee associated with it. I mean, the ongoing debate is that, like, Alibaba, you don't really own Alibaba. Like, even then, like, you could say that you do, even if the ADR does it, but there's a long-standing debate that, like, if push came to shove, like, you don't really own anything of all. Like, it's just all Asian shares, and it's not like they've really given you a real right to it. The Naira's awful. But the Naira, we're waiting for the... we need everything else to really pop off with it. I was looking at Altria. It's dropped a lot since ex-dividend. I would like some more, but we're going to see. Again, my latest pickup, I grabbed Disney today, which was kind of surprising to some. And then SPY's kind of working its way back up here. Then we had Tesla up here, PayPal, a couple of growth names are going crazy. Value names are all on the lows. Again, materials or energy, materials, real estate, industrials are the worst. Only thing doing good right now is discretionary, and that's because Tesla is literally up 4% right now. Why though? Oh man, it's good. I'm glad though. It's like I'm glad every long-term pickup has the same amount of interrogation. So I like you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's good. Because there's a lot, they're like, why? But why did you buy? But that's good though. You know what I'm saying? Like, there should be some level of interrogation to it. But Disney, household name, 2013, 2014 prices, and dividend is coming back. Everything else is subject to interpretation. MO, I like 41 is just, I think you can't refuse it at 41. I mean, I kind of like it here at this price, but this is just the ex-dividend drop. So it's like you missed out on the dividend, got back the extra 2%. But I like it. I think at 41, I don't think you could refuse. Like, that was the one, that was the price that I was mad that I didn't buy it at. I think Buffett has some para. I don't know about a lot. Mexican peso is unstoppable. Well, they have a lot of things like they try to keep it like that. That's like the purpose. Like that's one of AMLO's goals. SPY's breaking out. So Chad, get ready here. Again, Nvidia's going up. You had a couple of other runners there. Tesla's leading a lot. But like I was saying here, we gapped down from 4409. If we get above here, 4400, this will be the first time since the morning. So this is actually kind of important here. And then you're not really getting the same dominance. Like, it's not like everything's going up. It's just a couple of names, it looks like. Let me see if I can find it. Wheat momentum. I mean, wheat could lose momentum in the snap of a fingers. There's a lot of other external things, but watch for the grain deal to keep that pressure up. Otherwise, just it's going to be a game of hot potato with the commodities. Yeah, right now it's like 3/4 of the market's down. Only 128 names are up on the S&P. And then SPY's going up. So it's only a couple of these names here. And then NASDAQ, you only have 1,000 names up. 2,000 names are down. $271. It's not too bad. I mean, NASDAQ's a little worse, but like I'm saying, you're watching us. Like, we're watching everything go up. There is some upside. In like just a couple of names, but everything else is like, nah. Mid-80. I would like it at the 80s, but again, it'll never be too perfect. Like even PayPal, I think we fluctuated, like even like 3M went lower. So did Walgreens. I think Walgreens is slightly up from where we got it at, but it's just like you'll have a little bit of fluctuation. So I do think Disney could go to like $82, I believe is like one of the other low targets. So it's up to you. But I'd figure we'd throw some at it now, especially too, depending on where we're at now and with growth and all of that, to get a growth name at a discount. I'm cool with it. And we still have a little bit of cash, but I did use my cash there. So we have a deposit coming in another week or two. Yeah, I'm still in Lucid. But then our cash value is lower. I'm only gonna be at like 5,000 cash now on like 120K. The Lucid, I'm down on that one. I'm down $200. Baby Joker checking in. It's good. BlackRock shot Bitcoin filing helps repair GBTC discount. Narrows to 37 versus 44. Ah. And then SPY it topped out there. Didn't get to 4,000 or 4,400. So see what happens here. Uber coming down. Yeah, Uber's actually catching some pretty big candles here. Bonds going a little lower there. That is true, because right here they were all dropping. Then you kind of broke down again from here. Uber's on the low ticker. How would you determine your rebalancing when having such little cash in the big account? What do you mean? So I don't need to rebalance anything because I'm already, like, there's names that I'm down on, obviously, but I mean, our growth and dividend, that balance is still in check. where, you know, everything's chill, but I just would have less cash. That's all. I just will have less money to react if anything happened. But then again, every month we will get another deposit. Long term is hard for people to understand. Well, I don't think that the long term is hard to understand. I think it's just easy to do a lot of other stuff too. You see what I'm saying? It's easy. The long term's easy. You know, it's not like it's hard, but it's so much easier too to get into 15 other things. Yeah, that was a waste of a Prime subscription, dog. But thank you. I don't want extreme anything, you know what I'm saying? So Trump or Biden or anything, just, yeah. But the name Biden sniffed my blank, blank, blank is not, I'm automatically banning you, sir. I'm sorry. But I love you. It's not that, don't take it so deep, man. I don't know who you are. It's okay to have your political opinion. But, yeah. Make the law. But yeah, like I was saying, it's very easy to do 15 other things. It's easy to get your long term and then want to do 15 other things. Do this, do that. Again, buy, sell, rebalance this, do this. What about this? What about that? So again, it's like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The hard part of the long term, it's not like what we actually do. The problem is just doing that and making sure you don't make a lot of other mistakes along the way. Why you need to keep the long term and short term separate. Amen. And that'll just be good for you too when you're able to separate them both and then not have to deal with the temptation of gambling it. You know what I'm saying? Lucidian. What's the other one? NVE. GE, I mean, I thought they would have been down a while ago. They've kind of had that little recovery story. I don't think I'm a buyer. I mean, I love the name GE, but that's about as far as it goes. Good quote. Investing should be like watching paint dry. So I look at the long term. Yeah, it should be. I mean, it should just be there. It should be simple and just don't fall into anything else. But yeah, but answer is, I mean, I haven't rebalanced anything since we started it. You know, again, there's been plays that have done bad. We just stopped adding to them. But again, I can't change my mind after the 10 years. And then we've just built out. Anytime we've had more growth, we would buy value and vice versa. So even then, I mean, we've had a lot of growth names rocket up here. And thankfully they did because we now have growth coming up, but we were buying a lot of value and dividends. So our balance has pretty much been the same. I think I'm like 70 or 60% value. I have a slight tilt towards value, but then again, a lot of the other growth names came up. Let me see. I had Voyager FTX. Now I hold mainly Ledger. Bad things. Should I move to something else? No, I think the bad things about Ledger is that the government has all your info. So they lied. They used to say that Ledger would like protect you from like subpoenas and like there was no way. It was a full-blown lie. So the government has full access to all of Ledger, but I don't think it's like a security flaw or like you're going to lose your tokens, but that's about it. Only if you pay. No, I think even if you didn't, I think just based on their terms and how it kind of played out, just Ledger wasn't as bulletproof as some people thought. Yeah, so I think we're balanced pretty good. So on the big account, there's $67,000 worth of dividend-paying stocks out of $125,000 of equity. So what is that? 67691 divided by 125,978. 53%. Yeah. So we're about 53% dividend, 53% value. We were more. We were like 60 or 70, and then we had cash balances, but then now it's gone to other plays. What was about trading? I thought you had 5,000 cash in it. Nah, that trading, I'm good on the cash, but this is just for the long term. The long term, I have $36 like available cash, and then $2,100 in bill, and then we have a $2,700 deposit in 2 days. That's a lot of dividends. It's not really. It's like buying a $67,000 rental property. So like it's big, but it's not like totally insane. You know, that's like there's like some people who do dividend portfolios, you know. They like really get them on like, you know, you could get a lot more. It's not bad. It just literally, it's like having a $67,000 property that pays you $4,000 a year. Yeah, the long term is not. I mean, that's why I like. I'm very excited about it. The long term is small on both of them. We have the small account and the big account, but like, dude, this thing is gonna become it's gonna be the whole tortoise versus the hare. You're gonna watch it because that's what I'm excited about. Because just year after year, just slowly getting bigger and bigger. But like, watch. I mean, this thing's gonna be at 25K before you know it. Same thing. The other one will be at 250, and it's just, you know. It's all small now, and it's not as if, like, this took years, and it's not like it's anything crazy yet. Like I'm saying, the craziness hasn't even started with the long term. That's the craziest part of all of it. Shouldn't you want more growth, 70-30 or 80-20? I would, but what happened? So that's the reality of it. That portfolio was not because... You know, we have 50-50 now, right? Or 54% dividends, and then the other 40 whatever is growth, right? But that's not how we started that portfolio. So what happened is that it's straight, like we bought more growth stocks. So you're saying, shouldn't we want 70-30, 80-20? That's what we set out to do. So then what ended up happening, the growth stocks went down. And then we spent less than $67,000 for those dividend stocks. I didn't spend that much, but then they came up and now they're balancing out. So ironically, we started out at 70-30 and now we're at 50-50 over the years. And then as growth came down, and now we have some growth that is down, and then everything else is coming up. A good price you think Disney got to before entering? $90, 90, 88, and 82 are the next levels in my mind. It's like a seesaw, yeah. So realistically, we have a lot of growth in the tank. That's what I was saying. Like even with what we're seeing now, the long term has just we have money that we could make back from Airbnb and Snapchat alone. But then like I was saying, there's some silent sleepers in there. Like our Uber is already up another 30%. So if we could get those to come back up there, I mean there's a lot of room in the tank for the growth. But the value, I'm glad we got it. I mean we bought them at different times. They worked for us. You know, we made sure that we doubled up our dividend year over year. So, I mean, at least so far, if you asked, like, looking at June 2023 compared to June 2022, our dividend's up 50% or 100%. So, It's good. And then if the growth does continue, I don't think we're going to be sad. And I think we'll actually start to get our back end from the growth. I don't think we had the peach yet, actually. I don't know, but just be careful. Be careful. Meta hit 300. It did. Oh! He was there. He was there, baby. He said, what you say? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the timing is insane. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Let's go. Hard, Peach Nation, get your ass up. You can't make that one up. Oh, man, are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh. I was just saying, I said you never know. You never know, man. You never know. Wow. Peach Nation. Woo. Let's go. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Wow. The consistency and that timing was crazy. Oh, that was crazy, bro. That was crazy. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's a highlight peach right there. I don't know. That's crazy. He said, wait, we haven't seen the peach? Oh, man. Oh, Peach Nation. It's here. It's always here. If that's a lesson for it, that's why you always hold the long term. That's it. It's always there. Just like the peach. Amen. That was crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. That was, a highlight peach. I know. That's a highlight moment, bro. I tweak out at. That's a highlight. I don't know. Like in my ESPN reel, that one goes up as a highlight. That's a highlight peach clip right there. That's amazing. That's what happens. Like anytime even my nephew, if he does anything cool, I can't stop tweaking out about it. The other bro, me and him were playing soccer, and he did one of those like no look, like stand on the ball backward kicks, bro. And I was tweaking out for a good hour about him doing that play. So that's a similar one. That's a highlight reel right there. You gotta show love to the highlight reel. That one was amazing. God bless you.
Yeah, Biden in the what about Josh Biden? Joe Biden. Yeah, my name's Joseph. Hey, I love my sister Jill. Stop playing with me. Dun-dun-dun. Today, as the Chad was asking about the peach 4.5 hours into the bell, little did they know the peach was right around the corner. Check out this clip. So he comes in right there. You can see it. He comes in with the super chat. Shank Sinatra says, have we had the peach yet? And just as he was typing it out there, it was around 10:36 a.m. with like 20 seconds still remaining there. And then Josh even hit him with the you never know comment. The crowd was looking around. It didn't look like you were having much action on the green that day. And then boom goes the dynamite. The peach comes in. Oh, let's go to the post game. How do you feel right now about the peach, Bradley Frizzle? Does it feel good to be Bradley Frizzle in the peach? How do you feel about next season's peach? Are you preparing for next season, or are you still focusing on this season?
I'd give Bradley Frizzle a voice, but then I don't want to create a Bradley Frizzle voice, because then he'd be like, is that how you view me, Josh? And then this is how me and my girlfriend got into this problem, because I got into one of these fake stories, and then it became to my girlfriend's part, and then it's like, okay, well, I'm so excited to be here. I'm glad that we did it. So let's go. So I love the long term. And then, so I'm not going to do Bradley like that, but it was an inspirational one. He got an inspirational one. After brief corporate messaging. What? No. Marcus Hanlon. I feel like Marcus Hanlon sounds like this. Do you use cash management from a brokerage at all? Nah, they're scammers. Never pay anybody to manage your cash. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll manage it for you. Hell no, you not. The last time I let them manage my cash, interest rates are at 4%. And they gave me a quarter every year. That amounts to like 1/10 of a percent every month. So just no, I don't do it. I use money markets if they offer you a money market. Otherwise, use a bond or bill. More along the lines of your brokerage with checks and ACH instead of standard banking. Oh no. I keep all investments separate. I have investment accounts for my companies, so I have certain accounts that are related for my business assets. However, I don't operate. I use a checking account for checkings activity. I try not to. Again, I like to keep everything separate. So if I could separate my long term from my trading from my normal day-to-day capital expenditure needs, I will. But so if you can too, I would advise that. If you have tax incentives, again, you could, depending on your industry of your business, it may make sense for you to have a investment account for your companies, depending on what you're doing. But other than that, I don't try to do that. Yeah, hide it all. Keep it all separate. Long-time follower and lurker on YouTube from early 2020. Showing love over here. Been mostly working, building long-term, and just started trading again, baby. Well, let's go. If you got the long-term, it's great. The trading. I mean, I think it's a great time to even get into trading here in a little bit because depending on what we get here, I mean, even then, just unbeknownst to a lot of us, it was a long-term opportunity. You could have traded it, but even what's already happened in the last 6 months. So stay with the long-term. You'll be good, baby. That's what you'll be good with. Do you agree use the leased cars are not worth it? Like buying a former lease vehicle? Or are you talking about like leasing a vehicle that's already like 3 years old? So like leasing a 2020 today.
It's not this auto market live. It's stock market live. Even though the market hasn't moved, Josh. And I'm going to yell at you because I didn't get a long term.
What? That's crazy. Where did that come from? Certified pre-owned. So buying them, like you mean to buy a used, like, so buying a car that was formerly a lease vehicle, it's probably just going to be worn down to shit. So I like certified pre-owned, but if you could get one that's not, preferably not beaten up, then you'll be good. No, you want to lease a certified pre-owned? Unless it's a fire deal, why not just lease a new car? Then I think you could get a better deal on a new car. So go do the lease hacking video, and if you need a car, don't buy a car for the next wait till 4th of July. So 4th of July, you're going to get like an extra $1,000 rebate, probably from anything. And then I would lease a loaner vehicle. So don't lease a former lease vehicle. Go find a dealership that has a loaner vehicle. So it'll be a brand new car with 3,000 miles on it because they used it at the service center. And then that's the one you want to lease, plus a July 4th loaner vehicle. You're going to get a lease for half off probably. So I would do that for you. Or I would do that if I were you. They do. They usually do. Every holiday has a deal. What state are you in, Eagle? Tell me the budget and what state, and I'll see if I can find you one. I'll see what we could get you, because there's gonna be some good ones. But that's what I would do, unless if the used vehicle, if it's cheap, if they'll give you a good deal though on the used one, I would get that too. I just posted the lease hack video a couple days ago. It's called How to Get Cars for Cheap. Yeah, leases are like options. Pick the right strike, days to expiration, and your premium will be spoken. Yeah, 100%. 100%. What dividend stock are you most optimistic about? Abivai, just because it has a lot of upside and it's already performed very well. Otherwise, 3M and MPW for the value and opportunity there. Otherwise, Coca-Cola, just as stability, or Altria, I would say, is like my not Abivi and then not like extreme recovery story. I'd say Altria is in the middle. I need to hit up. I just posted the video on there a couple days ago. It's just good. Again, you'll even go on the video. Anybody that commented negatively on the video worked in the auto industry, either by their name or their profile pic. So I know it's a good video because they got mad. Because they're like, they're like, people think they could get deals like this. This is not true. And I'm like, it's true. Trust me, it's true. Do not listen to me. It's true. Go in, exactly. You should go into the dealer and they'll be like, you can't do that. You should say, yes, I can. I can do that. It's math. It is all math. That's all I'm telling you. It's not nobody. It's just math. That's it. You have an option price to buy. You got just math. That's all you got to do. So I would definitely take a look. But yeah, I didn't realize that many of you guys bought cars. A lot of you bought cars recently. So I hope it helps. I really hope it does. You have to catch the demo vehicles. Exactly. Demos and loaners are really good. The name of the vid is how to get car. I just posted it literally last week. So I think that was my last video up until the watch list. So it was like my latest video besides last night's watch list. Coin big pump. Yeah, coin is waking up. MSTR again. Even the market's holding up, and then bonds been a little weird here. They have not broken lower than here, which is quite interesting. Well, we'll see. QQQ Shrekky. Is that Shrek? Like a big green? UNA too. Remember, Sigma and everything is crazy. I love this headline. Don't worry, stock bulls. Your friend Jay Powell is on tap. Stock investors, don't despair at today's decline. Your friend Jerome Powell is about to speak on Wednesday and Thursday, and when he spoke last week, stocks bounced back from losses on the comments. The chatter today is that the rally is stretched. Morgan Stanley strategist led by Michael Wilson said fading fiscal support, less liquidity, and cooling inflation expected pressure for equities. The world's largest ETF, the S&P, with the symbol SPY, just saw the largest weekly outflow since 2020. China growth continues to disappoint. The S&P's 12-month forward estimated S&P dividend yield is about 1.6, is looking shabby compared with money market yields in the 5% area. Well, no wonder the rally is taking a breather. Chairman Powell is facing a sinking market. Last time he spoke on Wednesday, he had every reason to be hawkish to prepare investors for 2 or more rate hikes signaled by the new dot plot, yet he went on to engineer a rebound by saying no decision has been made for the next few meetings. He repeatedly emphasized that the dots are only forecasts and that the evolution of the economy is uncertain. The chairman has used his comments to soothe markets in the past, looking for a repeat this week. Ooh, so now people getting optimistic towards Pow. They're literally saying he's a B word. So there you go. FedEx, they have earnings. Oh, you want the FedEx earnings preview? We could. I would say a little later, but like it's already like late. Bop. We talked a little bit about the UPS strike, but not anything too crazy. You speak fast. All I took down was AbiVi and 3M for the long-term stocks. Oh, well, AbiVi I think is the best. It's up the most. It's the most stable. That's the one like I'm really excited about. 3M and MPW. I'm excited about them, but they are stories of recovery, and meaning they have extremely deep valuations, or they have deep value you could gain because they're beaten down due to specific scenarios that have made them drop more than their peers. So I like those a lot, but they're not as safe, and they have a different element of risk, which is, combated by the higher return on the yield. And then the one I would say that like is not AbiVi, where it's not as stable as AbiVi, and then it's not as bad as MPW or 3M, I would put Altria in there, or Coca-Cola. So, but maybe Altria would probably be one of my favorites. That's not at a premium, has a high yield, but also doesn't have like crazy downside compared to some of the other high yields in the same realm. What about O? I like it, but O, I mean, it's I think it's just a good stock. I'm up on it still, which I think is weird, but I like O, but it's just not, I don't know. It's just, I think when it hits the low prices, like if it goes 10% lower, I would buy it, but then let's see if it stays that low. But it's good to add to the portfolio, but I don't think O is like, I think it's very mediocre, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that, but if you're asking me like stuff like dividend-wise, like I'm talking either I want crazy quality with growth, or I want a very good dividend with a lot of value, and that's why I think MO is kind of the best of both worlds. Buying MO. Pepsi. I like Pepsi and Coke a lot. You've been real consistent with MO and AbiVi. Yeah, I mean, MO, we're not up nominally. We're up on the dividends. We've actually returned back like 20% through the dividends, which is great. But we've held it for a while, and it's been stable. It just I'm actually waiting for the period where we get growth out of MO, and then AbiVi is really good. Again, it is our biggest position. We've built into it. The yield is very, very good. It went up a lot, so it's just, and it did come down too. Like we were up 20% more on AbiVi at the beginning of the year, which is crazy. So I like them a lot, though. There's a reason why we've been as consistent with them. Make a ticker JPAL. That'd be pretty dope. I'd be down. Next, consumer spending. Didn't it come in good? Remember, we had that data on Friday. AMD. Well, they had that recent announcement there, but then it's just like, I think over the last week or towards the end of last week, we started calm down with like the chips and the AI hype. ACAM, I wanted that one to flip. Again, remember, there's been like a lot of back and forth buyout rumors. It popped up a lot, though. I've sold out of it that last time we got a bag on it. But now it's still like 91. It's way higher than where we got it. Bro, PayPal's still going at 69. And then Ford and Honda will reportedly join alliance over 120 companies to set standards for blockchain battery passport. Ford and Honda. It's weird. PayPal up, Tesla and the other names, though, are coming down. Banks near the high. No, I sold that in no. I have Sound. That one we're like back to break even on SoundHound. If you remember that. AMD, Broadcom. Broadcom was up earlier. I remember a lot of you guys were calling that out there in the morning. No, it's still doing good. It's still up there. I think Intel and Micron were doing the worst as far as chips. We had like Spectrum Brands down 5. I think Nike was down. Spectrum even bounced back up here. Yeah, Nike's still down 3%. They got that Morgan Stanley downgrade. Nvidia, PayPal still. Dollar Tree and Dollar General. Those are both on the high. UHS. And then we need FedEx. Wait, didn't we go over FedEx earnings report last Friday? I swear we did. Pan W short diesel. Palo Alto came down. They're down 2.5. Enphase was down like 6 today. They got murked. SPY end of the day predictions? I don't know. I mean, right now we're dancing between the levels. You got above, and you hit 4,400 and then sold off. And then that's it. And then everybody asking if the rally continues or not. And then preparing for Mr. Jerome. How low? Like 120 to 117. That's like the next price that I'd want to be getting in on Abivi. That's like the price point. I think we bought around there too, but that was like their last like earnings where they went crazy. I think it's a pretty big support level for them actually. Do you worry about picking perfect entries for long term if it doesn't matter since your time horizon is far out? Well, to a degree. I mean, there is sometimes like I have these price ranges and I'll go in a little early or not, but then it's just like if it runs before it, maybe you'll never add again or not, or just it really all depends, but you don't have to be too perfect. So although I want to try to get the best price, that's why I try to get it at a lower historical level, give it time to work in and do all of that, but you know, you don't want to make, the farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. That's what they say. So it's just about finding that balance, my brother. White House robust agenda for Biden-Modi meeting with robust deliverables expected. Should we get in? Spies coming down? Should we grab India plays? They're the ones killing it, though, if they came back. Oh, I guess they're still underperforming. You think anybody will tax loss harvest this December? No. I don't think they'll have different losses. I mean, you'll have losses on the short side, but I think most people are they're gonna sell January. So you're gonna gain harvest in January rather than tax loss harvest in December. But then again, we'll see where we're at by October. See where you're at like come October, where the market is, and we should have a better answer to that question. Bullard, yeah, he was supposed to come on, and he just never showed up. This pullback was Apple. I think India, I have it up here. That one will be an interesting one to watch during that speech. Because again, weren't people talking about India and Tesla? Hewlett Packard announces cloud service for AI. Yo, HP announces AI service. Is it HPE or HPQ? HPE, Hewlett Packard Enterprises. Oh, damn, they're already up a ton. Again, HPE Cloud Enterprise Software. Little pop. Things move. Well, that was a small pop. It's actually not that big, but keep watch. Then you're getting some more movement. Jay Alt was just saying Apple was moving there. Third B-Day with the cup, baby. Brandon Piazza. And don't forget, bro, happy birthday to Father Edgar as well. That was on Sunday. It's our first day back. Arna. Amen. Amen. God bless you. Yeah, third birthday. Shout out all the birthdays. And how do I find stuff that I'm like to buy? Or do I just look at my portfolio? Yeah. Go through what you're down on is a good one. And then most stuff you'll probably hear about it. Just general industries or the broader stuff. Like I'm sure in the last couple of days here, you've probably heard something about China names. You've probably heard something about AI names. And then again, depending on what you're holding, that's like a great just outline and stencil for you to operate off of. LNW. Happy birthday, Chads. Banxico sets official peso exchange rate. Marcus Hanlon, thank you for the gifts, my brethren. Hey, man, shout out all the Chads, baby. And you know, Mr. Hanlon is very famous here, so. It's my son's birthday. Elias turns 10. Oh, Elias. Elias, you better ask your dad. Say, where's my law term, Dad? God bless you. Happy birthday. Amen. Look at all the birthdays every day. What a joy. What a joy. Okay, Chab, I'm going to go to the bathroom now. You guys get Romaine Bostic. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. I'll be right back. And God bless you.
Putting up a resistance live from Studio 2 at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Romaine Bostic here, kicking you off to the close. U.S. stocks starting the holiday shortened week on a bit of a back foot here. 9 of the 11 S&P sectors are under pressure here in the red. That's coming off, of course, a phenomenal 5-week run for that benchmark index that pushed the S&P into a technical bull market and pushed the S&P into overbought territory. The question now really is whether the economic conditions and whether the corporate earnings are going to support these newfound valuations. Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson saying, well, that has yet to materialize. He said that he's concerned the stocks are as stretched as they can get right now, and he expects a slowing inflation to have a direct negative impact here on revenue growth. That's not necessarily reflected in consensus forecasts just yet, and maybe that's a big part of the reason you're seeing some oscillations here in the market on this Tuesday afternoon. Now, part of the dour sentiment today is actually tied to the disappointment out of China, a slow stimulus rollout. Now, remember, investors went into the weekend primed for China's cabinet to announce new economic support measures, but the State Council stopped short of releasing any specific proposals, saying that the government is studying new measures that will be adopted in a timely manner. That puts stocks from Asia to Europe and here in the U.S. on the back foot. If you're looking for any bright spots out there, well, you can find it in the home building space. U.S. markets right now with home building stocks up for a third day as a group to a record high. This after that big Scarsdale surprise we got in the latest data from the U.S. Census Bureau. Housing starts unexpectedly surging in May by the most going back to 2016. Strength in the industry, we should point out, that corroborates Fed Chair Powell's comments last week of stabilization in that housing sector. In fact, when we talk about housing, Abigail Doolittle, home builders, along with semiconductors, just two of the three big sectors out there in the S&P 500 that are sitting right now at record highs.
It's pretty amazing, Romaine, that we do have these record highs for chips and for home builders. Let's take a look at this chart, though, because there's some interesting divergences to think about, too. So what we're looking at here in white, that's the S&P 500 semi-cap index. In blue, we have the home builders. So both of those at record highs relative to where we were prior to the pandemic, or after the pandemic, actually, I should say. And then in orange, we have the SOX. So the SOX, or the main chip index, it's actually not at a record high. So there's a big divergence between the S&P 500 chip index and the SOX. And then take a look at the Dow transports. I don't know Dow theory at all, despite what perhaps with my charting background I should, but it's not something I've ever really paid attention to. But I will say there's a pretty big divergence between old school Dow transports, which are still in a bit of a range or even a downtrend from the recent peak, and those other indexes, supporting the idea that some of these sectors, Romaine, might be a little bit overdone. You were talking about that RSI and the S&P 500. Let's take a look at the SOX, because this is really pretty extraordinary. And we're not going to just look at the RSI. We're actually going to look at the SOX relative to its 200-day moving average. And then we also have the valuation, which is sky high. So the SOX right now is it's well over its 200-day moving average, Romaine, by 32%. Valuation 32 times forward year. That's just slightly below the peak, maybe suggesting that some consolidation could be ahead for chips, Romaine.
All right, Abigail Doolittle, a nice look at where we stand right now when it comes to valuations. Matt Maley, Miller Tabak's chief market strategist, joining us right now to give his take. And Matt, I do want to start where Abigail left off here. The idea that when you look at some...
Matt. Oh, and Farnoosh. God bless you. Victory. Victory. PayPal, didn't you guys say it's like 69.10 and then 71.10 or something like that? But that's crazy. If it hits 70, though, it will get exciting. Today was PayPal. Today was just PayPal and Tesla. A couple of names. I've been watching Restoration move up a couple of times here throughout. Hmm. 69.60. There it is. There it is. Just followed on Insta. That's good. I need to, dude. Insta's been. I need to open that. We will get on. We will get on, Habibi. Sound Hunter did plead guilty. Focus the screen. That's probably your connection. So you got to either lower the quality or refresh. Or Twitch. If you go on Twitch, the quality is like amazing. If you haven't seen the stream on Twitch, man, you're missing. Your life will change. But then again, it's Twitch, so it's kind of a little bit more dangerous. IYT transports 240, looking at 250. That would be peak of August. It's not back up to August levels. Because remember, IYT was one of those shorts we took in August. I thought it would be back up there. Damn, no shit. Yeah, it's not even up there. It's a good call out. Keep an eye. They were just talking about it, but it's weird. Transports kind of look like bonds in the dollar. They look almost exactly the same. Mm. 2x the stream speed to not be behind. That'll help you a little bit. No, we didn't go over FedEx, so we'll see. We can do FedEx now. It's 11:10. It's actually almost 11:11, which is mind-blowing. I was going to say boggling. But we could either do 11 out of 11 or PHILO. So I don't know. Do we do a vote this time? Do you want me to pick? Last week I just kept making you guys pick, or was that the week before that? Do you want me to make these picks? Oh, Brando. Good morning, baby. You feeling bullish? I don't know. Twitch gang. PHILO. Consolidation. Gold. DX. Gold. PHILO after the long weekend. PHILO, I'm off and can listen. God's will, baby. PHILO. Audio better on Twitch, too. PHILO. All right, let me see. Let me see what I got for you. I think it's a unanimous decision. Wow, tell them Twitch boys I ain't forget. Okay. Oh man, I don't know if you want long weekend PHILO. When you get long weekend PHILO, I'm just gonna bombard you with shit. I'm just letting you know. No, I got a good one though. So I hope you're ready for it. I'm just saying, there's a lot to think about. There's a lot. I got one. I got one you'll like, and then I'll tell you the other one. Bitcoin's up 6. We could do a censure. Yeah, we'll do earnings previews after the PHILO. So, I don't know. It's kind of a weird deal. You have to listen to some weird PHILO BS. If like you're a heathen and it makes you turn to salt, like you have to deal with it if you want an earnings preview. If not, you don't have to listen, but then you don't get your info that'll help you be greedy. So it's a really weird thing. You know what I'm saying? Like usually any sort of message is not delivered like this, but it's up to you. It's up to you. But unfortunately, you will have to wait. Oh yeah, hold on. You guys will hear that. I have a drink. It's not a carbo though. It is, but it isn't, and so it's not good. Carvana coin, POAI, that's another one. Again, sound was moving up earlier. Didn't we play POAI, or I think we just saw that one move? Tesla. All right, everything's still holding. I hope the market likes it. Oh, man. Oh, Chatadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you did get a little red on Tesla. The market is showing a little red everywhere, believe it or not. If you haven't been here with us today and you're just looking at it, even though it looks like you've had a lot of movement, everything has still been red. But now, although we do have the market and we have an exciting short week ahead of us, we have a couple of things we need to talk about over the weekend, or at least something I was thinking about over the weekend that honestly I hope I could share with you, and I hope it encourages you, because honestly it's today the main PHILO is very, very simple. It's very, very encouraging. It is borderline so cliche that I hope you get some effect off of it. To the point of just letting you know, man, just be grateful of how everything played out. And we'll talk about it. Something really, really inspired me over the weekend, and I don't know what I had different effects. I wasn't really expecting this PHILO to hit me, and you'll see what I'm talking about. I'll bring up something with it. But like I told you, it was a long weekend, so we had a lot to think about. And I'm just going to start off this PHILO with a thought experiment. And coin is ripping. Yeah, coin is running now, 3.6%. New high right there. I got something for you. Okay, I have a thought experiment. I just want you to think about this question that I am going to ask you. Okay? Just I really want you to think about it. And I don't know, you may have your answer now, but just think about it. Like, we're going to come back to this one, okay? But here's the question I have for you. Have you ever heard, like, God is accepting? Like, you ever heard that? It depends, honestly. Right? Some people have heard God loves you and God is really accepting and God accepts everybody, if you confess your sins, right? And then some people are like, I murdered you because of God. What? That's crazy. So, but you generally, you've probably heard that. Maybe that's the cliche, that God is just accepting, right? I don't know, have you heard that? Has that general notion existed in your life, or have you came across it? For God so loved the world. Yes, God is tolerant. No matter what you do, the prodigal son, right? No matter what you do, God is very accepting. You've heard that. Great. So you agree? Some of you do, some of you don't. Maybe I shouldn't have asked you that, but you could hold that answer. So let me ask you this. God is accepting, great, but is the devil accepting? I don't, just in the fairness of playing the devil's advocate, or just looking at the opposite. Is the devil accepting? Like, is the devil down if you were like, yo, I want to be like on Team Devil? Like, oh, I'm trying to turn up. Like, is the devil accepting? Like, that's what they say. That's where they tell you, watch out, you're going to go to hell. The devil wants you to do this. So it sounds like the devil is a pretty accepting dude, too. Would you argue that? No? Yes? This guy is in the middle of us. He's like, what the fuck is happening? So he ain't even on Team Devil or God. He's just like in the middle of the S&P right now listening to this. Yeah, he's no idea what's happening. No, you do. You said that. But anyway, just bear with me. I'm just asking some questions, man. Fuck it. I'll say something new once the stock market moves. Don't get mad at me. Blame the market maker. He's taking it out on me. Amen. So I like that answer, too, on the indulgence. But just take it in. Because here's my question. Who's more accepting, the devil or God? And then I was thinking about it because I was like, this is a very, very deep thought. And I think it helps explain some of the cognitive dissonance that some people might go through too. Because it's funny? Because like I said, Team Devil or Team Jesus, Team God. That's the funny part. Oh, I like that. The devil's more persuasive. But here's the funny part, is that I think there's a big portion of people that badmouth both fathers. So that's just where I'm going to start off, to give you a little food for thought, just in case the rest of the PHILO doesn't inspire you. But you could think about that. That's the first place I'm starting with. Now, that was one part of my weekend. I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good thought. I was balancing both sides. I was looking at both. I was like, man, I have more for that, but you're going to hear more. But now there was another thing I got, and it actually got me like super stoked. And I've been stoked lately, so I don't know. Maybe that is my bias. And honestly, I don't know why I should be stoked. I feel like there's been a lot of just straight lukewarm shit in my life. Like, I don't know. Is that can I get an amen? I don't know if I should explain it like that. Maybe not, but I just, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel like I've seen I haven't seen a lot of like crazy, amazing, like, oh my gosh, like, but I also haven't seen, I saw a lot worse at the beginning of the year in different points. I don't know, and I hate to use the word lukewarm because that's the shit I don't like. And I hope Lord, I hope my personality and myself and my spirit never falls towards that. But it's just been I've had a weird bias. Maybe it's been the pronoia in me. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I just got a little bit of pronoia. But it's just like overall, I've been feeling good, even though it's not as if there's been, again, like good things or like crazy things in a weird way. But I read a verse. I don't think I was supposed to read it. It came up as like one of I opened it up on my other phone, and I read the Bible app on my other phone a lot more actively, and it showed me an old verse, and it was talking about like rot in the bones. And honestly, this was a verse, I don't know how I felt when I read it last time. One, it was unrelated. It had nothing to really this was talking about like Proverbs. It was like saying you like find a wife. It was talking about, and there's another reference towards it in just like bone rot in the Bible. And so the context of it is very interesting. But point is, I read it, and I've never been so happy to read about bone rot. And there was just something about it. Maybe this is because of the context of, like I'm saying, maybe that, I feel good, not bad, that weird lukewarmness. But, bro, the context of the bone rot, it was just pretty much talking about, it says how, envy and jealousy, those are rots, that will rot your bones. That's the thing. Literally, being a hater will rot your bones. Again, that's one concept. The other concept of it, the other context, is when you think something is one way, then it ends up being the other way. That is another form of bone rot. The best way, again, think about it. You could call it portfolio rot. You bought a stock and you thought it was going to change the world. You thought this thing was going to change your financial circumstance. You believed in it. You really loved it. Again, maybe it was your first stock. Maybe it's your stock right now. And you thought it was going to be one way, but then it ends up being the exact opposite. So I don't know. How does bone rot make you feel? Again, it makes sense with being a hater. It makes sense with being jealous. It makes sense with being envious. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like you think one thing about people, or you think one thing, that feeling a certain way, dedicating your life towards, destroying or hurting somebody. You think it'll create one thing when in reality, it ends up hurting yourself. That's what do they say? You only poison yourself, all of that, whatever you want to call it. But the thing about the bone rot, the thing about it being one way and ending up the other, is that it is a very humbling experience if you have made it out alive. Oh, so like I'm saying, you've heard this PHILO before. It's a cross between making it through the fire, but then again, this whole humbling attitude of just like, yo, this is what it is all led to. Because all I was thinking about when I read those verses, bro, I read it in a different context at one point, but I just started thinking about a lot of different things that I thought were supposed to be a certain way. And there was a lot of things in my life that I really, there's some things that I thought were going to be a certain way and they happened. I told you the other day, even a PHILO of how expectations, you could turn a good life into a disappointing life if you always just trying to match up with what you thought and what actually happened. So I wasn't falling down that route, but I was like, wow. I was just taking a step back and I was like, man, the things that rotted my bones, one, I'm happy I don't have the same bone rot. Two, why would I? And I hope I don't go back to any bone rot. But three, I was just like, man, to be able to get through something and to look at the different just ups and downs of life and to be able to go through things and be able to say, wow, I thought this was going to happen. For that to be completely incorrect, right? And again, you guys, I don't know the beauty of this. And this is why I don't know, maybe you get the philo or not, because the beauty is I thought this on every context. I was thinking about this on how I viewed stocks, how I viewed investments, how I viewed people in my life, how I viewed career choices, like literally choices I've made to live. You know what I'm saying? Like things I've chosen to eat. Like you could go down the list with this one, but it's just overall, it's like, wow. The fact that you could get through something, enjoy with that, deal with that bone rot, and still be able to be where you are now. It's like, what, like, did you really like learn something from it? And all of that has led up to here. And it's now like, the question is, if you could look back at things and feel like you've got it wrong, my question now is then, is there bone rot or not? So that's something I was thinking about all this weekend. I was thinking of, okay, if I could feel grateful about both dodging bullets, dodging bone rot, getting over it, but my question is like, if I could have that realization that I'm getting, stronger more so, my question is there fat still remaining? Or where is the bone rot now? And then, it's an interesting take on it. Because I hope it doesn't lead you to think anything negative, because ultimately, all I could say is that it's an honor to be here. And I'm very excited for every dodged bullet, every single piece of bone rot. I think I have a little bit. I think there is things, and that's why I'm excited, because in my answer, I came to the conclusion that I do still have some bone rot. And I'm glad that it's not there. I think I'm more susceptible of going back to bone rot rather than developing new bone rot, which I'm excited. That was my prognosis. But ultimately, though, it gave me a very positive feeling. And again, I mean, there's a lot of other philos we've gone over and a lot of stuff that I could add to it and tie into it. But ultimately, I hope you guys are realizing how the moment has led up to all of it. And you still got a little bit of work to do, but I think that you have gone a pretty far way with your bone rot teaching you something. And just don't forget about the dodged bullets. Don't forget about the bone rot. And hopefully you allow it to explain a little bit of life to where you're at this point. So I'm just rambling at this point. So Chad, I hope you get it. Because I'm saying there's a lot to it. Again, that's why the question of bone rot, I'm speaking in a metaphor. And I really, really hope you are able to get it. And it's okay if you don't. It's not like there's like a secret meaning, but this is something you're going to have to reflect on. And this is something that like, I don't even think, because really this should sound old to you. But I'm hoping it gives you a new set of eyes and ears, because that's how I felt towards the whole situation. That's how I felt towards, an old philo in a new way, and it was just inspired by something completely different. So I hope you think about this, and I do hope you ultimately walk away with the armor on, the helmet, the shield, the shoes of peace, the belt, because that's what it felt like, with reminiscing on all of it and through the growth. And I do hope all of you do continue to grow. And if anything is too difficult or you don't like what you're hearing, just remember this is all a testament to grow and to keep growing. Amen. Amen. And we'll jump back to the first philo on the next philo. But take that one to the bank, ladies and gentlemen. That is her philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram, and that's it. That's your philo. That's the philo. Amen. But yeah, that's it. I had the carbo before. I already went pee. I don't need to go pee. That's it. We're feeling good, man. Feeling blessed. Feeling blessed through the ups and downs, right and wrongs, lots of ups, lots of downs, lots of smiles, lots of frowns, We got a lot, baby, but it's exciting. And I hope you're excited to be here. It all led up to this. It all led up to this. A carbo is usually a carbonated beverage. So I have, this is it is carbonated. This thing sucks. It has no caffeine. And, yeah, so it's just weird, bro. Have I seen Nefarious? There's a lot of insights. No, I haven't. Is it a movie? I like good deep thinking movies. Got to keep the PHILO. The market liked the PHILO, right? Kind of. I mean, we really didn't do much. I thought carbo stood for carbohydrates. Oh, I could see that. I could see that. But no. Meta's on the high, 280. Damn, they still haven't hit the 300 yet, but it's there. That is carbo. My video output. Sir, I think that's just yours. I'm sorry. I bought a random Baba play. I made the random play since we didn't do the post again, the long weekend. It gets weird. I said let Josh throw in a play. Ba-da, bop, bop, bop. Red cat. Sparkling ice water, yeah. Oh, the ones at, what's it called? The ones at Walmart. Those like it's like called sparkling ice. It's great. Yeah, Red Cat completes second phase of AI partnership with Athena. Isn't that, what's it called? They were the ones, isn't Athena Microsoft? Oh, yeah, let's get our earnings previews. I forgot. So, you guys had to sit through, I made you sit through a sermon. So, I'm sorry. Now I got your previews for you. I feel you, bro. Imagine you have to just sit through that whole thing. This guy just preaching to you, bro. Isn't that fucked? I know, you didn't even say the F word once during that whole thing. I know, dude, I got you, bro. Let me get your earnings preview. That must have been so bad. Oh, you poor thing. It's okay. Hopefully you learned something. I hope so. All right, FedEx. FedEx profit guidance to be in focus on earnings. FedEx is expected to report earnings next Tuesday that are down from a year earlier as demand cools from the pandemic surge, especially at the company's express unit. Investors will focus on profit guidance for fiscal 24, which will be aided by a plan to slash costs. FedEx is scheduled to report fourth quarter results on June 20th, shortly after the market close. Revenue estimate, $22.6 billion, Express 10.7, Ground 8.4, Freight 2.4, and then Service $76 million. Adjusted operating income estimate, $1.6 billion, adjusted operating margin 7.46. 2024 yearly adjusted EPS of $18.31 and capital expenditures of $5.98 billion. Analyst commentary, Stephanie Moore of Jefferies, hold price target 230, writes that all eyes will be on management's full year 24 guidance and projects that the company will offer earnings per share guidance of $15 to $21. In our view, a guide with EPS materially north of 20 would be viewed as a stretch goal, and we think that the street would react negatively to an overly optimistic target, Moore said. Lee Klasklo of Bloomberg writes that FedEx is making progress on reducing structural and variable costs, adding that the biggest test will be margin improvements at Express, which faces stiffer demand headwinds. He also said a potential strike at UPS could boost FedEx shipments near term. He has 19 buys, 6 holds, and 0 sells. Average price target, $252, 6.9% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings is 5.7%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters, and shares are up 4% in the past year, while the SPX is up 20. That was crazy. And Little Red, so that's FedEx, and then you want to censure? I don't have. I don't have a full earnings preview, dog. I'm sorry. I have like random stats. Yeah, bro. This is weird. There's no Accenture. ACN. Yeah, so Accenture, they may elaborate on artificial intelligence plans and third quarter results before the open. They're set to see earnings growth decelerate to 6.8 from 16% a year ago. They revealed plans to invest $3 billion on data and AI practice over the next 3 years. They may be among primary beneficiaries of demand for generative AI products that are expected to add $120 billion to the IT and business service market by 2032. They're positioned to weather current macroeconomic challenges and are more diversified than in previous downturns, Citi notes. So that's it. There's nothing else on Accenture, buddy. Yeah, Tesla, PayPal. FedEx to merge ground delivery network to Express in Canada. Whoa. Making announcements before earnings? So be on the lookout for FedEx. Yeah, FedEx reorganization in Canada to begin April 24th. Reorganization and email statement. I don't have TLT calls. I have ZN calls. So I have futures on the 10-year. And then I'm still in the 2-year bond play as well. RCAT unhalted. They're the ones that were doing, this is the one related to Athena. So it's actually moving on that, right? Yeah, RCAT. I think if it's Athena, if that could be AI related. Watch out for that. Again, if that headline there was if that's related to the AI stuff, I think that's why it's up. It came down. I feel like we've seen this a lot. This thing just pops and drops for days, though. Yeah, sound came back up there, too. It's going to move around a lot. Just be careful. I'm not in that. I think it's going to be interesting to watch. But it is these lower liquidity ones. Just be careful. They're either going to keep running or it just turns into like Zen V. That thing was so illiquid. It's great. I think, again, we sold out of it, but I don't even know where it's at. And then what was the other one? Sounds up. Yeah, 3.89. Again, FedEx, they came out with those updates. That's it. Is there any other earnings? I think it's just FedEx. And you guys said Accenture, but we didn't really have anything. Yeah, sounds at break even. JD2, that's the other play. I hope that one does good. And then Bob is still getting worked. Oh, Josh, God bless you. Matt Kerbo. It's like Carbo, but Kerbo. God bless you, man. Thank you, and welcome. Welcome. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Market hasn't moved. God bless you.
At Morgan Stanley, Adam Jonas saying Avis has shown it's able to extract higher revenue from its customers and lower costs for its own operations. The price target getting a bump to 230 from 182. The shares up 9% on the day. Next up, Philip Morris raised the buy over at Citi, with the firm opening a positive catalyst watch on the stock and viewing the tobacco company as a front runner in the sector as it transitions away from those combustible products. Shares, though, only up about 0.5%. And finally, let's take a look at Ball Corp, upgraded to equal weight over at Wells Fargo following news that the company, which is best known, of course, for making aluminum cans, is exploring a sale of its aerospace business. And that business makes instruments, sensors, and radio frequency systems for spacecrafts. The analyst says that the risk reward right now is much more balanced, given the potential for improved leverage should that deal go through. Nevertheless, Ball Corp taking it on the chin today, down 4% on the day. And those are some of our top calls. We do want to stick with the sell side here and focus a little bit on online lender SoFi Technologies. SoFi Technologies extending its fall after 3 firms cut the rating on the stock to hold equivalent. This after a big gain in that stock pushed it past the target levels of many Wall Street analysts. Here in the studio for more on his downgrade is Mihir Bhatia, Bank of America Global Research Analyst. He has a $10 price target on the shares. All right, let's talk a little bit here about what happened over the last few weeks here. The run-up in the stock price, that led you to say what?
Sure, yes. Firstly, thanks for having me on here. So the stock ran up a fair amount on the back of the debt deal that was agreed to by the Congress and the President. On that, included in the debt deal was the confirmation that the student loan moratorium would expire. When that happened, that's a positive for SoFi. So that improved the fundamentals because a large part of their business is student loan refi. So the stock ran up. It was up 100% in the past month. It approached our price target, and we thought it was approaching the fair value, and the risk reward was a little bit more neutral at that level, and hence we downgraded to neutral.
So let's talk about the longer term prospects here, because even prior to this whole student loan business, the moratorium, and then whether it would be lifted or not, there were some concerns here about the company's business and whether it was going to be sustainable for the longer term here. When you look at sort of the balance and what they have on their books, what they're extending, and the current interest environment that we're in, what's the balance?
Sure. So, when you look at their books, what they've done a really good job over the last few years is diversifying their business away from student loans. So they started off as a student loan lender for the first, almost 8-9 years of their existence, and then they diversified away. They added personal loans, they added checking accounts, they got a bank license, added checking accounts, added savings accounts. They've really driven a lot of innovation on their platform and through their business, and as a result, they've managed to grow the company. And, the company was earning is on track to be profitable by the fourth quarter of this year, which is kudos to them. That's faster than most people expected. So management team has been executing very well there.
With regards to economic conditions and the
economic conditions, management executes well. I did close the Nvidia short. I made I think like $2 and change a share. I got out. Back to 434. We could go round 2. We could go round 2. If it reloads tomorrow, though, we're screwed. And then what's it called in the morning? Accenture. The one we just went over. But Nvidia is crazy. It's weird. Again, the last couple of days, even though they like kind of went up, the news has been like cooling, or it's weird. Like the prices are still going up in mania, but you're not hearing a crazy fat guidance headline every other week now, or every other day. And they're shorting it now. Well, good luck, as everyone says. I pray before every Nvidia short. I do. I say, Lord, protect me. It works. I mean, that's, but to each his own. Oh, yeah, where'd Red Cat go? That one actually moved up a little bit. Again, that's the one with Athena. I like PayPal. We have PayPal in the long term. I mean, we're up now, I think 9 or 10%, but I wish we bought more, but it's like I'm not going to buy any more when it's up. So we'll take it for now. But that'd be cool if we get another growth name. Let it do its thing. Italy PM says they didn't discuss with Macron about Vivendi. PayPal. Where is Nivda? 434. Ascend is on the high. You think FedEx? I don't know. FedEx transports. I don't remember. I think their last earnings wasn't it. It was like slightly better, but then they already ran up leading into it. I think the only good part is that they're not up a ton. So like low key, I think you might have just a better play both ways. But it's just like last earnings. I remember I didn't want to play it because it had that crazy move, and then it came down a little bit before. So I think you'll have a better earnings move, but I don't know. I don't know in terms of results. I think travel is going to be, we don't know if the companies are on the leading or lagging side of the data. So it's either some companies are either going to be like the prior data where it's really bad, or the other set is going to be extreme recovery, kind of like we're witnessing within the data. So I don't know which side they're going to land on, but I think as far as the trade in the pre-move or the move on the shares leading into it, I think that is what's the best part for now. That, I think, is what makes it better, but you're going to have to decide. Sold Tesla, 280, 285 credit spreads, 125, expiring on June. All right, let's go, baby. Some credit spreads. Tesla. I can't even believe Tesla 4%. Again, Tesla is leading up consumer discretionaries. That's the only thing green right now except healthcare. Healthcare would have been the only thing green. And then communications. I don't think Meta did that bad. Boyle 120 reverse split. Yeah. I might get out before then and just book those losses and then never look at them until they allow free market principles to reign. But then again, that may not return. Ask the older economic boys. SPY coming down. I mean, it's back down to VWAP. It's a little lower. Remember, we haven't gone above 4,400. This right here, I think, is 4,287. Still in UNG. I mean, before this split, yeah. I mean, it has moved up recently. That's the good part. Again, with everything going on, and then you have the pause, where we do really need to monitor the effects on commodities. And bonds have been dropping here too. So literally, even from that first drop, the bonds have continuously gone lower, even though the SPY's been fighting it. FedEx, well, we went over the earnings preview. I think people are really going to be looking at their margins, and then again, some of this stuff they're doing with the shift. I can't tell you. You know why? Because the economic data is messed up. So, like, literally from the last FedEx earnings, we've had data both contract and rebound in that same period. So I don't know how it's going to reflect on shipping, let alone what they're doing on all of their other restructuring. So does that make sense? Because literally Philly Fed went negative to even bounced by half. Again, Empire Manufacturing in that period went from huge contraction to rebounded just last week. Again, the jobs have been going back and forth. So it's kind of hard to put your finger on what would happen per se. Embracer and Investor? Was that, are you saying Embraer? M goal. We saw it. No, that thing was moving in the morning too. Goal. Yeah, NVO bounced. XLV. That would be the only green thing besides, again, if Tesla wasn't up 4%, discretionaries would be red. Oh, RCAT was the military one. Oh, bro, fucking, oh, little scammers. Dope. Bro, they're scammer. Ah, I'm glad I didn't play it. These mother effing bandwagon little ass hoes, bro. Dude, this was the damn spy balloon stock. And now they're in AI. Man, they ain't doing shit, bro. That's it. They just pivot in with the press releases every time. They like, yo, we do spy balloons. Put out, hey, yo, we also do AI. What? Man, I bet you they got a pumpkin spice latte in October. I bet you too. They get in on the hype. They say, nah, we ain't leaving no hype to waste, man. They got a pumpkin spice RCAT technology latte. Yeah, bro. Nah. It's good. That's crazy, bro. It straight up is the balloon company. I'm like, wait, this AI, Athena, Microsoft. How do you go from spy balloons to Microsoft AI that fast? Hold on. I don't know. I'm not saying it could happen. I don't know, but it's starting to look real EV bubbly. You know what I'm saying? Like Nikolai got a GM partnership. That's all I'm saying. But nah, man, I'm on to you, RCAT. Nah, that's the first AI play. I've been like, wait a minute. Hold on, sir. I've seen you somewhere. Didn't I just see you at the spy balloon rally? Hold on. He looked familiar. Like, he's the first one I've stopped on the fluff press releases. Because usually we know it's fluff and all, but it's like their first time. But I've seen him before, bro. He's came in with another one. Mm-hmm. No, that one, I'm watching him, bro. I'm watching him. Like, it's not me, bro. I just got into AI. I swear that wasn't me. That was my brother who does spy balloons. We look the same. No. I swear it's my first venture into AI. Nah, man, I'm just trying to raise capital to start a good business. I saw my note, as you said. Well, note's clean for now. Just wait. You don't want to watch. It's just when you see him kind of pivot into bubbles, it's just like, wait a minute, sir. Like, this is a spy bubble play. That's it. I met you. You were doing spy balloons. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like meeting somebody and they were like, oh, what do you do for a living? I do spy balloons. And then you meet him 3 months later. And he's like, I'm like, oh, how's the spy balloon business? He's like, oh, I'm into generative AI. What? And then spy is just right where we open, but I feel like that's a typical Monday thing. Oh, no. Everybody pivoted out the spy balloon business. I work as a FedEx ground driver. I'm not saying it's going to have bad earnings, but I do know it's a little slow volume for a couple months. It's starting to pick back up. It's good insight. The problem is just like everything else. It's like kind of what we learned with the CPI. Everything is very regional. So what area are you in? That would say a lot, but unfortunately the geography diversification is crazy. Today boring? It's Tuesday, Monday, man. You got to get into it. Leju's up. That's China property name. I'm surprised it's even up after no stimulus. FedEx driver here. It's picking up too. I think we got a lot of FedEx drivers actually. We're going down. I mean, you haven't broken down here since getting above it. When we did break, we flushed. I mean, the bonds are now lower than a little in the morning. That's the first thing to move, but we'll see. FedEx, I think FedEx is after hours. And then Accenture's tomorrow morning. Rhythm. Then Arcat's still moving. Coinbase still at the high. Where's NVIDIA and Tessie? Both still up. FedEx represent. Yeah, there's a lot, bro. There's a lot. FedEx have lunches. Rhythm, Needham, Ritter, buy at $32. They're at 20. They were just at 18. 5 minutes till power hour? No way. That's actually kind of wicked. Today has flown by, surprisingly. UPS driver here. Uh-oh. Rivalry. I don't want to get into any gang wars. You guys like fight with each other, right? Like what happens if you guys are at like a four-way stop sign? Who gets the right of way? Like you guys like you beef, huh?
So yo says up. DHL, son. DHL, UPS, FedEx. Okay.
Oh, we all boys? Wow, very progressive. No way. We ended the shipping war violence. I'm so happy to hear about that. That's amazing, man. That's crazy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Damaged packages. They throwing them at each other. Do you guys get damaged packages? I haven't had a package damage in a while. Last time I got a package damaged, it was because I ordered a bunch of drinks. I ordered a bunch of Arizona iced teas, and they just came all mangled, bro. I've never seen something. I should have took a video of it. It was honestly wicked. It was just mangled, and just like there was liquid everywhere. It was awful. But other than that, I've had a pretty good track record with my packages. FedEx parks their vans in the middle of the street. I mean, you got to park your van. I mean, where do you want them to use, sir? Just saying. On the side. Okay, I feel. Nah, man, I get mad at the Ubers. The Ubers have no chill. Like anywhere you go, the Ubers and the DoorDashers, bro, they will just stop wherever. Like I don't know. I didn't know it was like a new right of way. I didn't know that. There's like a sense of entitlement. If you have Uber or DoorDash, bro, they just pull up. They pull up, they pop out, and they just like they don't even care. It's like a 1-lane road. They will be like they don't care. Yeah, they're like, nah, man, I have my emergency lights on. I'm safe. I'm like, this is not tag. You cannot just yell out base and say, no, sir, we need to move. It's messed up, bro. It's messed up. Microsoft, damn, man, Spy, just chill. I can't believe it's almost power hour. That's it, man. 20 seconds till power hour. What's up, man? You okay? I'm good, man. I'm good, Matt. What's your bearish question of the day? Hey, Josh, why is the stock market still effing up? This is effing BS, Josh. Let me point you to some very accurately noted statistics that highlight the economy is slowing. How come there is no evidence that says slow down? I'm going to say, I don't know. Powell is a wizard, warlock. So that's about where we're at. Am I trying to buy properties in Kenner? Where's that? New Orleans? I mean, send it to me. I've never heard of this place in my life. And I've never been to New Orleans. The Warlock. When am I going to short McDonald's? I don't know. I have not. You know, I got in and out that one time. That was my last one, and I chickened out early. And if I didn't, it would have cost me. So I don't know, man. I'm not trying to, like, I don't know. I'm not really trying to beef with Ronald right now if I could get away with it. Like, you know, might as well just wait. We'll see. Because he's still at 300, and it's not like value names weren't even the outperformers. So that does kind of scare me a little bit. Yes, I avoided the child support payment. But again, I mean, I think whenever those value names do crack, that'll be good. I don't have any tin today. No, we should call Lending Tips again. And then, honestly, I want to hear Lending Tips' reaction when to Disney. I really want to know what he says. I already know what he's gonna say, but I think it'd be funny. It's like asking my mom questions about smoking weed. You know, like I already know what she's going to say, but like sometimes it's just fun to ask her. If I was like, hey, Mom, so let's say that, okay, so should we try it? We could try it. Kind of down. He's saying you support wokeness. He probably will. I think something along those lines. He might ask if I change my name to Hunter. I don't know. He's going to ask a lot of things. I mean, it's LT, bro. He's liable for... He could say a lot of shit, bro. If I turn on that phone and I'm about to tell him I just bought Disney for the long term, I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest with you. That's why I want to call him, because the curiosity has me intrigued. OP, or is that OF? OPRA, Opera? You think LT will see the money in Disney and be good with it? All right, let's try. On the next episode of LT Hates Everything. They began the call. The phone rang twice. No answer after 3. The 4th ring left them hanging. The 5th ring left them without hope. The 6th ring was his voicemail. Congratulations. Yep. There it is. He didn't do it. He blocked me. He might have. That's it. Maybe he just blocked me already. Because he probably got the long-term alert and then just blocked me. Now that I think about it. Yeah, hot real estate market, though. He might be busy. You know, these mortgage guys in real estate. That's it, man. One uptick in real estate. You won't see him for a while. He didn't have 10. I don't know. Yeah, I still don't have any tin. Ping his phone. It's not that serious, you guys. We're not trying to, like, you know. Would love to see what he had to say, but that's it. Cocoa on the low. Vita Coco. Oh, the coconut water, they suck. RCAT's running, though. So that's the Athena one. The Athena supercomputer, or the cloud. The bubbles. Buy Space Tin. Origin. How is Origin? Yeah, bro. RCAT's going. Origin's down 5. Damn, energy in general. Yeah, Solar's down 3. XLE's down 2. They got murdered today, but so did everything else. Restoration's still climbing. Where's CRM? You love Vita Coco? Really? You love the Vita Coco? That's what's there's Zyco? Does Zyco exist anymore? I don't even remember. I remember there used to only be one brand of coconut water. I didn't know Vita Coco was public. I think there's an energy conference. I'm surprised the only other conference, RCAT's popping now. The only other conference there was the Paris Air Show, and surprisingly, you just got a bunch of Airbus orders, nothing for Boeing. Coco. Monthly. No way. Y'all really trading Vita Coco. You go. There you go, Coco. There you go. AI had its investors day today. I'm not too sure. There was another one, I think, NVIDIA. NVIDIA has investor day on the 22nd or something like that. But I do not know about AI. Elf did nice. Living la vida, Coco. Okay, how are we looking? And then that sound came up. Bonds down now. JD's barely up. Lucid's down. Pfizer. Power Hour. It's been Power Hour for 7 minutes. I can't believe it's Power. One, we haven't moved too much. RCAT's going up, and then OPRA, Opera again, and then Coco on the low. Can I get that $5 back? No. I'm going to ban you instead. Okay. Relax. I'm sorry I didn't get to your message about Rivian in time. I didn't know donations came with a time limit. My bad, bro. So, we'll just call it even now. Only for Boyle. I'm going to sell both of them. I think they both reverse split. Dude, RCAT is still going. A line is on the high. I was looking, and then UNG, I think they're going to be splitting too, but It just sucks. I still think this is going to be a rate hike play or a rate pause play, but if that does split, getting out before that would be more ideal than not. Damn, ARK is still on the high. Tucker Carlson talking about Biden bank records. Thank you. Tesla's about to go. Tesla's still holding 270. VRT. Veritiv holding 3.1. ACAD's on the high 2. ASO. High ticker is actually like deceptively active here. Again, 30-second, 1 minute velocity is going up. And then, get as many properties as you can. That's been my goal from day one. I don't use the BRR strategy. I did at other times, but as of lately, especially with higher interest rates, I do not think that is the ideal approach. Palantir. If I had 30K in Wells Fargo, are there any risk to take it and put it into Bill? Theoretically, no. Just don't buy in at the end of the month if you care about how the equity works or like how it pays out in dealing with the timing of the liquidity. But theoretically, should be safe. You could even buy a bond too, or a money market, or even a CD account. So even then, if like Bill is one way to do it, if you want like the accessibility, you know what I'm saying, to be able to respond. Like I like it because of liquidity. I could sell out, buy stocks immediately. I have it ready to go, but don't underestimate. Like you could go with TD Ameritrade today and put in for the bond and just buy 30,000 in bonds straight from the government, and that's it. You'll get all of your money back guaranteed by the maturity, and call it a day. Seized Silk Road Bitcoin is being moved on chain. Are? Fiscal note rises on announcement to join Russell 3000. So that was part of their catalyst there today. I thought note was just going up on AI stuff. So they're going to get added to the Russell 3000. MPW still holding 9. Airbnb's climbing. Disney, come on Disney. Why you do nothing, Disney? All of your friends party, Disney. Oh, Facebook, Disney. Should have added note to the LT. Shame on you. If I go through your history and I find you knocked any other long term that is up 200%, and you have the audacity to immediately say we should have added no to the LT, sir, you are part of this is why we have a bull market in this sort of economy right now. That's why you like, why is everyone got FOMO on there, sir? I'm just saying you are part of the problem. I don't know who you're trying to help or not, but you say they said that was the penny stock. Oh, you're long term? Okay, that's fair enough. I said, wow. They said we are really damn. That's the one we're jumping to. Said that's it. As we quickly ignored everything else, but then they were like, yeah, we should have added the note. That one was the one. Sorry. Should have gotten a video. Oh. Tesla's still going up. MO on the low. There's that Coco. Power hour sell-off days. We'll see. It's been You know, it's been very, very, how you say, not fast, but not slow. Like this morning, very active, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Speaking of, what happened to the Saudi short? Speaking of my Middle Eastern accent, I said, wait a minute. Now that we sitting here at just under 4,400. We checked in on them last week, right? Interesting close. Yes, it's been subdued. Maybe that's a better word. Pop. They got squeezed. This feels like April 2022. Pop. Process setting up the long-term wet entry levels on 3M and Coca-Cola. I think 3M is cheaper than where it's at now. Coca-Cola, I like it, but it's up 30% from where I bought it. So I might want to wait off on that. I mean, or what you can do, when you start off your long-term, you could decide a couple of names you want, regardless of the price. Split up your money, start with the opening position on all of them, and then build around there. So you could buy some that are higher, some that are lower, and then move into there. Otherwise, if you really wanted to start off and try to be as like very conservative towards what you're paying for names, which could either help or hurt you in the long run, I would just go after names that are down. Again, names that, you know, you could pick up cheaper than most people, myself included, were able to buy them at. So if that was the case out of dividends, like 3M would be the only one that meets that criteria. Interesting. Where's the SPY volume? We got 53 million. I mean, every other day last week, you had 4 days in a row of like 100. AAP, Advanced Auto Part Investor, could open, Auto Parts Slump could open door to Activist Investor. Oh, shit. Yeah, they're clobbered. That's just like a rumor and like a news on it, but, bro, low key. Top take, Josh. Reported for duty. I'm taking it. 100 shares of AAP. I like the auto part plays recently. They've all been, literally, they're all clapped and they all move. So, again, remember we played MPAA and then the other one, not Advanced Auto. One of them, I think it was AAP, actually. I think the other day they got the news. So, I'm down. I grabbed 100 shares. 68.63. Pin do a dual pop. At level 279 on Tesla. I mean, I'm still shocked it's at 270 already. I think 280 and then even the 299 and then just back to 300. Which is kind of wicked and wild if you think about it. Oh, and then that new V thingy is up. I forgot about this one. That one's actually still riding. So Nuveen went up. You have like half a 50 cents a share. Short interest on Advanced Auto Parts, I have no idea. I think it's high. Again, they had a lot of moves. Even this activist investor stuff, that's when we made the MPAA play. There's like motor cars. They got some news, but all of them, again, AutoZone. There's another car play. Recently, there's been a lot of news and activity on them. Sound, we're green on it now, so if it breaks above here, this is a big level, and then the other one was up too. Somebody wake up the buyers. This is power hour. You know, we got 10 minutes till the 30-minute ramp. I mean, if by 3:30 this isn't active, like, that'd actually be wild. Buyers be sleeping. I mean, again, day after holiday. Usually the short weeks are bullish when you have the holiday ones, but today got off to a very slow start. I mean, even your main driver, besides lack of stimulus from China, the number one thing this morning was like debating on whether or not the rally should continue. So I don't know. It's been a pretty slow day. Again, volume is pretty much half of what we've dealt with the last 4 days. I mean, you're at 50 million in volume on the day. The last 4 days in a row were all above 100. So, you know, we will see over here. It's crazy, man. Did I try Kava? No, I did not try Kava yet. CMPS and then lithium LTHM on the high. AAP just took a red. The missing submersible. It's a sad story. I mean, but that's about it. I don't know anything about it, about the aviation or the aquadation. Yeah. Do you want the rally to continue? I don't. Yes, actually, I do. Yeah. It would suck for my NQ short, but I make substantially more on the way up than I do on the way down. So I think I'm agnostic, but at this point, if you do keep going higher, I mean, I'm fine with that. Is Sam Bankman in here? Sorry. You'll see him soon. Tesla, 271. NVIDIA breaking out. Yeah, they're on the high ticker. AAP, that was the last play. They're holding. NVIDIA 436 now. Did AMD and Intel and Micron were all on the low. So those are actually still down. Again, you have Accenture tomorrow. I think even Broadcom. Broadcom's barely hanging on into the green. Tesla still keeps going. Mara above 12. MP Dub's still up there. And Disney's just holding 90. PayPal, they were leading. Where's MasterCard and Square? Square's even about to go up right now. You'd love to hear an argument for buying NVIDIA right now. I got one, but you're not going to like it. Very simple. Up. No, but why are you buying it? Up. But did the price to earn? Up. But you can't if it up. Just up. Up. That's it. Have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy? You're not going to win this, sir. You cannot fight against the electrolytes. Okay? So that's it. NVIDIA has electrolytes. Until it stops having electrolytes, you know, maybe we'll get water from the toilet. Maybe. One day. You know, but until then, it's all about electrolytes. That's my best answer. It's my best answer. But then again, I mean, I am, all jokes aside, I would seriously be watching the development cycle of artificial intelligence and just, you know, it's going to be a very long process. Right now, you're seeing a lot of hype. You're seeing people react to a lot of things. So we don't know what's real or not and what is going to be profitable or not or how profitable. So just keep your eye on it. But till then, this is momentum, and that's the electrolytes are there, and it's going to keep going until acted upon by equal or opposite force. Nobody's paying attention to the VIX one day anymore. It kind of sucks. So ever since inception, the VIX one day hasn't really done it. It acts the same. I feel like all functions of defining like volatility through like options strategies or using options to like get a determination, they're all kind of flawed. Was it just VIX 1D? So, like, this is how it's looked since its inception. It has not done anything. So, it has these, like, pops and drops on it, but it's been it's been just as perplexing. I always thought my ghetto uncle was saying snitches get constituents. What? That's your ghetto uncle? He's rolling around saying constituents? Sir, I think you're the ghetto one in the family. I'm just saying, sir, I don't think that's what he was saying, but if your uncle is rolling around talking about constituents and you have a memory of that, he's not the ghetto one. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I would hate to even put any judgment on anybody, but I'm going out on a limb here. It seems like your uncle has a very expansive vocabulary for him to make that reference there. And the fact you think he's ghetto for that is mind-blowing. JD went up a little. No market on close. And MOC boys, you'll probably get them in 2 minutes, 3 minutes at 3:30. We'll see. Look at the VIX 90. There's a VIX 9-day. How many VIX do you have, Habibi? So this is the VIX 9-day. So this one kind of looks like the normal VIX. So that's for the next week's. It's very interesting. Sideways it is. Procter & Gamble, Mondelez on the low, Kimberly-Clark, MLNK, and then Hershey's, but ignore that. Ignore MLNK, but why are these value plays? Kimberly-Clark, PG, and Hershey's all on the low right now. That's a very interesting setup. Yeah, FedEx earnings after hours. This is the lowest for Treasury yield since June 8th on the 10-year. Oh, because down. Oh. And then Encino, we saw news. Damn, NVIDIA 2 on the high. No switchgear bullish. I mean, the market, this had been a very, I think even on Friday, the power hour is kind of whack. I mean, interestingly enough, you're watching individual names. So Tesla, Dexcom, Caesars, Play. There's a lot of things moving up right now, so you're still getting that action, but the indexes have yet to have it. 30 seconds till 3:30 ramp. Let's see. There's Procter on the low. AKRO on the high. Tesla once again. That thing's getting crazy now. 272. Where's Netflix? AAP still holding. TNA on the high. I'd see if any of the other smaller chip names that were all down today, if those catch a bid towards the end of the day, that could be good. Inteleon, PayPal, Tesla again. That's all I see is Tesla, the SPY barely getting candles. And then there's still a lot of other stuff on the high ticker, but literally all I see is Tesla. Then Dexcom again. There's a couple of those names you were watching. SG, Sweet Greens. Even some retail is starting to come back up here. Tesla keeps running. I mean, I'm going to put it up here, but that's dominating the high ticker. And again, a couple of travel plays like CZR. So they're breaking out. Wynn was breaking out earlier, but they're not on the highs yet. RCAP moving again. Yeah. Topped out at 140. Genrac on the high, but I think a lot of those solar names still clapped. Apple good. Apple's just a quarter in the green. Microsoft's still down 1%. Amazon's barely in the green. Netflix barely in the green. And then again, Nvidia right alongside Tesla for the highs. But again, more names are down than up right now. And then you just have dominating factors out of like Tesla and Nvidia. BA Asian news. And I don't know, I think there might be day 2 from the Paris Air Show. But it just depends on what happens with the orders. That's 12:30 though now. So like 30 minutes left. Let's see how this plays. McConnell, China's conduct threatens stability in Indo-Pacific. Mitch McConnell speaks on Senate floor. Lin LNN. It's on the high. What are these? Carm? Again, a lot of random names on the high ticker here. JB Hunt or John Bean. Yeah, we have Jerome Powell tomorrow morning, 30 minutes after the bell. Again, Nike's on the low, and then all of those names, Kimberly-Clark, Procter Gamble, Hershey's, like value names are just dying right now. Again, Walmart's starting to go now. Even McDonald's is even down right there, but just some of those bigger ones, that Procter Gamble, Kimberly-Clark, that one's weird. And then there's Nike. TLT pop. Still, I mean, they're up on the day. There's pretty big gap. I mean, SPY 0.47, NASDAQ 0.12, and then Dow 0.7, but then bonds are like 0.3. So bonds are still kind of in between all of them. Dow's is moving more, and the SPY, and then NASDAQ's like still playing back and forth. We went over the FedEx earnings preview, unfortunately. Seems like it's going to be all about their margins, though, and then any of the restructuring stuff, how that's going to play out for them. I'm not in RCAT, no. We got it early. I put out a stream alert on it, but I didn't play it. $12.35. Still got, what, 26 minutes left? Tesla's still at the high. SPY has not gone above 4,400 since breaking it. Again, we hit it once today. Now you're back to 43.87. We're magneting the levels very well. So that's both good and bad. Meta's on the high now. What the hell is this? Okay, so now Meta's waking up. Again, Meta, Tesla, NVIDIA, it's there. And the high ticker still has activity. NCLH now. Fisker's on the low. And then again, Procter Gamble. All these value plays just keep dumping there in the last like 20 minutes. BOK fall. I haven't looked at banks. A little bit. Yeah, JP Morgan, XLF, they're all coming down. Remember, some of the banks are getting murdered in the morning. Was it Zyre? Now it's Pac W. Yeah, values are dumping. Values and then just like cyclical economic plays too. Again, the only thing that's green is discretionaries because of Tesla and then healthcare. So everything's still red, but then you're getting an extra dump on those names in the last like 10, 20 minutes. PayPal and Square still holding up. MO on the low. Sound for break. McConnell says words alone won't deter China's aggression. DAR. TLF on the high. SoundCloud. SoundHound is breaking out. Yeah. It's above $4 now. So we're finally up on that one. DAR on the low. What is this? DAR? Darling Ingredients? Whoa. Yo, DAR is dying. Darling Ingredients. I think there's a Stifle event. I'm not seeing anything. Yo, check DAR. That's a death blow. It's on 5.6. No, I'm not seeing anything. That's crazy, bro. They're down 6% right now. CXAI's on the high. DAR, I don't see anything. But again, I mean, it's food related. Food and ingredients. Check if there's any other sympathies going up or down. AG, Constellation Energy. Spectrum Brands, I mean, I feel like they'd be similar. DAR, Darling Ingredients. Delta Alpha Romeo. DAR. And Robinhood, damn, NVIDIA 437. Oh my goodness. Into the highs. NVIDIA's up 2.5%. Netflix, I mean, it has 500's already crazy, but I do think the next spot it's either 500 or you go back down to 4 or like even 380. So one or the other, Habibi. One or the other, you know? XLEs. DAR looks like, dude, DAR that's another 1.5%. Again, we have nothing on it there, but it's going crazy. Oh no, I didn't. Now I see. I think I have a lag on it, man. It only shows up if I scroll up. It's not coming through. I earned $6K on eBay. Should I stick to the 10-20 allocation or? Well, what do you mean? You made a bag and you're like, I mean, what are you trying to do with it? I think it's good. Stick to the plan. Maybe give yourself a bonus deposit, but just remember, even if it is a bonus deposit, you know, it's like even if it goes in, it can't come out for 10 years. So make sure if you want to be comfortable with that bonus, you can. But I would just keep everything the same. But then again, and then see 30 days later if you feel like, all right, maybe I should give a bonus there. Then I would add to it and then go from there. BHF. Damn, that thing. Accenture's in the morning tomorrow. Again, we still got the AAP. Oh no, we got time. They haven't updated the prices on DAR yet. I don't even know what's happening. That's the crazy. Usually, like, there's something, but this one's like dry. I'm not seeing anything anywhere on DAR. So it kind of reminds me of the Spectrum drop earlier, but then we were able to figure out what it was. Bro, Tesla's still going. Again, Nvidia's at the high. Microsoftian. Yeah, Nvidia 438. So that's it. It's another breakout. It's going to have to go to 440. Just go. Run to 440. Call it a day. Call it a day. Bullfrog AI. Again, Soundhound is even up a couple of them. NVIDIA's getting crazier. Again, NVIDIA literally just hit the 52-week high there, 438. Then came down. And then SPY, 1241. Darling Ingredients falls most in 4 weeks. 14 put options surge. Call sellers on the 65. Then people played the 60 puts around 12:30. That's it. That one's weird. Bungie. So look at Bungie now. That's another food name, dude. It's something maybe related to the deal. That's another food name just getting murdered here. So now Bungie's on the low. Remember, they were buying out, what was it, Veritas or some shit? The other one bought. So DAR and now BG. BG's getting murdered too. Mm. DAR, daily activity. Again, Bungie, now Tesla, even Nvidia, another high, 438.41. So it's like $1.50 off of 440. Even TSN dumping. That's weird. Something's going on in that space. We don't know what it is. Again, 18 minutes left. Tesla is going insane. Again, Nvidia is wild too. Come on. Yeah, another one on Tesla too. PayPal, I forgot about that. Again, you're going to start getting this end of the day move here. Let's see. Because like we were saying, a lot of individual moves as a whole, everything's just off. You say Bungie, not Bungie. Bungie. I don't know. Just look at the damn play. Again, something's going on with the food place. Okay. Lord, protect me! I did it, Chad. I did it. I shorted NVIDIA again. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I pray before I do it. So, this is between me and the Lord. I did 50. I'm leaving some just in case because he's going to have the 440 breakout. Where was I at? 438.30? It's not bad. No, 438.13. Reminds me of the Ronald McDonald short. I can't. I wish I could say it's different, but we'll see. Amen. 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 For I had the defense, but I will let the Lord defend me. Amen. Amen. ADM, Archer Dan. There's something going on in the food world with all of those plays. Mulan's down 30. Meta, again, they just started breaking out. Is that JXN or JWN? So then even NVIDIA now, too. He's starting to move. Darling extends decline on increased volume. Yeah, again, Bungie and the other one's down, too. It's Ukraine. I don't know if it's just... I feel like some of the other like fertilizer plays would move. I know wheat and corn were already up. So maybe it is war-related, but... Just be on the lookout, bro. Tesla's going, NVRO, SPY, NASDAQ, NVIDIA. They are all going insane. Zoomies on the high, and then BCC, USO? What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why is oil coming up now? Hold on. That's a weird one on the day. So SPY's starting to move up. Where is oil? Oil is about to go green? I guess it's still down 0.8. It's not too, but that's actually kind of quite the bounce there. So I don't know. Commodity food is coming down. Commodities been going up there. It's pretty weird all day. No, it happened here. It was kind of with the market, I guess, but just right here at like 11:30 though. It did exactly what the market did, and now it's back above, and now it's leg 2. Yeah, even wheat is going up. Amazon is self-photography website. Preview. Space up again. USO and energy is still moving. There's your Tessie still at the high. I mean, NVIDIA is like, I'm down $20 on it. Microsoftian needs, I know, right? I feel like we haven't heard Apple all day today. And then again, little bounce, SPY chilling out. 3 minutes, 2 minutes till 10-minute rigged. I need to go pee again, chat. This is bad timing. I'm sorry. So we'll see. Oh, no, they don't. Do they got anything for you? Just GoDaddy ads? GTLS? Another one? 272 Tesla. I closed the first set of NVIDIA shorts. Yeah, I made like 120, 130 in the morning. We covered it from here to here. And then I just went short again right here. And I'm down $35 right now. I only went with 50 shares. I mean, I know the concept of shorting NVIDIA seems suicidal, but it's going with 50 shares. I mean, it's still pretty big, but it's definitely a little bit more manageable. Clean Spark is going crazy. Okay, Optimus Prime. You're leasing cars and shorting NVIDIA. I'm starting to be hurt, brother. No, man, I'm just putting my people on game, bro. That's it. You know, I had to let everybody know about the deal hacks, bro, because the dealerships got pissed. And that's it. NVIDIA, it's honestly, you call it shorting a stock, I call it a spiritual journey. I think this is between me and my Lord. You know what I'm saying? I think this is, I'm learning about myself, my beliefs, my life. So this is just, it's something spiritual. It's not, you know, you could boil it down to shorting a stock, but I think it's deeper than that. But yeah, CLSK is running. And there's Tesla. There's NVIDIA. SPY might try to break out here. We're going to see 30 seconds till 10-minute rigged, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Hoping I could get you something here. Yep, NVIDIA 430 going to do the 440. I was just too impatient. I shorted an extra $1 early. Oh, did the China names come up? I think JD's moving. Again, Tesla's just on fire right here. Again, NVIDIA 440. It might even go to like 444 if it has a real monster break. Otherwise, it tops out there. JD's getting some. Again, SPY's just moving way slower than the individual names. FDA releases report on occurrence of foodborne illness in fast food in restaurant industries. So it was something with all those names, huh? So DAR, this is something with the FDA and people getting sick off of food. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, and I'll be right back.
5 straight weeks of gains for the S&P 500, only down about 0.3%, and this largely should have been expected when you consider that we ended last week in overbought territory on the S&P 500 and, of course, on the NASDAQ 100 itself. There was definitely some concerns that we were going to run up against a bit of resistance. We saw that right at the open, right around that 4,400 level, and that's proven to be the resistance point all day long. The two big bright spots that we're seeing out there, home builders as a group, they're up about 1%. And actually some of the automobile manufacturers, particularly in the EV space, Tesla higher for another day, Rivian higher as well, Nikola up as well, too.
And right now we see the NASDAQ in the green, just barely. It erased its losses, and it just goes to show how equities continually come back to the surprise of so many. Let's welcome Linda Dissel, excuse me. She's senior equity strategist at Federated Hermes, which has more than $700 billion in total managed assets. Linda, apologies for butchering your name. Thank you so much for joining us. You make the point that history shows stocks tend to rally in tightening cycles. If that's the case, why is everyone seemingly caught off guard by the strength, the sustainability, and the durability of this rally?
Well, good afternoon. Thanks for having me again. Call me whatever you want. Just call me. I'm so glad to be on. Why are people so surprised? Because you had the quickest increase in interest rates in history, in historical memory. And you would think that that would really catch us off guard. The Fed generally does tighten too far. And, you usually feel this within a year or two. So to have tightened that quickly, you might have expected that recessionary figures would show up by now. And they really haven't. And so many people had been expecting it. In fact, there is now $4.4 trillion in liquid assets over and above where we were at the end of 2019. So that is money that is sitting and waiting for some pullback associated with a recession that will come.
Yeah. So I wonder to what extent you consider this rally a technical bull market that's driven.
All right, 10-minute rig got you with a pop. And yeah, that news just came out. Dahmer producer Ryan Murphy plans to leave Netflix for Disney. And then again, that FDA food stuff, we were watching them all move. Oh, Disney popping a little bit off of that. Look at you. Could just be the 10-minute rigged, but we'll find out. Powell is going to be 30 minutes after the bell. So sadly, we're still at the same levels. I mean, right now, again, you're watching NVIDIA go insane, Tesla, all of those. You got a little bit of a bounce on oil, but we're still below the 4,400 on the day. Again, we still have not filled the gap. You might have to wait till tomorrow, or we see where we really end up. But now, final five comes in a minute and a half. Would meal kits companies benefit from the fast food news? I think it just depends on how bad it is, because there's only like a quick thing on it. Those companies just dropped anybody related to food, but I think you're going to really need the follow-up. So let's see what they say about it and what happened that prompted this warning. And because that's all we heard. We don't even know. That's even just all we saw was food companies drop, and then we saw that follow-up headline like 10, 15 minutes later. So it's still kind of up in the air. I will be streaming Powell tomorrow morning, yes. And you'll get statements. You'll get Powell's pre-written statement by tonight or in the morning. So we'll know what he's going to open with, and that should move the futures around a little bit. And then again, Netflix, Disney news. I don't think Netflix didn't really go down on it. Disney, I don't know if it's the news or if it's the 10-minute rigged. Info on when he spoke to Congress last, I do not. That one's, it's kind of hard to gauge. I'm sure you could find, there's some data out there on it, but it's not as like, you know, his congressional speeches are very random. Sometimes they're very market movement. Sometimes it's 3 hours and it only moves in the first 30 minutes, and then there you go. Raul. He is still alive and well. Damn, that guy, the Dahmer guy, Netflix signed the producer to a 9-figure deal in 2017. Whoa. So he made the shows Glee and American Horror Story, and he was negotiating a deal with Disney over the last... What the hell? Bro, 9 figures? He signed a 5-year deal with Netflix is worth as much as $300 million. So it's a pretty big deal. Yeah, he is a G. And then final 5 you have, that's where these candles are. I mean, we've already passed it a little bit. Rhythm's back on the high. They got that price target increase, or that one analyst reaffirmed it. I don't know how much Disney paid, but that Netflix paid him. Netflix paid him $300 million. Yeah, Disney's probably going to give him a bag. That's crazy. Or maybe they're going to give him shares at $89. What? Oh, crap. Chad, look at the time. Oh, man. And yeah, you do have FedEx earnings after the bell. But Chad Adonia, all my softies out there, you better mute your speakers. We're about to turn up. We are about to turn up right now. So mute those speakers. We need to bring the plane home, my friends. Bring it home. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 70 degrees, mostly sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought the market would go somewhere. Otherwise, we are back to getting cucked. The good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Chatadonia. That's it. Time to bring it home. You don't have much time remaining. You got a couple of earnings after the bell. You get Jerome Powell in the fun bunch tomorrow. So that's all that really matters. Maybe you'll get a China headline. FedEx earnings after the bell. You got to wrap it up. You got to bring it home. You got to finalize your plays because you do not have much time left. You know how much time you have remaining? 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize your plays. Again, Jerome Powell, 30 minutes after the bell tomorrow morning. You will get a reaction before any of it comes out. I'm telling you. So wrap it up. Plays, options, trades, shares, futures. What are you going to do if you're playing FedEx? You better finalize it, but it's already Wednesday tomorrow, so bring it home. You have less than 15 seconds remaining, Chattadonia. Let's go. SPY at VWAP. We're going to end right where we opened up. That's beautiful. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. We're back after the holidays. I need that GG. Let's go. 7 hours in the books. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. I need that GG. I need a good game from everybody. Drop it in the chat. Let's go, GG. It don't matter who you are. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts, everybody that contributed. Good game. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers. Why you being so shy? You made it this far. 7 hours, baby. God willing, another 7 tomorrow. Good game. Let's go. That's sportsmanship. The GG cleanses all sins. Good game, baby. Good game. You played your heart out. That's how you play. Let's go. Let's go. God bless you. I see you too, Twitch. Everybody holding it down. Everybody in the game. Everybody contributed. All my positive people. All the donos. All the members. All the stream alerts. Let's go, baby. Good game. God bless you. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. 7 hours. 7 hours. 6 more months to go. Let's go. Come on. Wow. Good game, Tab.
Both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rap. And we'll see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh.
Oh, took a while to get here. I told the doubters, take care. You could ask my mother. I've been hustling since daycare.
What are you doing this for?
What are you doing it for?
Ask yourself
Pause that, Chad. Chattadonia. Woo! I told you you should be muting your headset right now because we get hyped at the bell, but Chattadonia! That's the day, baby. We did it. We made it. You know that for real. You know that? Do you know what he says at the end of the day? So first of all, I do want to tell you thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you're ready for the exciting week because I missed you. You know that, you mother effer? I missed you. I missed you with that long-ass holiday. You know, all of that. But just listen, man. I hope you know that you are blessed, okay? Oh, I was going to tell you something that I just blanked on it. What was I saying before that? Oh, I was going to remind you. Then I was going to tell you I had to say thank you, but, what was I going to remind you of? Oh, I was going to remind you. I had something sweet to tell you. What was I going to say? What was I saying before that, Chad? What was I saying before that? Hold on. I was going to say good game. I'm hyped. Oh, what was I saying before that? Oh, I was going to, I was going to say something. Oh, man, I got too hyped. Oh, the last verse. No, I missed you. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, long-ass weekend. Oh, we need the FedEx earnings. Yeah, no, I had something. And then I sat there. Then I sidetracked with the thank you. Oh, that was the day. God bless the Chad. Oh, what was I going to say to you? Oh, hold on. No. Let me get it. Told the doubters take care. What did it have to do with? Oh, FedEx. Uh-oh, FedEx. Big red. All right, I think it's going to get lost into the abyss. That's it. That's it. We're moving on to the earnings. $21.9 billion. Estimate was 22.6. So revenue missed. EPS 494. I think that's. Whoa. They just guided lower. Everyone thought they were going to guide upwards. So FedEx just guided lower now. Adjusted EPS $16 to $18.50. Previous guidance was $18.31. So they lowered the lower end and then raised the top end a little bit. Yeah, there goes UPS. I'm trying to see the revenue guidance for the full year. That's the one you need. But that's already bad. Damn, it's already down 7%. So again, right now they missed on EPS. They're right back to their previous earnings level. Earnings before that, they were another like $30 lower. They said operating results fell due to lower global volumes. Again, EPS 494, consensus was 489. So they beat this quarter's EPS, but they missed on the full year. But then again, we want and then the revenue number was also bad by $1 billion. Let's see. All right, Chad. But that's it. I was going to tell you something. I can't believe I forgot. It totally slipped my mind. I think FedEx was bad for now. I'll wait till I get the other headline, and we'll see. Oh, man. What was I going to tell you? I can't believe it, Chad, but I was going to tell you. It was something related to how much I missed you. I don't think it was the lyrics. I was just telling you the lyrics afterwards. But no, there was something I was going to tell you because I had a fun fact to tell you, and it was related to how much I missed you. And then that's what I was going to say. I was going to tell you thank you, but then I was going to tell you, what was I going to tell you? Isn't the mind a tricky thing? That's amazing. Yeah, pray for me, please. That's always good. It was Powell, or it could have been about Powell. Yeah, it'll come back. I'll remember it. Don't worry, eventually. But Chad. Oh, is this what I was going to tell? No. Well, even then, tomorrow's Wednesday. So that's just a little one I'll tell you there. That's not what I was going to tell you. But tomorrow's Wednesday. Okay? Okay? Tomorrow's already Wednesday. So just don't forget. We have Powell tomorrow. We did have a long weekend. I did miss you over the weekend. This isn't what I was going to tell you, but definitely. I think I'm committing way too much to the Biden piece right now. And I'm funny. My Biden got in my head. I can't think back of what I was going to say. Fuck. Anyways, you get what I'm saying. You know what I'm going to tell you. But Chad, thank you guys for being here. That is the day. If you clicked on the video, you gave me a shot. You gave me an opportunity. If you gave back to the community, whether it be monetarily, your personality, your contribution, your peace, your love, I don't know what it may have been. Everybody brings their own thing, but if you participated today and you helped make this place what it really is, thank you. I hope I see you tomorrow. Thank you for sharing the days with me. And I don't know if you've got the PHILO, but hopefully you could share all of the growth and the ups and downs along the way. So God bless you and thank all of you. Don't matter who you are, but double shout out to the members and all of the stream alerts and anybody else that has contributed along the way. Thank you, because you didn't have to do that, and we love you. So God bless you. FedEx CFO Mike Lenz is to retire. Damn, didn't he just get on board? Says external search underway for CFO successor. But anyways, Chattadonia, I love you. God bless you. Thank you guys again. Check out all the other links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. You get some free stuff. You get some paid stuff. But don't miss out on the long term because we added to it. Yeah. Free 99. Get your long term. Second link, Nightly Watchlist and main channel, baby. Shout out to anybody not a watch hole. You know what I'm saying? Because it's funny. I didn't call anybody out today. But some people asked me stuff today. And I was like, you're just a watch hole. But I kept it deep down in my heart. Because I got the joy. So, but don't worry, you watch hole. Just watch it, okay? 4 p.m. God bless you. And oh, yeah. And actually, some of you guys. This was a funny intro. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But here, you guys are asking about the car. You were asking about the car video. It's right here, okay? Car video, second latest video. That's it. If you don't want to save money, don't get mad at me. Third link for the membership badge, baby. Shout out to the members. Amen. Amen. Check out the new channels. Cole Real Estate tomorrow, baby. Cole Cars, Cole PHILO, but really Cole Real Estate, 6 p.m. on Wednesday. That's it. Cole Real Estate or bust. Get with it or get lost. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I am the private Instagram page. Do not fall for any WhatsApp scam, okay? That's wild in 2023. That's wild. Don't fall for it, okay? But I love you. How option pricing works, how we set up our long term, and finally... the prayer request wall. Me and my mom pray for y'all. I know the Chad likes to pray for me too, and the Chad be praying for everybody else as well. It's honestly an honor and a joy to be able to share this with so many people, because this is what we believe at the cult, and I know thousands of other people feel the exact same way that I do. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. That's why we're rooting for all of you. I don't care what you believe, bro. I'm not going to tell your friends. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. You're not going to turn into a pile of salt. We just are rooting for you. We wish you all the best, and hopefully you just know there's somebody out there praying for you, and that's just a good feeling. So thank you to all of you who have prayed for me. If you ever want to do anything for me, shoot me up a prayer. It goes a long way. And God bless all of Chattadonia. Finger to the sky, baby. Don't let them play you. Amen. Amen. But Chattadonia, that's it. That's it, man, okay? So I got to go. Today's an early day. We don't have time, okay? We don't have time today. We already got PHILO, though, so I'm grateful. But I hope the bone rot spoke to you. And I hope you feel grateful for everything you've made it through. And learn from all the mistakes where you thought you were so right, but were so wrong. It's a beauty. It's beautiful. It's humbling, but it is not humbling like make you feel bad humbling. It's beautiful. Life has shown us so many things, and learn from it, baby, okay? That's it. I'm just saying, you already got it quickly, so I'm going to hit you with the uncle, and then we're going home, baby. So run it. Let's go. Let's play. I like some Legacy. Legacy's a good one. Talk to him, baby. Talk to him. Talk to him, baby. What are you doing it for?
Hey, for real, though. What are you doing this for? Like, ask yourself that.
Hey, Fly J, turn this shit up.
It took a while to get here. Told the daddies take care. You could ask my mama, been hustling since daycare. So I had a lot of time to get me all these haters. Talking God in every song because he showed me favor. But don't get it wrong, Tyrone, you meet the maker. I'm a weirdo. Study coaches, ran the planet. Learned the earnings in the balance. Serve a purpose, not a man. I'm a working in the famine. I learned working from the end. I'm the sickest motherfucker that you never seen before. I care about the final score and worry about the leaderboard. What the fuck you smiling for? Start acting like you been before. I'm just trying to live my life. Watch all the seeds I'm planting, bro. Yeah, there's some shit you probably read about. Business it can stitch you with some words to make you sleepy, yeah. But I just made $1 million trading news up off the TV, yeah. I put that shit on YouTube now. The youth is trying to be me now. So take notes and not granted. Stay woke and upstanding. Buy hope and sell panic. That's a lesson in disguise. So you might wanna rewind that. Sell it on the high, decay time, then I buy back. I'ma take it, it's flagrant, but taking, take patience. I'm stalking, then waiting, then trade it, support it or hate it. I love your engagement. I came from the basement, like Drake said. Started from the bottom, how I get here. Lots of risk management, I focus on the 10-year. All that matters, what's not when, just patient till it get here. I'ma do this till I'm dead, I hope I'm making this clear. Feel me, you should kill me, otherwise pay me no mind. But if you wise, pay me your time up. Try to fly and pay the fine, do what you want, your life ain't mine. Ask my brother, ask my bitch, everything I take my time. You tryna ride, I'ma teach you how to move. When the only option losing, the environment is fools. Let me inspire what to do, give them some value, speak the truth. The shit I'm speaking, this ain't new. The way I speak it, make it cool. I dumb it down, I act a fool. I'ma kick this lesson in, this one encompass all of it. You only get one life to live. You blow it, then you dumb as shit. Money, you start coming in. Make sure you pay the government. Just learn the game, do what they say to teach you how to duck that shit. I'm talking escorts, LLCs. This a loophole melody. Feel like I'm Pablo Medellin. I gave my people what they need. I told my God I had a dreamy life for real. You telling me you think it's coming that easy? So, yeah. Why you think I'm on my grind? I treat this life like it ain't mine. For that been beaten and despised. I've been seen, I've been admired. I've been angry all the time. I've been tired, uninspired. But that's the devil, he a lie.
Bro. Oh.
Hey, man.
Bro, I love that song. I love that song, bro. That song deep. That song go deep, bro. I'm just saying, that song go deep. That's you say. He said Uncle's lyrics are evolving. Guess what, my friend? Your ears are evolving. That song is 5 years old. What the fuck? So good guy. Good guy. No, that just is deep. I don't know. I remember when Uncle told me that one. Yeah, bro. Your ears are evolving. That's why. It just Uncle gets something. Go back to Uncle. If you haven't listened to, you should listen to Viral. That one's a great one. There's a lot. There's a lot, actually. I don't even know, man, to be honest with you. There's a lot. Chattadonia. Either way, I love you. God bless you. I can't believe it's already Wednesday. I missed you, but we're back. We're in the game. We got to get through this week. We got to get through this month. We got to get through this quarter. Got to get through this year. Got to get ready for the next season and the next decade, baby. You know what I'm saying? You got to plant the seeds. You got to watch them grow. We got some time, baby. Let's go, D Hunter.
Yeah, make the body build better. Build better, yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy, that was a good one, huh? Be careful. If I start talking like that for Josh, next time you hear Josh, you're going to forget everything he's talking about. That's it, because I'll take over. Once you let me in, buddy, that's it. I'm going to show him we're going to build back better. Build back better. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, come here. Let me see if I can pull him up here. Hold on, these are good. I feel it. You feel well? Listen, let me tell Josh. You should give you got Josh. You've heard Josh was telling you. He was trying to tell you what do you know? He's trying to give you he was just trying to tell you goodbye, and then you came in, and come on. So here. No, sorry, but yeah, like I was saying though, it's chill. I love you guys. God bless you. We have a lot of work to do. He got me with the Biden thing. I don't know. Like I said, sometimes. I'm trying to find, where is it? Build back better. I had the beat somewhere. Oh, I'm gonna get it. Jesus tweeted it to me. That's where I keep it. I keep it on deck. I can't find it though. Damn, man. So many things. But that was so long ago. Was that like a week ago? And the Nigerian currency? Yeah, bro, I still look. There's so many. Well, anyways, Chad, I love you. God bless you. We got a lot of work to do. We got a long way to go. It's going to be a lot of fun. Stay in the game. Keep the spirits high, bro. Learn from life. It's a beautiful thing. You know that? That's it. You're all blessed. You're alive right now. For real. You're still breathing. Again, the good and bad. Life is a trip, bro. And it's there to show you stuff. I'm telling you. It's growing you there. You just got to embrace it. Stop fighting it. Stop fighting the world. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You don't even got to like the world, but don't mean you got to fight it that much, and just vibe with it, baby. Vibe with the world. Look at what God is creating. That's it. You could blame the world. You could blame God. Blame whoever you want, dog. I'm just saying you're being molded into something. So I hope you embrace it and just get ready, okay? You should be ready. I'm going to stop telling you to get ready because you should be, and it's beyond. I just want you to understand it. Just get in the mental capacity. Just raise capacity, because if we don't even have capacity, we have nothing to fill. Anyways, but Chad, I love you. God bless you. I'm going to see you tonight. I'm going to see you guys in the morning, and you just have a blessed, wonderful day. Enjoy whatever you need to enjoy, but hopefully you do it with 100+% because you still have the rest of the day. So go make someone smile. I love you all, Chad. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going and why that faith, hope, love ain't ever going out of style, and why we humbly accept the pruning of the tree and learn and grow and do it over and over again in the cycles of life like we're Simba, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. That's what I'm talking about. Chattadonia, I love you guys. God bless you. Enjoy your day. Be blessed. Be fruitful. Okay? Be blessed, fruitful, and what does he say? Take dominion. Take dominion. Dominion. Okay? Go and rule over the land, my friends. Go and rule over the land. I'm dropping Old Testament on you. Okay, I'm going to go. I love you, Chad. Enjoy the night, and peace out. Yeah, where's the sign? Give me the sign, Josh. Hold on, I gotta tell him goodbye. Where's the sign? Where's my build back bad? I'm gonna build it. I told you if we build it, they told me to build it is gonna come. Huh? What's wrong? I'm gonna build it better. If I build it better, it's gonna arrive. That's what I'm talking about. I really think that if you really, I'm gonna find it. Hold on. And anyway, you guys, I hope you have a good day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning, your evening. Listen, Powell's gonna come up. Hey, no, I need it. Hold on, I'm still looking. Yeah, this is deep. I'm going deep in the pit. I can't find it. I'm still not finding. All right, I gotta go, Chad. I love you. Look at Tesla. Wow. Go marry a bar, a Hummer. Yeah, Dominion voting system. No, fuck. I gotta go. All right, I'm leaving. Good morning. Hello.